So this is Greg's face in the picture. This is your face in the picture.
Wait, now it's not connecting, John?
This is working on a Saturday face.
This is my face.
It's almost there.
42-minute drive,
Excellent
working on a Saturday.
connection, Just waiting for the picture to
11
come
minutes.
up, and then we will hit live. Picture is up. I am hitting live.
Okay.
Woo woo!
Then can you lower my just a tiny
Was it
bit?
because I just did? I won't do it again.
She might woo
It was
woo.
mainly Coy. Coy's like very loud in my ears.
Oh,
and I'm like,
I am loud.
Coy was louder than what I just did.
That's
I
impressive.
Here we go. Yeah, that's great. Are we live? Are we live or should we be live?
We are live.
Oh.
We're live.
Good. That's what I was
I
hoping.
said that.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
Yes.
good. We're here.
I said that, Greg.
Oh, but we also have a bit of a what is the playback speed at? 30 seconds?
I mean, they'll hear all this, but
mute
yes.
dude.
Let them hear it.
Mute it.
We are on a 30-second delay.
You can
for
hear it here?
Yes, I can
quality
hear here.
and for
It's already off to an amazing calm
You can hear
start.
here? Yes.
Mute
on the
it.
count of
Everyone
five.
shut up. It's just going so crazy right off the bat.
Well, I'm sorry that you had your computer volume on.
Hold on
Should
a
I have
second.
not told you?
Greg Bald is hot. See, Roxy.
I think Greg's gonna go great with the shaved
Roxy
head.
wanted to give notes on
Yeah,
because I
ask
want
for
to
notes.
so for people who can hear, I want to shave my head.
And I support it.
And Roxy obviously is not a champion of this idea.
I didn't say that. You didn't allow my notes, so I
what's
didn't
the
give them.
implication?
Five. Okay, since we're live, what is your note?
What's your
Let's hear it.
feedback?
I don't think that this photo helped support your endeavors.
It won't be that bald. I want more like
Like a buzz cut.
Okay, here's the
kind of
truth.
like what Corenswet has now.
Here's the
Yeah.
truth. I don't know, and I mean this with all the love in the world, Greg. I don't know a single man who loves his hair more than you do. You are obsessed
That's
with
why
your
he
hair.
needs
to
Before
cut
we go
it.
to start shooting, like if one curl's out of place, you like will tweak it, and you're like, is this curl in the right place? And I love that for you. I think
I
it's so
do
fun
that?
for you.
You do, but that's
Yes.
also why you need to cut it, because then you need to know the freedom of
I
not doing
don't, I don't like. The thing is, I don't like dealing with it.
Yeah, but you like it. And so without it, you won't even be able to deal with it. I just think the second you do it, you're going to be like, I am so bummed I did that. As a girl who's cut her hair before during life crisis moments.
But he's not in a life crisis. That's why it's a good time to
I've
do it.
shaved my head before.
Are you in no life crisis?
I'm in a constant. I'm in a
Yeah, but
perpetual
not
state
any
of
more than
crisis.
normal. Unless I missed something this week. It seems like the standard level of life crisis.
All right, so it looks like people can hear us, and that it's going smoothly. This was our great audio test. For all you people who are in the chat right now, thank you so much for being here. We know a lot of people are currently we'll keep the chat here live for you, Rox. We know a lot of people are still watching Superman, and we've done a lot of different videos here for Superman. We even got more coming up. Coy and I have talked together about this movie for a recorded amount of many hours now at this
A
point.
record amount?
What have
Like
you guys done?
ranking the Supermen as actors, ranking the Superman movies as Superman movies, not regular movies, like distinguishing that. The Easter eggs and setup for the DCU, what things we think were coming out of the film, a non-spoiler review, and a spoiler review,
Guess what?
and podcasts.
I knew all that, but I wanted you to plug it
Oh,
anyway.
Thank you.
Get those views.
Social media. Now she can clip
Get
that,
those
post it
views.
as an ad, plus like 6 months of podcasting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
And then we really wanted to make sure Roxy could actually be here for this one. And by the way, happy early birthday, Roxy.
Roxy's birthday at midnight.
Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah. Oh, there's the sound we made.
I'm
Okay.
going from Larry Bird to Paul Pierce.
So one of your gifts is over there. I will make sure to get it
My
at some
family.
point during the stream.
We brought Bostonians.
We're at the
remember?
family.
Coy's
Points
parents.
and family.
We
You
already
guys are my present. Thank you.
They're present from Boston.
Your presence is a present.
And before we go into anything, I want to acknowledge, too, of course, that any super chats or Streamlabs is an amazing way to make sure that your question is read or comment is read on air. And before we even went live, we actually got three that I really want to shout out because a couple are like super generous super chats. John, can you pull it up on the screen here? And while John's pulling it up, want to say a really big thank you. John has been the 99.9% massive contributor to how all this stream came to be. Our last stream was a little bit messy, so he worked his ass off to make sure that this can be a smooth thing. And of course, there was a little bit of hiccups that were occurring in the last 15 minutes, but he worked it like a champion. And now here we are live, and it is looking good.
Thanks, gang.
I was 7 minutes late, and that caused a delay, which then caused a drink to go over, which then caused a buzz in the microphones, which then caused the drink to spill on wires. And somehow none of us Final Destination, and we're here.
Yet.
But yeah, let's kick it off, guys. I want to especially start getting some of Roxy's thoughts going. So we got a couple of very generous super chats from Alex. John, do you want to be the one to read those, please?
Absolutely. It'd be my honor. Thank you so much, Alex, and for being so generous. What did you think of the human speech Superman gave? It was powerful. I know all films are subjective, but it bothered me that my coworkers said they ruined Superman because he shouldn't want human characteristics because he's an alien. Hashtag super shit.
All right, let's kick off with that. Roxy, what are your thoughts on that?
It was one of my favorite moments in the whole movie. I just thought that speech was so beautiful. Not all of humanity sucks. And I think that's important to remember when we feel like a lot of humanity sucks. And to aspire to be human and the best of humanity is absolutely what Superman does, even though he is alien. I don't understand the counterpoint to this. I don't understand how this could ruin the movie for somebody. That makes no sense to me.
Coy?
I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of Superman if you think that him electing to come to a planet that wasn't his and being adopted and adopting that planet and then protecting it doesn't make him human. That's the whole character, is to find the humanity in something that is so beyond us, and for him to be reaching to us to feel like he's welcome, for us to reaching to him to be as good as him. If people think he focuses on his alien side, I don't. There's a level of a lack of media literacy that becomes embarrassing, so they shouldn't speak. Like if you're just gonna say like 2 + 2 is 7, like maybe don't speak. I don't know. I just don't.
Are you thinking of the same thing I'm thinking about right now? I'm
I don't.
sorry, this is so insider baseball for 1 second, but Greg and I just watched a movie where you're saying don't speak actually makes me feel ill thinking about people not physically being able to speak.
Yeah.
And I like, we can't silence them, but we can
I think we can shame them.
I'm going to tease a little thing that Roxy and I watched. I'm not going to tease him, just say it. We watched Human Centipede.
Human Centipede,
no.
dude. And when you say don't speak, I'm thinking about somebody being attached to somebody's butthole.
They are figuratively.
And I kid you not, I still will sometimes just think about certain images. They just pop into my mind, and it haunts me. Sometimes I'm eating, and it just pops in my mind.
You guys did Terrifier too, didn't you?
Stop. Yeah.
Terrifier didn't do that to me at
The
all.
Centipede did
Human
more?
Centipede is just so. Coy's parents, do you guys know what a Human Centipede is? They're nodding their head.
Have you see it? Have you seen it?
I don't
No.
think it's something you need to see.
You've seen it enough.
God, yeah, it is. Roxy and I were like, we're gonna do the trilogy, and then while we were watching, we're like, we're not doing more of these. We're just
Do
not,
it, you
this
cowards.
is not gonna happen.
It will have to get so many views.
Yeah, we're not
It
doing
will have to
this.
get so many views for me to ever agree.
This is the top 5 video this year.
Yeah.
Both her and I were like, we're not gonna do this.
The second we walked
Wow.
out, Tara put the second one on the schedule, and I texted Greg, and I was like, "What happened?"
I was like, don't worry, I'm texting Tara right now. This is not gonna happen.
In the history of me being at Rejects, I have never heard of this happening.
I know I derailed us, and that's how much that's still on my mind. So yes, I'm with you. They should but just.
But to go back to Alex's question,
Your thoughts.
to go back to Alex's question about the speech, I mean, obviously, I love the speech, but I have heard people talk about the writing of that speech not feeling earned. I've actually heard it on both sides with before them when Lex is talking, and maybe someone will bring it up in the chat, when Lex is spewing why he's doing what he's doing, when Superman is fighting Ultraman, and the writing of that, and then the writing too of what Superman hears. I personally like the writing
What
quite a
about
bit.
the writing though? They were saying that
I think they feel like it's too expositional. That's the basic gist of it. I feel like it was appropriate in that moment especially for Superman, probably more than Lex. I feel like for Superman to be
He's been
spouting
defending that concept the whole movie.
Yeah,
And that's been what Lex has been attacking. So of course he would say it to him, in my opinion.
No, 1,000%. Lex is saying you are not one of us, and Superman is saying I am more human than even you, Lex, because of who I am.
It's actually the opposite of exposition as well. They're,
emotion.
They're discussing their feelings.
Yeah.
Like
It's not moving the
they're
plot
explaining
along,
the
it's
plot,
moving their core.
And how they operate and who they are. How else are we supposed to know how you're feeling inside? Of course, through your facial expressions, through your tears, through whatever. But if you don't say it out loud, and I feel like the entire movie we didn't hear Superman say out loud how he was feeling about his relationship with planet Earth, especially after the bomb was dropped about his parents' actual video to him.
And the scene on the farm, that's the payoff too. Like that's the, he make a choice. Like he's making a choice to connect this way and verbalize it. I also think what I spoke to earlier about Superman, like there are two ways Superman stories go. It's when he's investing in his Kryptonian heritage and trying to learn it, and then when he's investing in his human heritage. But even when he's looking at his Kryptonian side, he's choosing humanity. So that's why I don't understand this choice of people to not see that the human side is what the character is. Even when you're looking at his Kryptonian, his nature and his nurture has become human, even if his nature was originally Kryptonian. And that's one of the things that makes Supergirl so interesting, is she lived on Krypton longer. She can remember losing her family. She can remember the planet itself. And that's why she's harder around the edges. Like, Superman is so human. So it just makes me sad that people just don't get that.
I want to get your thoughts on that for a second, because that is my assumption of Supergirl as well, based off of other source material, but we don't actually know what they are doing with Supergirl here. And I am curious, with the video message from his parents that we did receive, is Supergirl privy to that? Obviously this is a second movie, another thing, but I have seen some people refer to that as a plot hole. To me, it is not a plot hole. But that if that was the intentions of his parents, and Supergirl had knowledge of that and never mentioned it, what does that look like? Or are we going with a different version of Supergirl, and was she not actually privy to that, or there as long as we assume she was?
She could have gotten jettisoned and gotten lost on the way.
Right.
She could have not had that message. She could still be sent to protect Clark, which is the usual canon, but that context would be different. And her telling him or not wouldn't have changed with that if she was there to protect Clark.
1000%.
So to me, it would be something that could be answered in another movie. It doesn't necessarily need to be, depending on where they start her story.
Well, I think let's hold on to some of that Supergirl thought, because I do see some questions coming in for that in just a bit. Yeah,
I have a lot to
what
talk
the
about. I have a lot of thoughts, a lot of
hell?
feelings.
You know, you gotta spread it out. That way,
so many super
because you
chat
gotta do that
worth
thing where you're
questions.
like, oh, I already answered it on my own, but now the super chat's here, and now I gotta like.
Here's the thing:
Gosh.
it's not often that I'm invited to a Greg Coy live stream.
You are learning, my Padawan.
Oh yes.
You are learning.
Teach me,
It's
men.
a Star Trek reference.
Yes.
I'm not
Everyone
respond
knows.
to any of this out of
Everyone
safety.
knows the Padawans of Star Trek lore.
And then Alex actually sent in a second question, right, John? Another very generous one. I believe he was the second one up here.
Alrighty, let's get going to part 2 of Alex, Greg, Coy, Roxy,
Woo!
and the Real Rejects made me fall in love with cinema.
Wow, that's a
Oh
generous
my
thing.
God.
I have been a moviegoer ever since, and for that, I'll always be thankful. Your guys' channel will put a smile on my face no matter how my day went. Happy birthday, Roxy.
Alex,
Just nice things.
That's just super nice.
are you guys always waiting for the other shoe to drop?
Oh.
I was like, when's he going to jab us?
Yeah. You guys
Yeah.
really introduced me to cinema. Now you're shills.
Yeah.
You
so
loving
nice.
everything makes me hate everything. No, that's very kind.
Thanks,
I appreciate
Alex, dude. That's really cool. I'm glad you love movies. Samesies.
No, I mean, that comment means a lot. Like the kind of the mantras that we talk about behind the scenes here are usually like at least for like what I really care about is showing the emotion. Actually, I could link it to a Superman chat that I had in the theater with a couple people next to me, and then we were sort of talking about it on something else that we filmed. Is I was sitting next to a couple people at the premiere who were like, I like this movie. This is before it started. I liked it, but I didn't love it. And of course, you know, they start reviewing it to me. And I was like, I see what you're saying. And I can actually completely acknowledge a lot of these so-called flaws or whatever you want to call them, or things that probably could have been fleshed out better. But to me, I think more about what is the emotional takeaway at the end of the day. And sometimes the logical thing can affect your emotional takeaway. But oftentimes I feel like the emotional sweepingness can overcome whatever intellectualization can occur. So if that's what we're able to help contribute here in terms of the experience, that's why I'm always like, yeah, show your emotions when we're filming. These reactions and stuff is like the most important thing. And especially with these two, I really like working with these guys because they are both very honest people, especially this one. Even when I don't want her to be, she's a very honest person.
The hair will look fine, Greg. The hair will
Whatever.
look fine no matter what.
She's-
It will be fine.
Well, yeah, don't worry. I'll
grows
yell at you when
back.
the camera's not rolling.
Like 3
Don't
inches
you
a
ever
year.
insult me on camera again.
I'm sorry.
I also think this speaks to the broader, like, how we interpret people interpreting art on the internet. Is there is merit in finding flaws and being analytical and all those things, but if it makes you feel good and if you enjoy the experience, I think that needs to be brought up more. And I think that the internet has caused at times a lack of enjoyment because of how analytical it gets. And I think there is a difference between analyzing and experiencing. And I think there is merit for what we do, and I think there's merit for what even other channels do that are more analytical. But I think at the end of the day, if that undermines your emotional connection, if it was joy or anger or whatever, that does sully an experience. So I see a lot of times people say that channels, have ruined the movie-going experience, but I think it's really important to have your own experience and then take what we have into account. So if we can help you enjoy cinema more, like, that is such an honor. But if you're watching channels that are crapping on what you enjoy, then you're not going to enjoy it as much. So I think it's a really beautiful thing that we generally get to celebrate things while being honest. But I think all of us look for the silver lining so that we can help you enjoy something more, not scrutinize it more.
For sure.
You guys ever see something and you watch it and you're like, oh, that was like, okay. And then you listen to somebody who loved it
And I
talking
find a
about
new
it,
thing
and,
in it.
and you like it more because
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I didn't think about it.
It's my
that
favorite
way.
feeling.
That's way cooler than when you walk out of something and you're like, I don't know. And somebody's like, but that was trash. Da, da, da. And you're like, oh, maybe it was trash.
Yeah.
I've really stopped listening to people after screenings because of that, because I want to first form my own thoughts, but also there's this hive-minded thing often of people wanting to find the flaws immediately after and, like, feel like they're intelligent by making other people seem less intelligent. And that's, like, I think just a human thing of, like, I saw this issue and here are my thoughts, but it becomes compounding. So I think the internet causes that exponentially. So I love when I can find the opposite and, like, dissect something in a positive way and rediscover art. And I think that also causes, like, certain feelings of nostalgia when you find that, like, oh, I hadn't seen that. Now I connect to it.
Yeah, it's kind of like I was upset with Shelley on Love Island, but then I was talking to my friend and she was explaining why Shelley's actually,
So
just
true.
had, like, the short end of the stick. And I was
Yeah,
like,
that's
oh, yeah,
very
you know
true.
what? That is true. And I'm really bummed about what
Yeah, I
happened with
thought
Shelley
the same
now.
thing.
So I know you guys could relate to that.
Yeah, I connect with you.
Yeah.
Very
I'm
much.
so Shelley in that
Sure.
situation.
Yeah, you're
Good thing.
Such a
Shelley.
Shelley.
Anyway, thanks, Alex, for the cues. Diego Guevara. Can we pull him up, please, John?
Absolute vodka.
And by the way, we don't have to show it on screen right now, John. I want to thank everyone who's already bought 3 of our Superman-inspired apparel.
I can show them if you want to.
We will soon. The Gary one's already the top seller. I'm so happy about that.
I love the
That was
Gary
my
one.
favorite one.
That one's very cool.
Yeah.
I like that design a lot.
What's Diego saying in the super chat there, John?
All right, Diego Guevara.
Do this.
Thank you so much for chiming in. Also, I like the simple but important trait of Lex hating soups so much he starts crying. Peak Lex.
Yes, and I agree with that. I like that as well.
Wait, what led to him crying? I thought he was crying because he was caught. It was like he had lost everything in that moment, right? That shot of him in the
it
tears.
was hating Superman.
think
It
it's
was
a-
losing everything. It was getting beaten by a dog.
the
It was-
culmination of all the
it
emotions.
was the peak of his experience, and I thought that was really powerful.
I'm hearing a lot of mixed opinions about Nicholas Hoult. A lot of people love the shit out of him, and a lot of people are like, I feel like he was doing his best, but there's something about the way this Lex was done that just I'm hearing that kind of a lot.
I've been hearing that too, Greg. I'm kind of curious about that because to me, he was perfect. I just think he's so unbelievable in that role and different than the most recent iterations that we've seen, especially different than anybody who's watching the Superman and Lois show. He's like dramatically different than him. And that's just our most recent live action version. But I thought that he was so powerful and like I loved how honest he was about how he felt because I think that we see usually more of it's below the surface, it's secretive, but that's not 2025 anymore.
Yeah.
People who are angry and jealous and vengeful and billionaires, it's very in your face. They verbalize everything they're thinking because they believe that they are so self-important that their thoughts are the most important thoughts. So it just made sense for our today's versions of what Lex Luthor would be. This is that to me.
It also ties into the monologues at the end where like they're just saying all of the things they're feeling, and that does make that verbose comic book monologue feel more naturalized because it is the characters. They've built to that point. Like they've gotten to the point where those monologues do track. I also think it's much more like a comic where it's like, here's your bevy of thoughts in like a speech bubble, but just pouring out of you. And that is how people have kind of gotten. And I think it's because their attention spans are so short. I think all these self-important billionaires like to say like what they're actually thinking because they're so self-entitled, and they also know unless they are, people are going to click away or swipe away. Like you have that minute to be like, here's everything. And that's very... I do think we have real life supervillains for the first time. So we're very obvious in our evils. And I think it's good.
Exactly.
Like, I love that Lex reflects today's actual supervillains.
Yeah, I'm with you. Greg, did you like him? I haven't
I
even
thought
asked
he
you
was
yet.
amazing. I thought he was great. I liked him even more. It admittedly took me a little bit of time to adjust to what he was doing, but I liked the boyish, because Nicholas Hoult has such a boyish thing in his demeanor and his eyes. I like that you see that insecure boy throughout his entire performance. But then I read, before the second screening, I read Lex Luthor, Man of Steel. Thank you, Coy. And
Oh, really?
Everyone, hold up. Just type in the chat 1 second.
Oh, I thought I would like this. I didn't know why we were holding up. You were just talking.
1 second. Hey. Now they're wondering what this means.
There's a 30-second delay, so now we have to make sure.
Lex
All right,
Luthor.
sounds back.
Yep.
Yep, it's back.
Hope you guys heard
Thanks, John.
that.
Well, what I was saying earlier was I wanted to thank everyone who has already contributed to the Super Chats and the Streamlabs. We will get to the Streamlabs as well. It's kind of unusual to get this many for us right at the top. So thank you very, very much.
That's not what he said.
That is a...
He threw you guys under the
Said,
bus.
Yeah, I
entitled
said
things about
there
why
should
aren't
be
there enough?
more.
Where even are they?
Yeah.
And
He said, drain your accounts or else.
then you're not a real reject.
This is
then.
our last live stream
And-
until.
Coy and I heard him.
Yeah, it was dark.
And also,
John can confirm.
everyone who has not been able to contribute, that's totally fine. Just happy that you're here. Sincerely, thank you. We're going to be, we're hopping between all the chats. Thank you so
He
much.
did say that part.
That's true.
That part I did say. Next up,
Verified.
we'll go to the Streamlabs in a bit, but who's next up on the Super Chats, John?
Alrighty, next up after, let's reorient ourselves. Diego, okay, we got him. Always remember, never forget. Just finished watching Superman. Unfortunately, this is definitely not my Superman film. Well, thank you for contributing, and get the hell out of here.
You want to know what's totally fine? That
Yeah.
you're like absolutely allowed to not like this movie and not like this version of Superman and not like it as much as you like any other version.
Because those still exist.
Because, yeah, they still exist. And if you're cool like you just were, just say, you could say how you feel about something. That's totally normal.
I love a respectful disagreement so much. Love it, especially when it comes with money. But no, I love a respectful disagreement in general. Even in like our Instagram or Twitter, whenever I see one, I'm like, thank you for being honest and thank you for being respectful about your disagreement.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that a lot of people love that I don't, but I don't make it about the person that enjoyed it. Some art isn't for me or them.
Yeah, bummer for you. I hope that you end up liking other aspects of the DCU because this is the start of something. So it is a bit of a bummer to not like the thing that begins a franchise.
But Craig Gillespie is probably going to do something really, different, outlandish.
I have the exact same thought. I think Supergirl's gonna be very different, despite the
next
cameo.
thing,
And also, we still have the Batman. So
the Elseworld stuff's going to feel even
maybe like
more
that.
consciously different. So
Thank you. Well, thank you. Always remember. Who do we got next up here? We'll go through like a couple more here, and then we'll hop on see what the Streamlabs were saying.
Absolutely. Oh, we got a 3-parter from Jeff Carroll.
Sweet.
go, Jeff.
Strap in,
Get it, Jeff.
Thank
Ready.
you so much, and very, very generous each time. A
Thank you.
million things I could say, but 2 that stand out. My most emotional moment was when the kid held kept the flag up, holding on to hope, even with the army closing in.
That's beautiful.
When the score hit,
Beautiful moment.
chills and tears, 2 of 3. The, quote, people were going to die moment. People talk too much about logistics. Superman takes action not motivated nor constricted by political or social bounds, but only guided by doing good. Part 3 of 3. Jeff, there we go. How can I do the most good and help the most people? He doesn't believe in the trolley problem. He is the solution-oriented to help everyone he can. Truly inspiring figure. Truly incredible film.
So in that moment with the kid with the flag, that was one of the things that was teased so much in the trailers. And what took me for a surprise was that Superman did not actually go and show up to save the day. And I've heard some people express a little bit of minor disappointment with that fact that it wasn't Superman, that it was a Justice Gang. But I'm like, but that's part of being human is the willingness to make connections and ask for help.
Yeah.
And that showing that Superman is willing to be a team player and that he doesn't have to be the god who can do everything. But I'm curious, Roxy, what you got?
I have
What'd
like
you think of the
80
moment?
thoughts about
Please
this.
go.
I love that we saw it in the trailer and then it was a little bit different than most of us thought it would be. I just enjoy things like that. But I think when we're talking about the trolley problem, he is faced with the trolley problem. And you know what he decided? I can't do this alone. I have to ask, Superman, need to ask for help from my friends to help the people asking me for help. So I think that is a perfect way to deal with the trolley problem. You need other people to help stop the trolley from hitting other people. So I thought that was really cool. I also thought it was great to give Guy his moment because he just so desperately wants his moment, and I loved seeing that. And then I also think that as a lesson to all of us, Superman is a symbol of asking for help. That little kid did not care if it was Superman or if it was somebody else. He's not sitting there thinking, I want Superman's help and only Superman. Otherwise, I'm happy to go. He's saying, I need help. And Superman is his symbol of hope and help. And so that's exactly what happened. He got help. And it was sent by Superman. But I think that that's what this universe is trying to do with Superman. It's beyond just the person. It's the concept. The concept of somebody who is willing to do the right thing no matter what it takes. So I just thought it was absolutely perfect. I loved that. And it didn't bother me in any way, shape, or form that it wasn't Superman that saved him because
Yeah.
I think the universe doesn't work if Superman is just doing everything. Like the point of the Justice League is that some jobs are too big for Superman. So I think it sets up a universe really well. So there are moments where Superman is just hearing everything and he has to figure out what to prioritize. But that's why there's other heroes. That's why the world is full of heroes. For 300 years into metahumans, there need to be moments like that. So I really liked that symbol was used for a kid asking for help. And then, it did give Guy his moment. It did allow Superman to show that he was willing to work with people. And I think that's really important for the future of this universe.
Well, I want to get your opinion from both of you guys. During this sequence was the one time I felt Hawkgirl actually did something that was necessary, where she kills the president.
Superman wouldn't have.
Yeah, she kills the president. But I
You
did.
said it's the first time you felt she did something necessary.
Yeah, I felt out of the Justice Gang, she was the most underwritten and underutilized.
Definitely, that's a fact, I think.
And so I want to know what you guys thought about Hawkgirl. That was one that we've never actually talked much about her. Like I like the actress a lot. Love her in The Last of Us. You've interviewed her before.
Yeah, Isabel's great.
But in terms of the portrayal of Hawkgirl here, were you guys satisfied with it? Because I felt like she really got the short end of the stick on this one.
Personally, with the universe kicking off, I feel like this was a great way to have a backdoor pilot. You know, like I feel like Hawkgirl was there, so Isabela Merced was locked into the universe. Like I felt like people were so worried about Superman being the Super Friends movie because of the big size of the cast. I was really relieved that it stayed a Superman movie. So I did feel like we got a lot of good moments with Guy Gardner, but he's in Lantern soon, and we saw that he pops up in Peacemaker. We know Isabela Merced pops up in Peacemaker. So to me, this was like, here's the people we've got so far. This is going to be launching a thing. To me, Mr. Terrific stole the movie, and so many times I feel like that's the next logical, and I've been saying it since before it came out, that's the spinoff I want. But now with Hawkgirl, I think us wanting more gives the potential and gives us the chance to be excited when we see, because we know how good Isabela Merced is. We've seen her in Alien Romulus. She's incredible. She's so good in Last of Us. I think this is more of a long.
Alien Romulus.
She's like one of the leads.
Spoilers.
That was her.
Yeah, dude.
Yes.
I saw the movie twice.
That's Isabela Merced. dude.
That's Isabela Merced.
Yeah.
Madam Web.
Holy shit! Really?
so
That's
good.
her?
Live
Oh my
reaction.
god! I had no recollection
So
that's her.
she's that good.
The one who gives
Yeah.
birth to the crazy.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
shit!
She is right now like the it girl. She is
So hot right now.
No, seriously, I know that but she is so hot right now. Like every meeting that I go into, she is the first person that people pitch for every single project. Like she is the it girl.
I think
of the
deservedly.
moment. Yeah, I agree completely. And you can even see that from the fans from The Last of Us, how people reacted to her character. But she is one of the top 10 most talked about actresses of this year, I think. Because of that, her being in this movie, it's the by far and away smallest that we've seen her in a property in a long time. And
Yeah.
so I think that if this actress hadn't been such a recognizable person to the nerd community, then we might not be feeling that way. But because she's such a huge star and she has the least screen time of any of our Justice Gang, I understand why people felt she was underutilized. To me, this isn't a Hawkgirl movie, so I was just happy to see her and happy that we got to meet her. But I do think it's a fair criticism or critique that you wanted to see more of her. I was glad we got that moment because it's our only individual moment with her, and I think it does show that we don't all agree on how to deal with this. And we heard from Guy multiple times that he disagrees with Superman on how to handle conflict. And this was our first time seeing her in her own element being like, but I'm not Superman, so I don't care. You suck. Boom, dropped. Like that really worked for me. I also happen to love the character of Hawkgirl, so I definitely want to see more of her, and feel very confident that we will. So
Sure.
I'm not too shook about it.
You said she's so hot right now. One thing I couldn't help but notice is this has forced everyone to enunciate so clearly that they are saying
Hawkgirl?
Hawkgirl in every interview.
Yeah, that name.
Yeah.
Never have I
Hawkgirl.
heard a K emphasized more.
Oh, I was saying she's so hawk right now.
She's a hawk
girl.
right now.
Yeah.
So hawk
Is that
right
not
now.
what you guys are saying?
Yeah,
She's
hawk
so
right
hawk.
Before we move on to the Streamlabs, let's read Always Remember, and then we know we got way more super chats, but I don't want to ignore the Streamlabs as well.
Absolutely. Let's hop on over to.
How's the chat liking this? Hey, if you guys are in the live stream chat, please leave a like on this video. It helps with the playback. We want this video to get, attention post.
Like,
Yeah.
comment,
whole thing.
subscribe, buy the shirt.
Do the
send
thing.
Give us
in
your thoughts in the
chats.
comments.
All
I
righty.
read
Always
everyone.
remember. Are you writing in from Korea? That's crazy. Well, thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
Instead of letting the idea of hope emerge organically from the narrative, the film feels like it is trying to force that concept into my head, almost like it's reminding me over and over that he's a hope.
Yeah, I just really didn't feel that way. So
This was
if I-
the respectful. This is the second part of that respectful. Didn't like it.
Yeah, if I did feel that way, that would have been a bummer. I didn't feel that way, so I don't even know. I'm curious why you felt that way.
I think even when it is I didn't really feel that way either because I felt like those scenes came out mainly in his dialogue with Lois, which I loved the dialogue exchanges and of course the debate scene that was brought up earlier that Jeff Carroll did at the very beginning of the movie, and of course the second scene with the punk rock exchange. Like those moments, I really feel the most like that. And then of course the exchange at the end when the kid is saved. But I don't feel like it's something that's like beating you over the head. And at the flip side, I think if there was any comic book character where you could be on the nose about it,
Superman.
It's Superman. Superman is the one character out of any of them where, yeah, by all means, go ahead, spew it out because you're Superman, and that is the vibe of Superman.
I think not only did I personally not feel that, except for moments where I felt like it was the emotion elicited felt authentic from me. Like when I was emoting, it felt like it was coming from a real place. So I didn't feel the overbearing of hope. I felt a lot of hope, but it always felt like it was a natural progression of the story and the writing for me. But I think not only do we need to have a lot more hope than a sprinkling of it, but this is a man who wears his trunks on the outside to make people feel comfortable. So if there was ever going to be someone so earnest and a character so spangled in his own way, I think it's necessary. I think maybe, your experience with really earnest people might be different than mine. When someone is just full of kindness and hope and earnestness in 2025, I'm drawn to them. I used to find it.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but what you just said reminded me like 5 years ago, Greg, maybe 10 years ago, Greg.
I avoided those people.
I would have responded probably the exact same way.
That's what I was just to speak to.
I would have been way more like negative or cynical in my response to it. But I think because of who I am today, it moves me to tears now instead.
Like I literally I've been very public about the fact that I had a phase where I wasn't connecting to Superman. I connected to Superman when I was a child, like when I understood cool guy with all these powers and a cape. And then as I got into my preteens and teens, like I think we all naturally get cynical. And I think there's an element of like, yeah, but he's got all those powers and he's kind of cheesy and what's with the dad jokes. And then as I got into my 20s, I was just like, I like that for people to have. I love that people have, but I didn't connect myself. But late 20s going into my early 30s. So I'm going to say like the last 7 or 8 years, I've really needed the earnestness and I've needed to connect. And that's why I really struggled with some of the adaptations of Superman, because I was like, but I need the guy that I want him to be now that I've discovered him again. So I think it's all perspective of how you relate to earnestness and hope, because I'm more and more drawn to those people and I'm more and more in need of those because I think we're drowning in cynicism.
I don't want to tell somebody that their feelings are wrong because how you feel is how you feel. But Greg, can you go back to it for a second? Because the thing that confuses me a little bit about this, and I've been seeing this comment from people. So when he said narratively, instead of letting the idea of hope emerge organically from the narrative of the film, that's the part that I loved so much about the film, is that watching Superman was all about the narrative. Like it was not how he spoke; it was what we saw him do. It's him saving a squirrel. It's when we see the interview with Lois, him getting frustrated because he knows he did the right thing. Us hearing about that cactus moment, right? Like it is the actual narrative of the film that teaches us about hope and about somebody doing this. It's seeing the flag being waved. It's all of it's him in the stuck with the kryptonite next to him and still fighting through those moments.
Him trying to save the kaiju.
Right. So the whole narrative is hope. So I didn't feel like it was just constantly line after line, like hope, you should hope. It was the narrative that was that for me. So again, not to say your feelings are wrong. Always remember it clearly didn't work for you, but for me, I keep hearing this. The narrative doesn't do it. It's in the dialogue, and I don't get that.
Yeah, I especially feel it in the Pa Kent scene on the farm, because I think a lot of people struggle. I mean, I still struggle with it of like, what do I really want in life? What's my identity? What's my purpose? And a lot of times people feel dictated by their past or their parents. And that idea of like, you can have hope in the fact of you're defined by your choices more than anything else. You're defined by the actions you take more than anything else. And that's a different way of finding hope. They don't ever say the word hope in that moment. No. But I think that's like another variation. There's like levels to hope and optimism and belief and stuff. So yeah, I'm really moved by it. So I appreciate you regardless. Even if you don't feel that way, always remember, I appreciate you being respectful and allowing us to have a conversation about it. So thank you. John, what's going on in the Streamlabs before we move on? I'm going to move this to the look at
Before we move on.
So I'm hopping here between. This is just you can control this too if you want. Right?
I don't want to touch your computer.
You can totally touch my computer. The live chat
Thanks, homie.
or the fan funding section. This is to see the super chats, and this is to see just a regular.
I have learned.
You have learned.
Alrighty, so let's get into some. We've got a few contributions today. Thank you so much, gang. All right, Sammy boy, let me line you up here. You are first and foremost today.
He's got a few in there.
Got a couple from Sammy boy.
All right, let's read it.
All right,
Do you mind if I
Sammy.
pull this away for a second?
No.
Yeah, all right. After I said, go ahead, look at this. Now I'm gonna totally take it away.
Stop it.
It was nice to see the chat for a second.
Yeah, it was.
Y'all are cute.
Coy doesn't need subtitles. I'm a subtitle brain.
Drives me
I'm like,
crazy.
I need to read along with what
Me
John's
too.
saying right now.
Can't. If I see something else, I read ahead and then I hear it after. And I'm like, I ruined the joke or the scare or the.
Wow, was it like
Okay.
that in school? I can't process anything that I'm not reading.
Oh
Anyway.
yeah, and I can't see it.
Yeah.
Subtitles help a lot for when people are talking over stuff too.
Is that a ding at us right now? Zing. You
It's
right. You right.
it's a occupational hazard for all of us. And sometimes it's a huge help when people are talking over lines and then I'm like, but I still understand what they said. Anyway, Sammy boy, you know that we are appreciative of your contributions, but you also know I know the movie has its flaws, but this movie gave me what I needed. It gave me the lasso effect that I so desperately needed for my favorite style of Superman. The world has felt like it's on fire ever since 2019, and I find myself getting a bit hopeless. This movie probably won't make a change, but as a huge Superman fan, I caught myself crying on multiple occasions.
Yes.
Doing
Cry.
weep for us. Doing good because it's the right thing to do. David gave me hope. He inspired the misfit heroes to step up. Chills with a Z. Maybe even nipple chills. Who knows?
And he's got a couple more, right?
You want to jump up? Yes, we
let's
do.
jump up. So and then that way we're not like losing track here, and then we'll acknowledge everything.
Absolutely. Sammy Boy goes on to say, now for some things I need to digest on my second viewing. One, I really don't know how to feel about Jor-El and Lara.
Ooh, excited to talk about this.
I hope this is a Brainiac trick and not really canon. Shouts out Brainiac. That would be pretty
interesting.
sick.
That'd be interesting.
Sammy Boy goes on to say, two, how come at the Daily Planet, Clark has a deeper voice than Superman, who has a lighter tone? That's his
Intentional.
version of the Batman.
Yeah, he does the inverse.
Yeah.
I'm Clark Kent.
What's more approachable? Like his slightly higher tone is a bit more like you can talk to
Yeah,
that guy.
exactly. Yeah.
I would like a quote. Three, I would have loved a reason for Team Lex being so against Superman. Even fear of Lex would have been good enough.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk. Thank you, Sammy Boy, for
Oh
that.
my gosh, there's a lot to break down.
I feel like let's focus. I think it'd be good to focus on the Jor-El and the Laura moment, especially on the See, when I first watched it, I missed a couple lines, and I thought I had my interpretation that maybe this is like manipulated footage, and maybe there's a misunderstanding in the way the dialogue is, and he's not saying be. This ruler and impregnate a bunch of women and stuff like that. I completely, there's some stuff that I actually missed, even though Mr. Terrific is like, nah, man, it's for sure real. I'm like, maybe though, you haven't seen it yourself. I don't mind the approach that some people are really offended by this change, but I think it just hammers home the theme more, honestly, of, yes, maybe your biological parents said to do one thing, but then the people who actually raise you are saying, like, you don't have to live by that. And I think that hammers home the power of choice even more, that you make your own choices, and that's what's going to define you, not whatever the hell you were assigned for from mom and dad way over here. So I like the switch, and it's not like Jor-El and Laura are going to be characters who's going to be hanging out with. They're dead. So I personally respect it. Yeah, I don't mind. I've never been one who like gets really pissed off if it's like messing with canon in some way. Like a lot of people got pissed when Superman snapped Zod's neck, and I was like, I didn't even really think about it honestly until you guys brought it up. But Roxy, what do you think about it?
I'm of a couple different minds on it, and
Sure.
and I think that it's cool that I feel that way. I'm not exactly sure what they should do with this. On the one hand, I'm a little tired of you're not a Skywalker. Actually, you are a Skywalker. And it's like we go from one movie, we make one statement, it's definitive, and then it's not until another movie where we find out that that was actually not what they said, or it wasn't really them, or whatever. So I kind of want them to hold true to this. This is the story that they wanted to tell.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in that story because that's different from what we've seen. And it also, I think anybody, okay, as a person with a dead parent, maybe you can relate to this, but when you find out information about your dead parent after they're gone, how to deal with that feels like next to impossible because the one person that you have follow-up questions for cannot answer them. And so if we are going to go this route, I think that we need to see Clark deal with this in the future. Because it was very brief in this, because he had to keep it pushing. He was trying to save the world, right? So I want to, if we're going to stick with this story, I would like to see him deal with the ramifications of having his parents have done this and him not being able to understand why, which is why I brought up the Supergirl thing earlier, because I would be curious. I would think his first phone call would be to his cousin, yo, do you know about this? What's up? What can you tell me? I'm trying to get more information because this has rocked my world and I want to talk to them, but I can't. So that's on the one hand of it. On the other hand, I think in 2025, we already are having so much discourse about him being an alien. And do we really want to plant the idea in people's head that people are sent here for nefarious reasons and that aliens might be coming here for nefarious reasons?
Oh, wow. I didn't even read that far. Wow.
And I think you didn't read that far, Greg,
But other people do, yeah.
because you're not somebody who thinks that way.
Yeah.
So that was not a problem for you.
But I could see how people would totally manipulate that.
See what they're trying to do?
Yeah.
And so I think that it needs to be handled carefully no matter kind of what we end up doing with this. So if they did decide to, I don't want to say retcon it because it's not retconning, but if they did decide to switch up that story by then having it be, it was actually somebody else posing as, or that the video message was messed with or whatever, I could see why they would do that also. Those are my two mindsets of this.
Coy-El?
As maybe the most comic-y reader of Jor-El and Lara out of the three of us, I really didn't mind it.
I don't know if that's true, Coy.
I feel like I read
I'm pretty sure
a couple more comics, perhaps.
John is the
Roxy, maybe next, and then Greg recently, especially. But
this pack of gum has read way more than you.
That's true. Can I read? But I think I would be coming from the comic book perspective, where a lot of people would say like, "Well, the canon," what you just said, like that doesn't really affect you. It drove me nuts that he snapped Zod's neck. But I think this canon is not as. The Man of Steel is the title character. Superman is the title character. The Man of Steel making a choice that goes against what I think his belief system is a little different than our connection to his parents. And I think that's a conscious choice because what I love about this film most is you can go the Kryptonian double down or you can go the human double down. It's so human for him to choose humanity over his fated destiny. And I think that shows the nature versus nurture side of the character. I think that's what makes him versus Supergirl so interesting. And then that makes him interesting as a character is the speech about choice then mirrors him choosing to be human. This goes back to the first question about humanity. I honestly think him choosing is more human than following any sort of orders. So I like that his orders were the opposite, because then he's not just someone following orders. I also think that speaks to the world we live in today, where people do things and go, well, yeah, but that's legal. Or yeah, I was just following orders. Or yeah, I was just doing what I was told. I think it's really important people have a code of ethics over law, because the law didn't let women vote. And the law made people of a certain color not allowed to do things as recently as our lifetime. Grandparents of our generation saw horrible stuff that was just following orders. I think we need a hero to not just follow orders. So I like that he makes a choice outside of the parameters of law. So I think we need a hero that makes his own decisions. I like Winter Soldier the most because Captain America believes in what America is as an idea more than what America is as its present condition. And I think Superman needs to make his own choices. So I think it needs to be canon that was a message and he needed to realize his parents aren't gods. And I think that people need to realize, you need to live your life.
Do you guys think they are going to stick with this?
I hope so.
I hope so, yeah.
It'll be
The Brainiac
interesting.
idea is cheeky. I like if they do a thing.
Yeah.
I like Brainiac because the message splitting is good for the narrative of this movie, but it also allows for the narrative to open up for some sort of interception. But it does undermine then Mr. Terrific. He didn't look at it himself, but him vouching, like all those things would kind of be
Right.
a little unravelly. I think they didn't imply in this film that Jor-El is something that's going to be a sentient relation. Like he programmed himself so Cal could answer questions. Like that's a common canon. Like there are stories of them talking. Does not seem like we'll get Bradley Cooper blown out in the fortress. I could see this be the message, and I love that at the end he chose his parents.
Right.
Like his parents were the ones. Ma and Pa Kent were the ones he was then getting solace from. That is because of the message. So if you take that away, those moments don't have the same weight.
Do you think there's a world in which we don't address this again?
I think there's a world in which, we don't need to.
Wow, I would be really bummed about that.
If they don't just because they dwelled on it most of the movie.
Not really. We didn't find out until the third act.
But that's the whole third act.
I don't feel like people were giving the note that this needed to be more fleshed out.
Wait, didn't find out what till the third act.
That
It was like second act.
It was like the beginning of second act.
That's
That's what
That
kicked
everything-
off the plot.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That literally the message being deciphered was right at the end of the first act gets deciphered.
You're
he
right.
discovers
It's the midway point of the
So
movie.
it's a lot of the
actually.
movie
It's
to
a-
me.
No, it's a midway point of the movie. But I guess the reason why, and keep in mind, just as a reminder to everybody, I've only seen this once.
yeah.
I've only
month
seen it
ago.
3 times, Roxy. So
I know.
I barely
I'm
understand.
going to go again this week. I'm dying to. But I remembered it being a little later than that. I thought it was closer to the third act. It's at the beginning of the second, I believe you.
Yeah.
But I do think that we didn't spend a lot, at least from my first viewing experience, the note that people have been giving that we didn't see a lot of time of him actually unpacking his feelings
Yeah,
on this.
I would agree.
I think is valid.
I think you don't see a lot of, I mean, it comes in doses and it comes out again in the Pa Kent scene, but there's not as much of like it weighing, like of a thing of it permeating throughout of him having to deal with processing this.
When I was watching it, I appreciated it because when you have the weight of the world on your shoulder and you have to keep it pushing, you can't process your information.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying specifically that I think that they have to address this again in the future because he didn't.
Sure.
We hear the Mr. Terrific part saying like, no, for sure, this is real. I still had questions on whether it was or wasn't, but I agree with you, Coy, that would probably undermine Mr. Terrific's ability to suss that out.
Or it would elevate Brainiac's
the
capability.
smarty.
Yeah, and it give Mr. Terrific
Yeah, that's true.
an intellectual
That's true.
rival.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
But I think if we never bring this up again in a future movie, especially the Supergirl aspect of it, I think that would be a huge missed opportunity.
I don't think Supergirl is going to be on Earth.
I mean, Supergirl. I don't want to like give it all away, but Supergirl, and because I just read it like a week ago. Supergirl's time on Krypton is very different. I don't feel like she has much of a connection even to like Jor. Like that seemed like a completely separate thing that Jor-El was like, okay, we're gonna send our boy off here, and we're gonna give you this message. And,
Yeah, I mean, we don't know
yeah.
exactly what iteration,
yeah.
like what they're gonna do.
But we got
yes.
so much. I'm gonna do my best to keep it because Coy has family time here. How are you guys doing, parents? Doing great. He's not a DPC. You know what that is?
I don't.
Dead Parents Club.
Dead Parents Club.
That's why I don't know what it is.
Never will be.
I got young parents.
That'll be a DPK. It'll be
They're both
He's not
dead kids.
yet.
Let me just throw some dead parents under the bus.
I'll live with Coy.
They might
I
actually.
know. Like, we got a few comments on videos of mine. Like, it's really rude that Roxy only addresses the dead parent stuff to the people with dead parents. It makes everybody else feel left out. I'm like,
You know
I'm
who's
so
left
sorry
out?
for that.
Sorry, that's the biggest of your problems.
so sorry.
I'm
about
so
that.
sorry you can hug your parents.
Dead people are actually out.
So
That's
good.
so
There's
fun.
one
And then-
video where it was with Aaron was the only one without dead parents, and I was like, "Oh, how's it?" It was what were we watching? It was me, Tara, and Andrew, and I was like, "How's it feel to have living parents, Aaron?" And the comments were like, "That is so mean to him." I was like,
It is weird to feel then like you're some kind of jerk for having living relatives.
"Oh, that's how you feel."
The whole party, I brought my parents to the Superman premiere. The entire after party was everyone stopping and going, "Your parents look younger than you." And I had to deal with that, which is my charm. I'm Benjamin Buttoning wrong.
They're not wrong.
No, they're not wrong.
They're not wrong.
I got city miles on me, and they're very young.
I thought your dad was a hitman.
That's true. That's true. My buddy,
First
one of
thought.
my buddies at DC thought he was my agent.
he does. You gotta look. I'd say,
Especially
when
with
you're
the ponytail right
with
now.
Ponytail.
Yeah, ponytail in a suit with a tie.
I met you 3 times, and you look totally different every single time. I have met you every single time.
Chameleon.
If there's a
Shapeshifter.
parent, if there's a question my parents can answer, I'll bring them in.
Okay, really quick. I'm gonna do my best to. There's got to be like some hand wave Kermit the Frog signal I can give. Of
To like
we have to
wrap
move
it
on.
up, speed it up, speed it up.
Let's Sammy Boy here. It happens every live stream, Roxy. It's not a unique case.
We did Sammy Boy.
But about the Clark Kent and
Oh, I love the deeper
Superman.
voice choice.
Do you guys? I was there. I've heard this quite a bit. We haven't. It's funny. After all the talking we have done, Coy, was like, this is the one opportunity I'm taking to be like, here's some negatives I have heard. Let's talk about some of them. Some people are disappointed that we didn't get much of Clark Kent actually doing investigation stuff. But then I hear, so I can understand that. But I hear this thing go of like, we get so much Superman, but not enough Clark Kent. And that is a statement I just so disagree with, because I'm like, this movie is showing they're one and the same. That Clark is Superman, Superman is Clark, and then their personalities resonating throughout the entire thing. I feel like I got to know Clark better here than a lot of other Superman movies, even though he's in the Superman suit for most of this movie. I got to see the human. The way that you would be like, I didn't get to know Iron Man, I got to know Tony Stark. I felt that way here. Yes, we don't see much of Clark investigating, but do you guys wish you got more Clark investigating? Do you wish that there was more Clark Kent doing, guy in just a suit doing Clark Kent stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said in one of my videos, like, I wish we had more Clark in the Daily Planet. And I think
Sure.
people interpret it as that same critique. But my critique was just, I wanted to see Clark interacting with more of the Daily Planet. And that was the specificity I didn't get. Because I agree with you. I think we got a lot of Clark. And I think Clark Kent was present as Superman because of that message. But I would have liked to have seen more of the disguise of Clark Kent and more of the moments of his humanity, of that cheeky love of being Clark.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think of Superman as... he loves when he has the freedom of being Clark Kent. Superman, especially in this, is, it's the job. You're putting on your boots. Like the first image we saw is putting on his boots. The outfit is very blue collar. I think his ideal time is when he gets to be Clark. And so I think it's really beautiful to see the freedom of him just being Clark Kent in the Daily Planet, like intrepid reporter, like hee hee. Mm-hmm. And so like I think that's something I want to see more in the future. I don't think it fit this movie's speedy pace and narrative and all the things, but in the future I would like to see more of the joy of Clark Kent.
Sure.
I think it's really fair critique of this that we didn't get to see enough Clark Kent. I feel like it would have been helped a little bit by a little more where is he in the Daily Planet, because when he's gone, we are not really addressing like, wow, he's been gone for so long. Like somebody needs to fill his shoes. Kind of what does he do there? Is it not an issue if he just isn't showing up for work for days on end? So narratively, I kind of wish that they addressed it. And then on top of that, I would like to see more Clark. We have time to do that, yes. So this wasn't a huge sticking point for me. But when I left the movie and I started to hear people say, we got way more Superman than Clark Kent, the answer, yes, we did. I agree with that.
Okay, that's fair. Fair assessments all around. These are our thoughts and opinions. Leave a like on this video. Buy a shirt. Follow us on social. And then who we got next here on the Streamlab?
All right, Streamlab. We're going to go back a step to Diego Guevara. Thank you so much for chiming in.
This is an interesting comment to bring up here.
Hi, let's strap in, people. I don't think a lot of people talk about the clear anti-Israel story here. I think it's one, great, and two, awesome that such a big movie has the courage to stand up against fascism and genocide. It's not subtle at all, and it really made it better for me. Hashtag FP. Hashtag Fraser Park.
Wow.
Hashtag
I'm not
foolproof.
confident personally speaking. I'm the least informed probably on this subject matter here. Do you guys take it as like a clear anti-Israel message?
For sure not. I didn't see it that way at all.
I think you can map a few conflicts
Yeah,
onto it.
absolutely. I think that it was definitely like to me, honestly, it rung more true of Ukraine, Russia, like geographically
That is actually
speaking.
where my mind did go more.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that it's not speaking on conflicts in general, which I think it is. We're talking about billionaires who want land grabs. We're talking about mistreating people. We're talking about murdering people. We're talking about things that are happening in this world right now all over the world. So I don't think that this was an anti-Israel message. I also think that people should be careful with their words and talk about anti-governments. But it just didn't read that way to me. I've seen this comment. I mean, I've been DM'd this comment every 30 seconds for the last week. Even Gunn hates blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. So, yeah, I'm not surprised somebody's
fucking
bringing
sucks. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I'm not surprised somebody's bringing it up on the show. You guys saw when we put out all of our stuff that, like, nonstop. Obviously, being Jewish and being Israeli are completely different. For those of people who don't know, I'm not Israeli. I am Jewish. So continuing to send me Israeli messages is bizarre and super strange. But I've seen this comment a lot, and I think it's a fair thing to question. Is he talking about specific wars? Is he talking about specific places? This person didn't do this disrespectfully in any way, so I don't mind. It's not, and they didn't address the question to Roxy. But that wasn't my personal take on it.
Yeah, I looked at it more as like the generalization. Like one is clearly like being implored by a billionaire, and there's like a militarization and people with weapons, and they're gunning down a bunch of like regular civilians and people who don't stand a chance, and it just looks like cruelty and fascism. So yeah, I didn't specifically see it as a specific thing. I did liken it more just because of more recent what was in my brain. But Coy?
I think it's a very clear anti-fascist film, and I think it smartly is political in that there are American profiteering habits wherein it is very clear that a large country with more advanced weaponry and military is often siding with advanced militaries geopolitically, and often small countries get ran over in the process, and that isn't acceptable. So the fact that we can right now question whether this is those two countries or those two countries is embarrassing. And so I think it's a problem at all that we need to worry about the details if we need to look more like at ourselves and wonder what America's doing. I think the message is clearly like, we have a billionaire problem. We have Stag Industries. We have Luthor Corps. We have Lex as an entity that has power within the government. We have all of these metahumans working for an Amazon-like corporation. We have the stuff happening in our reality with Spotify. We have the things we know happening with lobbyists. The film, I don't think, in my opinion, it chose to make two fictional nations so we could have a moment of if this person sees it as these two countries or if we see it as these two countries. I think the problem is we ever have David and Goliath stories where we are consistently put in a position where we are told siding with Goliath is just. So to me, it's a film about humanity not accepting the fact that because the status quo is I have a bigger gun that makes these people less human. So I don't think it points the finger at two countries. I think it points the finger at all countries.
I'm with you, Coy, and I also think that they did a great job with that. With when Lex is talking about, I love his reveal that it's not even really about the land for him. No. It's about his hatred for Superman. Like, and you think it's the other way around. And I think for people who have everything, they make up things to want because like it's never enough. And I think that this is just as much about countries and on a massive basis that as it is on a individual and what happens when you become so overrun with greed and power, being power hungry in your personal lives and as well.
The sacrifice of innocence in order to become king, that I think was a big part of it too.
I also think it's really, I really am appreciative that however you interpret this, that a major studio and a major director with the biggest character in pop culture, maybe in pop culture for America, chose to make a story about how it's wrong to kill a small innocent country in a $200 million blockbuster. Like that's what I care about. I don't have enough geopolitical knowledge or enough insight into which one this is aiming at. I think it's not. And so I'm really happy that it's a film that showcases the importance to not let fascism win. And it does that on so many different fronts. It does it politically. It does it with fascism directly. It does it with billionaires. It does it with boots on the ground. It does it with warmongering. I think it's really important that Superman stand up against this. And the film says that in its first movie. The DCU starts with this. That's beautiful.
And by showing that the people that suffer are the people, the civilians.
Right.
And
Yeah.
everywhere. And I thought that was really great.
Yeah.
Shout out to our very first Jewish Superman, David Corenswet. Very cool. I started wearing my necklace for him.
Jewish?
Yeah. I started wearing my necklace the day that I went to go see it with you guys, the movie, and I haven't taken it off since because I'm so proud that we have a Jewish Superman. I feel
Hell
very
yeah.
excited
Well,
about
he's a much more Jewish character than like Christian. Like he was invented by 2 Jewish guys, and all of the imagery, like him floating down the river, like but that's the Kryptonian pod, and like a lot of that. So
Moses.
Oh my God! I
story of Moses.
do not.
Yeah,
I did not
so-
allegorically
so, like-
put any of this together.
like Clark is the story of Moses, and then we've turned him into a Christian entity because we're American.
It totally is the story of Moses, isn't it?
That's like
the
Even,
Prince of
even the
Egypt.
parting of Metropolis looks like the Red Sea parting.
So you've got over time, like we've got this country that is a separation of church and state, but it's a Christian country. So we've
Definitely.
since Superman is so Americanized because he's an American icon, we've co-opted him to be a
Christianed him
Christian
up,
icon.
yeah.
But it's a Jewish character, and I personally love that he's played by a Jewish actor.
Oh
and
my
that's
God.
he was invented for the purpose of that oppression. So I think it's important.
I'm learning so much from you two today.
I'm learning so much from you also.
I'm going to become Jewish today.
Oh.
Who do we got next up here, John?
Alrighty, we got a couple more before we got to refresh the page.
And then we'll move on to the back to the Supas.
All right, let's move this guy down.
How's the
here.
chat doing?
Chat
Is the chat surviving?
Chat's hanging
Regular
in
chat,
there.
they're still in there. Is it moving?
Chat's doing all right. Jake H is
Well,
next.
your mom just did this.
Wrap it up.
No, that is I can't read it fast enough.
Okay, that's a good problem. Good problem.
People
I thought
are
I was
going
like,
crazy
are we
in there.
boring you,
Yeah,
Stephanie?
yeah. Let's move it along.
I'm sorry, we had to take our time with a sensitive subject just
Yeah,
now.
let's just pick this pace up a little bit.
Well, if the genres say we gotta hurry. all right.
Our audience in the room is already boring.
Jake H, thank you so much for chiming in. Being human is my greatest strength, and someday, for the sake of the world, I hope you realize it's yours too. The rest of that speech was a little cliche, but this made me fist pump. Cried at the end kiss more than anything. Happy birthday, Rocks?
Hell yeah, happy birthday, Rocks.
Maybe.
Put an
Perhaps.
exclamation there.
Question?
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate
I'm
it.
Rocks Burgundy. Yeah, that is a beautiful moment. Did that make you cry, that speech?
I cried like 70 times
I did
during this
cry-
movie. It was
I-
actually, honestly, that's why I need to go see it again because I was so emotionally moved during so many parts that I feel like I actually have missed something.
Yeah, you're 2 seats down. I was like, please shut up. I can't hear the movie because of your welling up.
I
right
was
now.
sitting next to John. John, I like grabbed you at a few different times, and then I kept being like, "Stop doing that, Roxy." But like, I was just like so. I don't know. It felt like I couldn't like hold on to anything tight enough. I was like I was gonna float away or
Yeah.
something.
I know that speech made John cry. I thought it was a very moving speech for sure. What I picked up on that nuance of that speech was, they've been having like a back and forth for a long time, haven't they? I didn't actually pick up on that in the movie.
You mean
Which-
Lex and Superman?
Yeah, I didn't quite pick up on the history of that until that
they
moment.
met in the office when he
Yeah,
busts
yeah,
in.
but I think what he's saying there is like, this is what you've always gotten wrong about me.
Oh,
They've been
right.
at
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Lex has been speaking at Superman for a long time.
Yeah, but I've never really, I didn't see any scenes in particular earlier that were indicative of like Superman feeling vexed by Lex, you know,
Sure.
or like this guy's been coming down on me for so fucking long or some shit, or that it's been his. It seems like it's been Superman's been his rival, but it hasn't been. Lex hasn't been Superman's rival. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think Lex cares way more about Superman.
Oh, 1,000%.
Superman's like
I think we
until
see that
moment.
also in that crypto moment, which I loved, where Superman doesn't actually want to hurt Lex.
No.
Crypto's tossing Lex around, and Superman's like, chill, because it's like he doesn't want to hurt anybody.
He wants Lex to be better.
Yeah.
He like says like I can't wait for the day that you realize the importance of this because like how much you'll help humanity.
Yeah. Because Lex could.
I didn't actually pick up on that last line, really, even though I've seen it twice. I hope you realize it's yours too. Is a very
That's what I mean.
powerful
Like
thing. I didn't
it's
pick up on
Superman
that
even
till now.
wants better of Lex.
Yeah, it's power of rewatches. You catch something, or for someone like Jake, the power of one watch, and they hear everything. Thank you, Jake. who's next up here? Kevin Meek, a royal,
Wait,
a royal
John-
reject.
John, I can't hear you anymore. Can you guys?
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Hey, he's
There we
back.
go. We're back. Yes, we got one more, and then we'll do a refresh on this page. But yeah, Kevin Meek, thank you so much. Good to see you. Just a thought. But I think the major thing that sets this movie and Superman apart from the rest are Ma and Pa Kent.
Fucking love him so much.
Seeing Clark at home will be a major part of building the DCU. They were
Take that E out, John.
Yeah, Snyder. They were that important, in my opinion, and my favorite part of the movie.
They sound just like Coy's parents.
They do.
They do. You put them on camera. Here's Dad. Ah, there, Coy.
Chitlins. They remind me so much of my grandparents. My real, like, you've met my grandparents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They remind me so
actually,
much of
yeah.
Mom and Poppy, actually.
Well, funny enough, I have heard complaints about how they're too Southern. I have
Too
heard that.
Southern?
I've heard that from like people
Like
whose
not
opinion,
Midwest
like
enough?
it distract. No, I mean like they're distractingly so different to people.
I was struck when Ma showed up.
Okay, so I think that's
Struck
total.
how?
I was like, oh wow, they're really going like full on Midwest
Yeah.
mom,
Like
you
you
know,
were taken aback?
Not Southern
in a
yeah,
good way.
Midwest, yeah.
Yeah, like not as polished and like like she's got a full on accent. She's got these mannerisms. She's
Yeah.
clearly like
I like that they weren't Hollywood. Like, they're farmers.
Well, yeah,
100%. No, it was good.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just refreshing because you're
Yeah,
used
yeah,
to
'cause
seeing
you're
the
used to-
Hollywood version.
like
Yeah.
with Super,
Kevin Costner, known farmhand. Like, that man's a Western icon, but not a man that's
I mean, there's like
toad.
consistencies with interpretations. Like even with Superman, you kind of expect a little bit of the way you carry yourself and deliver certain lines. You got to be a certain type of symbol in the way you speak. Even though Corenswet brings more of that personality, and Mom and Pa Kent have never been this distinct that much in the personality. And so I think there are people who have been very distracted by that or thought they leaned too much into it. I think it was an amazing choice, and it made it so much more human. And I read For All Seasons because of Coy, and they are so that even
They're pulled
more
right from it, man.
Yeah, in the comic, they're even way more of that. They're old as shit in that comic, and they are so that personality of farm people.
Greg, at risk of pissing off the people with parents, apparently John doesn't like when I do
Yeah,
that.
apparently people with parents don't like when
yeah.
you bring up that we have death.
Sorry,
I
that
am
makes you
mad
guys look
right
Somehow
now.
they
John stormed out of the
personalize.
room and kicked and
They-
screamed.
My
No, I'm
parents are just
kidding.
shaking their heads slowly, like, we're right here.
They were right here. But
They're
how,
like, we're right here, Coy.
how do you do with father-son scenes in movies? Like, especially
fucks me
really
up every
emotional.
time, yeah.
Okay. Like
Yeah.
with the
Stop, you're
proud
gonna
of
make me
you.
cry right now. No, yeah, definitely. It definitely always strikes a nerve. Complicated relationships and all, and I appreciate James Gunn's openness too about having a very complicated relationship. James Gunn actually said something in an interview that I was like, "Whoa, I needed to hear that." He's like, he said my dad was terrible in so many ways. He was a terrible father in so many ways, but the most important thing he did was he loved me. And I was like, oh, that's so true, isn't it?
Yeah.
And, that's not Pa Kent in this movie.
Certainly not, yeah.
But my point is the sensibility of that importance of the author of this film. He laced that into Pa Kent. He even has Martha calling him like
Mush.
Yeah, the whole time. And I'm like, that's so sweet and sensitive. Generally it can... parent stuff, it generally like messes me up for sure. Even before my dad died, it's
always.
Yeah, it's definitely been a sensitive thing for me.
I believe this came out on the anniversary of his dad's passing, right? Doesn't even
Dad's birthday.
Oh, dad's birthday. Okay, his dad's birthday. That
Because
makes
there's an
sense.
internet pundit that was like, that's so selfish.
What?
I don't like the internet. Someone on the internet said it was selfish to release it on the day of his dad's birthday, and I was like, what a weird take.
Yeah, you
That's-
shouldn't honor people.
That's really bizarre, huh? That's very strange. That's very.
It's the only
strange.
reason I remember because I was like, what a take.
Does it mess you up?
Well, because humble brag, I have a dad. He's still alive, so I'm very lucky in that sense. When I see we didn't get as emotional of a scene with his mom as we did with his dad, even though I loved the stuff with his mom, but if the stuff with the dad impacted me, I just always think about my home, like the way that I'm impacted by mom and daughter stuff.
Sure.
I was thinking about you when we were all sitting there, and I was like, "Oh, this must be fucking Greg right now. Like, this is connecting with me. It's got to be connecting with you." But I think that that's the point of great filmmaking, right? It's like every time I've talked to somebody about this movie, there's been different things that have really impacted people because there's a lot to go off of. It's not like every single person I'm talking to says that the most meaningful moment was this Pa Kent scene, but some people some people it is the humanity speech. There's been I've heard different takes from everybody. Do you have one?
That was my moment. The Pa Kent stuff. I got to talk to Pruitt on the red carpet, and he hadn't seen the film yet, so I got to tell the Pa Kent actor.
Okay.
We hadn't met before, and I hadn't met him before seeing the film, and he hadn't seen the film yet. So I got a really cool moment with him where I got to tell him how much it meant to me, and he was very sweet in that he was like, "Oh, good, I'm still in it," and then he realized I was being so sincere. It was a jokey, soundbitey response because you're an actor, you're especially a theater actor. That's really overwhelming. But as soon as he saw how much it affected me, he really honed it. And we actually had a really beautiful moment of talking about the importance of it. And
that's so nice.
It was so special for me. It was a really special moment because this man reminds me of my grandfather and reminds me a lot of my great grandfather. For people who don't know me, I was born in deep South Virginia and then moved to New York and then Boston and now LA. So the way I connect to Superman is the Smallville into Metropolis side. I really identify with. I don't personally go home to the South as often as I like, but when I do, I realize I'm more relaxed than I've been in however long it's been since I've gone. When I go to Boston, it feels like home. Boston is 100% home.
Right.
I feel lighter, and my shoulders lift up, all those things, but I don't really relax.
I like you having to justify to me because you know we're in the
You're
room.
like,
You're like, no,
Boston's
Boston's home. Boston's for sure.
But you know how there's a home energy and then there's a relaxed
100%,
energy?
100%.
When I go to Boston, I feel like I'm home, but when I go to Virginia and I'm with my grandparents, that's
feel
the
it.
feeling of Smallville to me. So when I was watching Smallville growing up, I had been in New York and Boston since, and so it made me think of Virginia. And my parents had me at 16 and 17 respectively, so my grandparents helped raise me. So Ma and Pa Kent were always kind of my Mama and Poppy. They're even called Mama and Poppy. Him reminded me so much of my Poppy and my my great grandparents, both of them, my Grandma Dolly and Archie. They are that from West Virginia, Appalachian, deep South. And so those scenes really hit me, but he hadn't talked to anyone that had seen it yet. So I got to really convey hey man, this movie's amazing. You are the reason I felt connected to this big of a story. You're the heart for me. And it was really beautiful to see him get to feel that and hear that directly before he even saw it. And then I talked to him a little bit at the after party, and he was really happy. But that scene and connecting with the man who gave me it, and then knowing that James Gunn's from Missouri and now is living this LA city life, knowing that James moved back to Georgia, I'm sure that's where he feels a little bit more comfortable. I think it's important for Superman to feel good in Metropolis and in Smallville, but those feel different.
Yeah.
So I love Pop.
Beautiful.
Great opportunity for an underrated veteran character actor too. Just Pruitt Taylor Vince is terrific.
Yeah, he played a pervert in Monster, the Charlie Theron one.
Oh yeah, and
Did he?
Whenever I see him, that's
one of my
what I think
favorite
of.
movies.
And he's the guy in Identity.
That's
Oh my
right.
God.
Yes.
He's the guy in Identity.
I am so glad
Which
you got
also
this
has
wholesome role.
Isabela Merced.
She's been in a lot of stuff too. Ma Kent. She's been working forever too.
We got so many. Okay.
We got a lot.
So really quick, I do want to acknowledge that when we started this stream, we were at 250 people watching. Now we're at 1,550 people watching. That's great.
This
That's
might
amazing.
Be some of our biggest.
This is
concurrent-
good. This is good. This is good.
buddy.
It's been going up. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And they're all being so lovely.
And I've been hopping back and forth, but I've been reading a lot of the main actual live chat, and thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you.
Shout out really quick. I refreshed the Streamlabs page, and Kevin Meek did send a follow up.
Okay.
That I think we should.
Yeah, let's do that. Then
Button
we'll
this
go.
up, and then we'll go back to Super Chats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kevin Meek just showing you support. Just sent another very generous chat and said, just showing support. You guys have been kicking ass, keeping up with all the content you put out together and individually has been cool. I see all the hard work and use it for fuel myself.
Really?
Appreciate you guys.
Aw,
Kevin's
thank you.
always
Very sweet,
so
Kevin.
nice.
And he's already he's one of our royal rejects, one of our patrons. So thank you so
Absolutely.
much, Kevin.
Absolutely. We shout you out monthly.
Go Kevin. Get a Kevin.
Kevin
It's your
Meek.
birthday.
You bounce
Roxy
them.
just makes up song lyrics
I
at
do.
all times.
You
Yeah,
bounce
you
them
don't want to
cheeks.
hear the song lyrics that I've been making up recently.
All right, while John pulls that up, Roxy, we're gonna look at the regular chat really quick. Here.
Hell yeah, we are. I can't wait.
bet you
And
it's
I
just a
have
bunch-
great eyesight, so I don't have to look really
It's just
closely
gonna be a bunch
to
of
see it.
negative comments. I bet you. They're coming in super fast.
Oh no, Mr. Terrific was great.
Keep
Ah,
sh-
crap.
John, pull up the supers, John.
I'm
We'll be
pulling 'em
shouting
up,
around
I'm
at once.
pulling 'em up.
Absurdity, we're seeing you here. Mo 8, seeing you here. Stephanie Gendro. Hey, what's up, Stephanie? Good to see you.
Oh, that's so
chiming in
funny.
the
Jim Mags. What's going on?
Okay. Wowie. We're
Malik
getting
B.
there. All right. Super chats. We're good.
Sean Gween is in the chat too.
He's been commenting a good amount, actually.
Channel with no name. That's a really meta way to put it. You got it up, John?
We are good. We got, let's see, next up, I believe, after Jeff Carroll and Always Remember, is Drew.
Thank you, Tyler Adams, for being here too.
Drew says, and thank you, Drew, for stoking the convo fire. Hello, Real Rejects. Loved the movie. David is my Superman. My only issue with the film is making the L bad. As someone who loved Superman, smashes the Klan. Having the biological parents of an immigrant be evil was not for me.
Oh, this is exactly what you were speaking to. That sometimes this will actually. Sorry, I didn't even hear any of this or consider this until you said something, Roxy, and then actually this came in probably before you said all that. So
Yeah.
it is a thing that is actually happening.
What I think is interesting about it is that if, Superman didn't know what they said before he made the choice to do good. So when people are saying like, oh yeah, but it's about the choices you make. And it's like, yeah, but you didn't know what they actually had said. And if you had found out what they had really said when you were a kid,
and then you made the choice.
and then you made the choice, then we could think, oh, you actively made the choice. But like, you've been doing this for so long. So
That's fair. That's a fair point.
I do completely, I just hear this and I think it's unfortunate because in a vacuum, I wouldn't think about this at all, but they're eating the dogs and cats, guys. Like we keep saying nefarious reasons. People are coming here, not just this country. There's all different countries that are dealing with immigration issues right now that are saying that people are coming to their countries for bad intentions. And my response, most people's responses that are kind, caring people are like, no, they're not. No, they're not. And then there's this biggest movie of the year is like, unless they are, but then they choose otherwise. And I'm like, oh, I feel that, but also I'm scared with that. I'm a little scared that people are not going to interpret that well.
It's interesting. I think I don't really I see the immigrant allegory when I think about it, but I'm so aware that it's a sci-fi alien coming to Earth thing that I don't really liken it too much to that.
Same, Greg.
Yeah.
Same, because it's not, but...
But
yeah.
it is part of. It is also still part of the DNA, though, as we've been talking about. It is an allegory. It would have been more interesting if you made like call Jor-El like a Mexican guy.
Oh
if you made him like Michael Pena.
Oh my God. Yeah, I really don't dislike the choice. I actually like the choice. It scares me because of what Coy has mentioned, media literacy, which is more like media illiteracy for some people.
I also, my biggest takeaway with the whole like fear of othering people, and I think that's really interesting with the metahumans becoming almost like a mutant X-Men parallel. Like by the end of the film has this really interesting moment where we've had Rick Flag on the metahuman side and defending them, and then at the end he sits down and he's like, well, glad you like the metahumans because they make the rules now. And that feels like some of the same messaging of like, these people are taking control and taking our jobs and all those sound bites. But I think it's for me meant to be a commentary on even people conceiving that. Like I hope people get the message of like, and why would you assume that? Like, what's wrong with you? I don't think many will, but I thought it was really interesting that there wasn't as big of an uproar in the message until they had to double down and make the message even darker by saying like he's taking a harem. And at first I thought it was like, oh, because like, sex jokes can be funny and used as levity and darkness. Like, we need to laugh sometimes. But then like thinking about it and how they continue to use it, like the harem idea became, we're such a prudish nation that the idea of people, what words can I say on YouTube? Having intercourse would cause people to be uncomfortable. Like, he is sleeping with multiple people. Now he's a monster. So even beyond the immigration thing, I thought it was really a look at our puritanical, prudish ways as a country that were like anything other than our, like, is a problem. So I like that they kind of shone a light on, hey, you're making this, Bill O'Reilly news pundit, and you're making this guy, bragging about him liking our women more, but you're really making it so you don't like this guy that makes different choices than you, and he's just defending you. I think it's a much bigger macro. I never personally pulled that from it, but I could see that being, warped.
This movie taught me what a harem is.
Oh, you didn't know?
We have lived such different lives.
Yes.
Not that I've been in a harem,
I
but
looked, I turned to Olivia. I'm like, "What's a harem?"
Oh.
And she said, "Something you'll never have." No, she said, no. She told me what it was in the middle of the movie.
That's hysterical.
The joke I said is something she
probably-
actually would say, but she didn't say that.
She probably was so happy that you
You
asked.
didn't know?
Like, oh, that's my hubby.
so wholesome.
Yeah.
But when I heard that, it was it sounded like the implication was to be like a Zeus, you know, like just impregnate a shit ton of people.
That,
you know?
and that I like
Yeah.
that as like a thing to fear, but it also speaks to like our sensibilities.
Well, you know, it's weird. It's like
Also not what he's doing.
as much. Okay.
Well, that's that. Yeah,
Yeah.
making it so removed.
When an immigrant subject gets brought up again, someone say the words "kingdom come," and then I will lace it into that. But well, who's next on the super chats?
All right.
Thank you
let's
for
get back to
that.
Supers. That is the right screen. All right. Next up, we got Cody Bishop. Thank you so much, Cody. How do you feel about the far right's typical fascist response to this movie? Example: woke. Hope is always the best defense against authoritarianism.
The one thing I'll say is I find it hilarious that Dean Cain does not understand Superman after playing it for so long.
It is a favorite irony.
It's like, homie, come on, man.
I was in a movie with him once.
Really?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So happy for you.
I like.
Was Kirk Cameron there every day, or did he only show up on Fridays?
Oh man, I like don't feel that, and I feel bad because we're not supposed to steal words, but I honestly don't ever want to hear the word woke ever again. Nobody understands the meaning. It's completely lost the sense of its meaning. Everybody has just made up a different meaning for it. So it makes my skin crawl when I hear it misused. Also,
And people grift for it like so aggressively. They look for the slightest inclination.
yeah.
You know?
I'm confused on who y'all thought Superman was. That this movie is more woke than Superman?
What I'll say, what's kind of interesting is a lot of the YouTube channels who love to capitalize off of anything that seems remotely woke have come out and been like, I don't think this is a good movie, but it's not woke. Funny enough, that's been a common consensus.
Huh. I've heard a lot of people call it woke.
Oh yeah, 1,000 people. A lot of people still
yeah.
will though.
Yeah. And you know, like we did a whole thing on this, Greg. The discourse online after we liked this movie was like liberal, not straight shills. There was one comment I sent, Greg.
Oh, the gay Muslim,
They
a
called-
feminist, a
they
gay and a
called
Muslim.
Me a feminist, John a gay, and you a Muslim.
Oh, the person said, "Oh, I should listen to they said I should listen to a feminist, a gay, and a Muslim." And then Roxy
was
texted
my-
me like, "Who's who?" I'm like, "I'm definitely the Muslim."
Because
Come
John
on.
could be a feminist and I could be gay, so I didn't know. It was a little.
You know what's
confusing
funny? When you said it, I thought it was going to be feminist because of how much like he loves his wife and like defends.
Really?
And I thought it was going to be Muslim just because you have long hair.
Yeah,
so
me
I was
too.
actually
really?
like,
Okay.
I was
Could be.
misgendering
But I'm
you.
gay in that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
100%.
okay, so
My
whatever the
question
order
is,
was.
which bar did we all walk into?
Yeah, and
I
what's
know.
the punchline except for they're embarrassing
And then
themselves?
there was one comment that had so many likes, and it was like, I'm not going to listen to 3 Jews talk about this. And I was like, well, good for you, because there's only one Jew here. There was so much crazy, like the amount of names that we were called was for saying we
Sure.
liked the movie was wild. So I don't know about like saying the far right on this versus just saying like the people who are making these statements. I feel like they have to be a vast majority bots because I just can't bring myself to believe that many people feel like this movie was not in the vein of Superman and was on purpose just like woke. I know I'm not expressing myself perfectly here because my brain feels
understand.
melted on this.
Brett Sterling Green in the chat says Crypto was clearly the most woke dog ever done.
He is pure white.
What do you mean? He's
Fucking
and
attacking billionaires.
He's a straight up abuser. We saw what he did to Supergirl.
I want to take this opportunity because I don't have anything.
It was a joke, by the way. That was a joke that I just made.
You have to spell it out
yeah,
now.
holy crap.
Because I don't have anything constructive to say to this except for thank you for the super chat. I appreciate your candor. But I do appreciate that, speaking of media literacy, the White House shared an image of a certain person as Superman when the book that Lex is largely based off of is an autobiography that features that exact man as the basis of the book. Like literally, there was a biography of a certain sitting president that was written in the 80s, and then there was a comic based off of that takes the image of that I recommended to you, and that is a large basis of the character. And so to be that stupid and to make that the image is just, one, it's great advertising because anyone smart enough to know gets to see the hypocrisy, but two, like, to be that dumb.
Yeah.
It seems nice, but it would get old. Like, do you just eat pudding?
Are you Voldemorting this?
That's the exact word.
I just don't-
I thought I was like, oh, I guess it's a
This is
he who must not be named.
I don't want to
situation.
say the name because I know that the monkey bots like listen for the name and they jump in comments. They
Yeah,
do,
yeah.
and I just avoid it. So
You
yes,
mean they'll
Okay.
trump the comments?
yeah, they will.
Yeah.
I got so far.
I was just sitting there like, there's no way he doesn't remember.
No, I just don't like even giving a name power when it's just so embarrassing. So
Sure.
I just thought it was really funny that was the White House's statement, and it's embarrassing we've lost even the White House's social media to. Anyway,
What are we gonna do? Who's next up here?
Next up, we got Dashun.
Did the chat dip
Cheney.
significantly when Coy started doing He Who Must Not Be Named?
We got 5 concurrents, and they're all calling us woke shills. No, we're doing great, gang. Dashun Cheney is next. Thank you for being so generous. I am a Batman person, so I don't expect much for a Superman movie. Just hope it's not all kiddish. That's why I'm not much of a fan of the originals. Besides 2, the DC AMU has the best Superman that I actually like, then Man of Steel.
Wait, thank you so much for the support.
Thank you.
What?
Thank
is there
you.
a question?
Yeah,
Or is it just-
I think
Just
it's
a comment.
Just a statement they're reading.
I love you like that.
But which DC AMU are you talking about? But speaking of DC, that's another thing I loved. I grew up the only.
I think he's talking about Superman, animated Superman.
yeah,
That's
there's
the
Yeah.
Jerry O'Connell Superman. DC AMU, you had like Death of Superman. It's the big long continuity that we.
but the animated series is so good.
And the DC AMU was one consistent long Superman. I saw a lot of them, but I didn't know if they were all like the same Superman.
The first story arc, I believe, is mostly all Jerry O'Connell, and then the second story arc they switched to, I believe, Darren Criss.
Okay. Well, I was going to say that like the Superman the animated series, which I did start to revisit leading up into this reminds me the movie itself feels a lot like it.
We just got it for $20 on Amazon, the whole series.
You could get it on
Prime
HBO
Day.
Max for available.
Not as good quality. Streaming's never as good.
Wow. Go watch Coy's DC
My show on
Studios
HBO Max.
podcast.
Buy it on Blu-ray
HBO
one day.
Max.
I'm just saying, streaming's never as good as physical media, and people know that. But also, stream my show on HBO Max. If there were Blu-rays, I'd sell those.
Sorry, you're right.
I'm grateful for the super chat, for every super chat. You guys rock. Thanks for supporting us. I like both Batman and Superman.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm dark, sometimes I'm hopeful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I have bad days full of vengeance and bright days full of hope.
But that's the beauty of the contrast of when you have them pair up. If they're similar, it wouldn't be enjoyable.
Wouldn't be nearly as exciting and dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be a dynamic
It would be the
duo.
world's finest. Be the world's finest.
Yeah, the world's fine.
The world's finest.
Fine.
And speaking of people who are fine, David, thank you for chiming in from Great Britain. It's been a crazy week for DC fans in the UK. Season 1 of Creature Commandos dropped on Tuesday.
Wow, you only just got it?
That's bonks. Creature Commandos dropped on Tuesday, and we got an absolutely incredible Superman movie. I've been non-stop excited.
Aw.
And happy birthday, Roxy.
That's so
Thank
great
you,
to hear.
David.
That's from Liverpool, apparently. Dave doing the work.
Thank you.
Good choice.
Somewhere.
It was a good
It's all
selection.
from all over the,
That was a good
the aisle
select.
there.
Well, that is great. It's a really good job, John. Thank you. What's great to hear from someone from UK is because when we were hearing about, this might not be testing so well, a lot of that reporting was saying, it seems like it's mainly coming from the UK where audiences aren't being as receptive to it. Just hear someone from the UK say that. But this did make me go like, well, everything we've gotten from DCU so far has been from the not just James Gunn producing, it's literally he's authoring like Creature Commandos, Superman, and Peacemaker. I really am excited to get a different author though, like Supergirl. Like I love James Gunn. I've said it before. He's one of my favorite filmmakers. I just really respond to his voice, and so that's why I was nervous as hell to meet him. And by the way, I got that interview after we recorded our review. Some people think I got
Yeah,
it.
you emailed to see if there was a spot walking out of the movie in response to the movie.
Yeah, because I loved it so much.
You were
I was
like, I want to talk about
I would
this.
love to meet this guy if there's a possibility. So yeah, but anyway, that I mean, because I
Was
love.
that press day a day where it was just him? Because I was curious about.
No,
that's just the only one you talked to.
That was the only one they let me
Let
have
you
access
talk
to.
to.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I could see all the other
And
ones.
that's who you requested specifically.
I just requested to get in on. I would have taken anyone.
Okay.
I would have taken the dog.
CGI dog.
Was he there?
Dog's 100%
There were,
CGI.
there were dogs there,
But they're just keying in the room.
Was he there?
the dog?
We saw Stitch do press.
I don't know.
Yeah, Crypto just ripping up a reporter.
No,
flying
yeah,
around the room.
I didn't.
Come at me, bros.
No, but I did see Perry Nemiroff. That was cool.
Oh,
But thank you, David.
As many people see her before the movies. How cool is that?
movies,
amazing.
Perry Nemiroff.
Her career jump has been amazing, and
so
she
proud of
so
her.
deserves it. She's such an amazing interviewer, and it's like so cool to like see how far she's come. I really love her work.
Shouts out to Perry Nemiroff. All right.
I'm saying that because I'm the feminist out of the three of us.
Yeah.
All right, Model Moon.
So which one am I?
You're the gay.
You're the gay.
You're the gay Muslim.
I am all three.
All right, Model Moon, thank you so much for joining into the chat. Didn't hear you guys talk about it, but did you catch the JSA mural in the Hall of Justice?
Yes, we did.
I think I caught Wildcat, Jay Garrick, and Dr. Fate. Would you want to see a project about them? And if so, what would that? If so, what would you want that to be like?
Oh, that would be incredible to get that. That was one of the cool things about the DC TV shows is they really let them like lean into a lot of that, especially with like Jay Garrick. I don't know what I would actually want that to be like. You got a pitch, Rox?
Well, less a pitch and more you said, would we want that? I'm a little stressed about how many things I want right now. Like, story of my life. But in regards to seeing this movie, I was like, ooh, more Guy. Definitely more Hawkgirl. Ooh, yep, Supergirl for sure. We're getting that. Like, there's just so many things that I want. And what I don't want is 5 movies a year. So I also don't know that this is something that we would care about in 5 years. You know, and then not even to mention things that we didn't get in this movie that I want, like Batman. So, or Wonder Woman. So I don't know that this is on my top list of like what I need now, but I understand that this would be cool. It just, I don't think it moves the needle for me as much as some other properties would.
Well, with the quote unquote competitive comic book property for DC, they've done a weird thing with their narrative of making the shows feel significantly less than the movies.
And yet I've watched every single one.
So do we. So do we.
You
But-
watched Arrow, Flash, Supergirl, Legends of
Oh, no, I was talking
Tomorrow,
about- I was talking about
the current
Stargirl.
era.
I was talking
Don't
about Marvel.
come for me
I was talking about
with the
Marvel.
amount of
Roxy has spent
viewing.
hundreds of
I know.
hours.
I was talking
24 episodes
hundreds
a
of
year,
hours.
A decade of my life. Black Lightning, come on.
No, I
You're
think
not wrong.
I miscommunicated.
Stargirl.
I was trying to
With
say.
you.
I was trying to say Marvel has put their shows down into a lesser tier.
I
lately.
understand. Continue, sir.
But I did watch.
Retract
I
it,
watched
Roxy.
most of Flash, and I watched all. Arrow was the one I definitely. I loved Arrow. I loved the very controversial Stephen Amell.
Is it?
Apparently, he just like pisses people off all the time. He's got like a bad attitude
Some
about life.
union stuff is certainly the choice.
That was just one thing. Apparently, he's got like a bad attitude, but whatever.
Sweetheart of Cons.
And I think
his cousin's
and I
great.
really enjoy watching him as a performer. But I think though with something like this, there's opportunity to do a show, and I think they're elevating their. I feel like they're going to elevate their shows in a way that doesn't feel like, you know, second grade material. Like the fact that they got such prowess and prestige people behind lanterns, I think is a big testament to where they're aiming for their shows.
I also think HBO, no disrespect to Disney Plus, but you kind of messed up Marvel a little bit. I think HBO is a little bit more prestigious than Disney Plus, so I like the idea of aiming towards that caliber of show than putting out content.
Yeah.
And I personally think this set of heroes, I'm much more modern DC than I am Golden Age DC, just as far as my sensibilities. So I could see this being a down the line choice or maybe flashbacks, but I think they're very smartly right now looking at what's going to be a blend of hits and critical analysis, right? So you've got Superman, big tent pole. You've got the announcement having a blend of like a Swamp Thing, like those curveballs. But at the end of the day, a JSA thing would be pretty expensive to start with. I think maybe down the line. I think what it does is show depth of time. I think 300 years of metahumans, it's smart to show different heroes from another era. I think it's going to feel much more like the comics where Jay Garrick is a flash of another time, where Dr. Fate does feel like a bygone hero. I think it's more contextual than it's going to be an adaptation. And I think that's really smart.
Definitely.
Speaking of Jay Garrick, I have a question. This isn't a question you guys asked in the chat. I know we're trying to move quickly, but who do you guys want to be our Flash?
Wally West?
You do.
Oh, I think I'm an actor, but
No,
Wally,
no, yeah.
okay,
No.
Wally West.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we haven't had him, and like Barry's really great as a character. I love his optimism, I love his altruism, but he's a lot more similar to other heroes than Wally. And I think in a universe where comedy needs to balance drama, I think Wally is a better balance for right now.
Is Wally your Flash?
Yeah, but I'm also of a certain age.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Kyle Rayner's my Green Lantern.
Yeah,
that ain't happening soon.
Listen, we don't know that. We don't know.
I have been trying very hard.
I know.
I've mentioned it in so many interviews.
I know.
If there's anything I'm trying to incept, hey, Mr. Miracle Inception worked. We're getting a Mr. Miracle show.
Yeah.
But don't you
I was
think-
talking about Mr. Miracle so loud in every meeting.
You did that.
I'm like, it's time.
I got
Tom
it.
King is in another room.
Do you want Wally West?
I'm kind of.
You're not the Flash person as much?
I'm not like. I don't have a specific strong preference,
Okay.
but I do think that like Lanterns is already doing like older Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. So I don't know what the
Kid
reception.
Flash would be fun then.
I don't know if I don't know what the reception would be as well received. Like, why do they keep skipping over the first one? You know, the main type. He's not the first one, but the most popular one. You know,
I think in this
Barry
case, just because
Allen.
we just had,
Yeah,
yeah.
twice.
I think it's a little recent. I think you need to. I don't think we should have an Aquaman for a little bit. I don't think we should have a Barry Allen for a little bit.
But we should get two Batman.
But we should have a Flash.
Yeah.
What is going to make money so we can keep making this, Greg? There's 7 Batman comics. We got to make money.
That's interesting. You don't think we should have an Aquaman?
I think Aquaman should be like a third wave, not even second. I think we need Wonder Woman and Batman.
Compare him to Marvel. Where do you think he should come in?
I'd say he is above Ant-Man, but after or around Guardians timeline-wise.
Okay.
So
I think
true.
it's a shift in tone that we will need, but it can't be right at the jump because of how recent it was. Because the recent Aquaman we had was Lobo. And in both metaphor and literal in this case. So we need to have, I think we need an Aquaman like Super Friends. I think we need an authentic Aquaman. I think the universe has to build out a little bit more before that tone will work.
And I already feel like with the tone James Gunn has established that the more accurate Aquaman would actually.
The Aquaman of the comics fits Superman so much more.
If Aquaman showed up in this Superman movie, like, yeah, that fits.
But
Yeah.
I don't think we can have another movie quite like Superman yet. Like Supergirl is going to feel different. Like you were saying, the spinner rack energy, we need that. If we have an Aquaman too soon, it's going to feel like the Superman tone. I think we need to grow Superman's tone.
We need to have
and
the
then-
variety of tones, yeah. Who's
I'm
next up
with
here?
you guys.
Who's
we
next?
got next huge.
This is a major Coy question here.
Uh-oh.
Thank you so much. Hello, people. Are there any comics where Green Lantern's power work how they do in the movie? It was cool to see multiple constructs come from the ground, including that big old middle thing.
There are comics where it's usually 90% of the time going to be a beam from, but like he pointed at the ground and then it sprung up. So to me, it was a wave coming out of the ground. And they also like went out like a wave. So there are comics where that occurs. I know a lot of people were upset that you didn't see the direct beam go into the ground and then back up. It's tricky because artists make that decision. So
Yeah.
like someone might interpret the powers differently visually than another. Again, 90% of the time, I get you wanting that beam. But we saw that every other time you used the power. Like there was always that kind of like, boop. It felt authentic to me, to answer your question. I can't think of a comic where there is that gap between the power construct and the item, but I'm sure there are.
Yeah. It's cool. It only dawned on me in this middle of this conversation that the show's called Green Lantern Core, right?
Show's called Lanterns,
It's called Lanterns. Okay.
Plural.
But what they are building is the core.
which they
out.
mentioned a lot.
So
and
like,
the vowel and stuff was chose to. I love that.
Hence the S in Lantern.
because I kept saying I was saying like, oh, we're starting off with like Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. And I'm like, oh yeah, but there's a Green Lantern that's also in here as Guy Gardner, and it is pretty cool that like it's I didn't even dawn on me till now. I'm like, oh, they're building out the core.
We've already got a multiple Green Lantern thing. Yeah.
that's pretty sweet.
And we do
actually.
have Hal Jordan in Lantern. I mean, you were saying
Yeah.
you don't want to skip the first one. We're getting a Kyle Chandler one. I'm curious how that's going to work out.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun stuff.
Jessica,
Absolutely.
Kyle. We still have so many to go, guys.
Yeah.
Cord
I'm very
up.
excited for that.
Yeah.
Sinestro.
Speaking of so many to go. A lot of super chats here. Did you get thought out? Roxy?
Oh no! We had to go, so I swallowed it.
All right, beautiful. Keep it
Nice
on the
words.
burner. Mayank Rananavare, thank you
That's
so
the gay
much for
for you.
joining in.
And the feminists.
And the feminist, and the Muslim, and the Jew. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg, Roxy, and Coy.
In that order.
Did any of you notice the Mitsaplit reference
Mr. Pixel Spitalik.
when Superman mentioned the Justice Gang fighting the Dimensional Imp?
No, what?
I caught the fifth dimensional imp. Is that the imp? Because Mixie is a fifth dimensional imp. So I caught that reference. Was there a more direct reference? Because I got excited because Mr. Mixie is a fifth dimensional imp, and there's all the like Batmite is a fifth dimensional imp. Like those are from the fifth dimension.
But
Well,
he
and
was
we know
specifically
James Gunn loves Batman.
He
talking
does
about
love
the one
Batman.
outside the window, though.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know if there was a
yeah.
Mixie specific or if he's talking broadly of Mixie being fifth dimensional.
Man, when that pocket dimension showed up, I was so worried it was going to be like that Tom Cruise Mummy movie where it was like, here's, or the email in Batman v Superman. I was like, oh, is this where all your setup's going to be? And they just like steered away from all that.
Yeah, I
How
like
do you
that.
think that looked? I've heard
pocket
some
dimension?
criticism. Yeah,
Oh, I thought it looked so trippy and cool.
I
It
did
looked like
too.
a Golden Age comic. It looked like a drawing.
yeah, I've heard a lot of criticism.
It was a bit of an adjustment for. Honestly, the first like 20 minutes of this movie was a bit of an adjustment. I wasn't someone who was like thrown in and I landed right away. Like it took me a little bit of time to adjust.
the first 20 minutes of the movie, the first 20 minutes of the pocket.
20 minutes of the movie, and the pocket dimension comes in pretty early too. But I like the pocket dimension overall, especially when against like Metamorpho and all that too. We haven't talked at all about Metamorpho. There's some things I want to make sure we do talk about at some point. So Metamorpho, Supergirl, a little bit of Kingdom Come, but we'll keep a lookout for that.
Beautiful.
I'll find a way to just naturally make it
It's
about
gonna
that.
be seamless.
Now that you've announced
Yeah,
it, it's going to
be so. You
seamless.
won't even see
you
it
didn't
coming.
think about it ahead of
This
time.
tangent was
Yeah.
so
You're
organic.
gonna see, guys.
Gareth H is joining in the chat, and I wonder if this might be our
Gareth
old
Hood.
friend
Gareth
Gareth
Hood. It is. It is.
The denomination of money. Anyway, thank you so much for chiming in. It's great to see you, hear from you. Loved this Superman. They made Superman vulnerable and relatable, which was always a problem for this character. Happy they jumped into the situation rather than a slow build-up. Overall, warm, touching, thoughtful.
I agree because like part of the vulnerability and the warmth that surprised me was with Metamorpho. Did you guys notice that?
What an organic transition.
Yeah, I just had thought of it just now.
Dude, it's crazy. I was just thinking the same.
That was warm, touching, and thoughtful.
Yes, like Metamorpho.
I loved him in this, dude. I just thought it was so honestly warm, touching, and thoughtful. Like that. That's one of the times that I was tearing up the hardest.
Really? Why?
Just like when you feel trapped and like you can't do the right thing, or people around you will get hurt. I just really connected with that moment, and I just really felt for him. Like I just thought it was really, really upsetting. It's also the darkest moment of the movie. What's the name of the character? What's his name?
The food vendor.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
I think it was Misi. I
Oh,
only
with the
said it like
Russian
twice.
roulette scene?
Yeah. Like, oh my God, just that the whole sequence was shocking and so menacing of Lex, and so thinking about
And flippant. I love that he was so dismissive.
right. So thinking about Metamorpho and like what we only saw some of it. Like think about what's
Yeah.
been happening, and why he is so afraid. And what he's seen
And what the
gone
rest of the
through.
people have seen because they were like, oh, he's doing a thing. Give me
call
a
them out.
reward.
Right, which is like talk about things that we've seen throughout history is people doing that and like calling out the people who are trying to do the right thing because they're afraid of being caught for that person or whatever. Just that, I was like really upset and moved.
I like the way they lace like hints of how he's been on Earth. Like he goes to see his baby when he finally gets his baby, he calls him Joey, and you're like, oh, it's a human name. And then when you see him in the living room, he's with a human woman. You're like, oh, it must be a
just a
half human
relationship.
baby. Yeah, I guess.
What is the history about him not being able to hold the baby while he changes?
Because he needed
forms?
the powers to project himself, so he didn't have arms.
But what?
Yeah.
Right, but what happens with the baby? Like, I would just.
He's got to stay stable to hold the baby.
I guess, but
So he
I would
couldn't
think it
fly.
would just kind of like become a part of.
That might
Well, he's,
absorb the
he's
baby.
becoming like an
Crazy.
Adam mixed
That
up.
would be
Yeah,
crazy.
he can't.
Yeah, maybe he's like, I just don't want to risk it.
But
bro.
then he is. But then he is able to whip himself. Oh my God, John, I'm so sorry.
You have hit that like 50 times.
But
It's
it fell
a
the first-
miracle
but
that's
I'm
like-
shocked I was
yeah.
here to catch it this moment.
But then he is able to wrap his arms around Superman and help pull him at one point.
I saw
so
that
actually,
too. I was just kind of curious about like the extent of that, but it didn't bother me. I was just like, huh.
I think the biggest subversion as someone who doesn't know Metamorpho, but just going off of how films are with him, is when he spoke. Because when you see the trailer and you see his face, people were like, "Who is this guy? Who is this guy?" And I think the natural assumption when you see a face like that is like some type of voice that's lower or older or something. And
he's just Anthony Carrigan.
Anthony Carrigan's like soft, tender voice,
sweet lad.
Yeah. And
you think he's gonna sound like a villainous G?
Yeah. And but having that immediately makes him feel humanized. And so I like the inverse of sensitivity that the character actually presents based off of judging off of the superficiality of how someone looks.
I think that's why I like the, Clark having a deeper voice than Superman. I like that Superman felt very approachable in his tenor. And like that was a decision. I think it was a decision with Metamorpho because I think you're right. Like he's going to look away. You're going to feel like he's going to talk away. I think Metamorpho really worked for me because you could tell how much, some of it's from interviews, some of it's from talking to him on my interview, but Anthony Carrigan really invested in the chemistry side. Like I loved him like going through the science of the character and like him actually having to summon up the idea of what he's creating. Because if he's able to do all different elements, how would you tune into what you're making? So I really like the concentration of that when he was creating, and I really felt that in the character, and that I think added a lot of depth to a character that might not have felt. It might have felt like a Deus Ex Machina. Oh, he can make any element?
Yeah.
But instead, you're like, you feel the weight of him being trapped, of him having to conjure, of him doing all that stuff. And that's a testament to Anthony.
Requires an intelligence in order to make the powers work.
And externalizing the powers.
Yeah,
I really like that it
cool.
was like a spell.
Good point.
Side question for you. Speaking of people you've spoken to, I'm like completely obsessed with Skyler.
Oh my, did you see us twinning?
Yeah, obviously.
Do you know
I
the
did.
story of that?
What do you think I'm about to ask you about, bro? Please tell me the story.
I auditioned for Supergirl as Jimmy Olsen, and I remember you and I talking about it in DC Movie News. I went out for Jimmy. Makad Brooks got it, but I went like 4 rounds to be Jimmy Olsen for the CW, and I was like so excited because I love Jimmy Olsen back when I was an actor boy. And Skyler and I had, it's funny because I in the same era, it was like within 5 years, I went out for Jimmy Olsen and Flash Thompson. And I was like, this is why I can't get cast. No one knows who I am. Those are like such opposite characters. But it's funny, like talking to Tony Revolori over the years, we've talked about our Flash Thompsons. So when I was talking to Skyler, we talked about our respective Jimmy Olsens. But Skyler just is Jimmy Olsen. So he would ask me questions because he was just like, oh, that's something I'd do. And I was like, you're just, like, you didn't act, you're just Jimmy. So once I saw the movie, we got to compare notes of all the things we had talked about. We did not plan to wear the exact same outfit. So on the red carpet, cool. I'm interviewing him and he's walking away and my mom's with me at the red carpet. She goes, you guys are twinning. And I was like, the Jimmy's Olsen. So he came back over and we started talking about that. And then at the after party, we took our picture of us as twins. But that's the only character I would ever play in the Superman world. So the fact that I was dressed like the DCU's Jimmy Olsen made me happy. So we twinned.
That was awesome.
It was so precious.
Hell yeah.
I love that actor.
You were like, do you know the story? Bro.
Oh, perhaps I should tell you on air for the people.
I said, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Skyler's the best.
I love Santa Clarita Diet. I know you're about to say
he's
that.
an absolute delight.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Kermit the Frog. Hey, John, what's next?
Shouts out to the chat. I believe Molly was the Russian roulette character's name. Everyone's filling that in. And Skyler Gisondo.
That scene was so heartbreaking. I like that was such a good scene.
Did you guys catch the Clark Kent newspaper where he's like the real hero of the story and he made an article about him?
Oh no, didn't catch that.
So at the end, like he's like the real hero of Metropolis, and it was a whole special on him, and it was like byline by Clark Kent. So even in that moment, Clark Kent made that the guy that would really save the
You
day.
said his name was Molly?
Yeah.
Is it Mali?
That's what.
That's
chat
why I thought
says,
it was messy. It was Molly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that newspaper made me so happy.
Wait, I just got chills.
That's special. Movies got so many
I want
details
to see
like
this
that.
again right now.
Same.
All right, let's go.
All
Let's
right.
go.
All right. All right. Skyler Gisondo, great on Psych as well. Jeff Carroll, thank you so much for chiming in. Also, happy birthday, Roxy, the real Rox star. Keep being your amazing self.
Thank you
Hell
so
yeah.
much, Jeff Carroll. Thank you for this contribution. You're so sweet.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you for saying happy birthday to Roxy.
Thank you.
LJ Spears, Long Justice, thank you so much. Love y'all. I think this movie brings us to a new age of hope and positivity as a culture, and some cynics will be left behind and will be better as a species for it.
Speak it.
I so agree with you, LJ. And speaking of cynics, people have been pretty cynical about this like Supergirl thing sometimes.
That was such a natural
You know what I'm saying?
Have they been?
What an organic thing to say.
Well, I mean, we did a whole video about it, so we don't have to talk too much about it. But I really want to hear your thoughts on it, Roxy, because like for me, like my quick thoughts, my like 20-second thoughts is that it was a little odd. But when I read Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, I liked it a lot more because it's very akin to that.
It's so weird. It's almost like we're about to post a clip out of that on our social that's already been edited because we did watch it, Jasmine and I. So yes.
Yeah, we call the people who follow us on socials the rock star rejects now. But what'd you think? What was your honest impression when you first saw her show up in the whole scene?
I love Supergirl as a character. I know the character decently well, so that was like the least jarring moment for me ever.
Is she depicted like that in the show?
No. So
Okay.
that is the one reason that I believe that maybe the most famous version of Supergirl is the Melissa Benoist Supergirl now,
Yeah.
right? Like that
Yeah.
would be the most known
Years
version
of the canon that people are
Right.
comfortable with.
And she is like extremely well put together
Mm-hmm.
and very much like Clark, in the sense that like she, in all senses, honestly, struggling a little bit with her love life and, like some bad moments. But for the most part, she's very reliable, put together, not going out and like raging face kind of character. And I think that Melissa did an unbelievable job. The show was really fun and nothing against that. But I'm so happy we're not doing that again. I'm so happy that we're going to see what I think is a really cool dynamic between Superman and Supergirl, the juxtaposition of them, because why would I want, we didn't have a Superman on screen when we had Melissa Benoist as Supergirl. So that was kind of filling that void for me. Why would I want our Supergirl to fill a Superman void when we just introduced a Superman I love? So I'm really excited about this.
So like the drunk side of her didn't feel like too humorous to you?
I really didn't because wouldn't we think that this is what aliens are? Isn't that like they're different? They're not all the same. They're not a monolith. Like we're not going to see 50 different versions of Clark
That's
come
true.
through.
That's
So I felt like they were making like just like humans, we come in all different sizes and whatever. Like we're all look very different. We have different values and different thoughts. I think that they taught us that about his parents. They taught us about him, and then they showed us a little bit about Supergirl. They different. So it wasn't jarring at all to me, and I kind of like was looking for that humor, and especially with her with that crypto moment, I thought was so delightful to see like why is crypto such a menace? It's like, oh, just like here, if you do not train your dog well, then they become a menace to
Yeah.
society. So looking at Clark, it's like, no, Clark would certainly have not allowed crypto to grow up to be like crypto.
Yeah.
Of course, now we see the owner and it's like, oh, makes sense.
And I think it immediately draws a clear distinction when this movie talks so much about the nurturing versus like nature, whatever, and you see that like, oh, they had two very different upbringings,
Yeah.
two very different nurturings, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's like it's giving Star Wars. Come on.
I gotta leave
You
in
mean
10
Star
minutes,
Trek?
but I haven't called in my parents yet, and you guys have different. Like you, I've read this comic. It's one of my favorite comics of all time. I had Greg read this comic. Do you guys want to say what you thought of that scene? Because I feel like it's a good time for your cameo. Yeah, come here.
Get your asses in here.
Come on the mic. Because my dad grew up reading some of these comics, but hasn't read Woman of Tomorrow. My mom has read none of these comics, so I would love to know what a casual moviegoer.
Don't forget your overalls, your straw hat.
Yeah, don't forget. Now they're going to be
Your
revealed as
pitchfork.
city folk. All right, here you go, mother.
Where are you
This
facing?
camera.
This is you. This is.
That camera.
There you go.
Talk there.
I think Ma Kent was underutilized, personally. Pa Kent was great.
Nothing to do with Supergirl.
Supergirl, I think, was fun because her trauma was
Justice for Ma Kent.
Okay, Ma Kent tangent, then Supergirl. Go ahead.
So Supergirl showing her trauma through a comedic voice, I think, is a very positive way of dealing with mental health. And I think we need to appreciate that. And definitely having the dog being so chaotic is a direct response to her own personal chaos.
I agree. And I also, that's good without having read the comic, because the comic's all about trauma.
Oh,
And what did you want to see from Ma Kent?
I needed more screen time.
Just more screen time.
More screen time, because obviously the guidance and the advice definitely came from a male perspective, and I think there was more nurturing perspective and more compassion coming through the Ma Kent that Clark embodied. So I think there was so much more of Ma in Clark than Pa in the rest of the movie.
I did not. I would never. I felt so much of Paw in him, but I feel
You're a
like
guy.
no. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a negative. I'm saying like, oh, it's crazy. That's such a strong feeling because I didn't detect that, but I totally see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think we all think about the people that we kind of relate to, and obviously, as a mom, you're like, no, I
And who
know,
that
I
analyzes for
know,
us.
yeah, I know where this is coming
Because she
from.
was a different guiding force in his childhood, his upbringing. So obviously, having two very loving, nurturing parents made him, Clark, a very well-rounded person, just in general. And so his choices were something he was developed into as a very young child, because he did have a very grounded, loving parent upbringing. And so he's a reflection of how he was raised. And so his choices aren't always choices because they're so part of him.
Ingrained in him from his
Ingrained in
parents.
him from a very young age, where he doesn't even remember those
Right.
choices were there.
The chat agrees with you and is excited about your cameo and is glad you stood up for talking about Ma as well as Supergirl.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of love in this chat right
Yeah,
now.
so the
You're getting
chat's
a lot
happy.
of love. I'm reading the whole thing.
I'm on team Mr. Terrific. So we definitely need a solo movie.
I'm so used to social media that when you said definitely I'm on, I was ready for a plug.
I thought you were gonna say
I was
like,
ready for a plug.
oh damn.
Find me on Instagram at Steph Amethyst.
I am.
That's what I was ready
I'll
for.
be live
Clay.
streaming my own Superman spoiler talk.
At the same time, competing streams.
So this is where Coy gets it. Yeah, high praise, Mom. Thanks to the chat for being kind to my mother. So Mr. Terrific, Ma Kent, and Supergirl. Any last thoughts now that you've taken control of the mic?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Terrific movie yesterday.
Yes, definitely.
All
All
right.
right. Here's your dad.
Thanks, McCoy.
All right, we'll get down to the next.
McCoy!
We're gonna get down to the next question. That's applicable.
All right, Dad in. Let's see what we got
You guys
here
can't
then.
hear, but there's applause.
There's applause,
Going.
just
Yeah.
raucous applause.
Pew, 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 pew.
All right, back to the supers. We got Ryan Gagargian. Thank you for stoking the fires of conversation. Hey, guys. Thanks for everything you do. I love Superman. It's the most I've ever connected with the character.
Oh.
What did you think of Jeremy John's review of it? It was very interesting to me. Thanks.
I didn't watch it. Jeremy and I worked together for years. Really like Jeremy. I didn't watch this. I know you did, Greg.
Yeah.
You talked about this.
I'm a massive Jeremy Johns fan. I've met him a couple of times too, and he was super, super kind. I have a very distinct memory of once making him laugh really, really hard, him moving, like pointing at me, and it made me feel so good.
He was so kind to me as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
And
I really like Jeremy.
He was friends with John Shep, so I always liked him because he's like a nerdy undercurrent.
Yeah.
And
so
it's-
much respect to him. And now he negatively reviewed the movie, so shred him, Greg.
No, I mean,
We've said the nice thing. Moving on.
I follow so many channels where my opinion is a lot of time it's very different, and because I love hearing different opinions. And Jeremy Johns, I often don't agree with him. Like, he wasn't a big fan of Guardians 3, and I love Guardians 3. And it seems like with comic movies, a lot of the time, his relationship with it has definitely like. I'm not saying this that he doesn't have any valid points. I totally see where he's coming from, but I don't feel like I don't think he did a review that was like a rage bait type of review. I think his review was very well thought out, very concise. I really respected it. Actually, his spoiler video, I think, went up to yesterday, and I want to listen to that too.
Did you watch Dan Merle's?
I watched Dan Merle's non-spoiler.
Yeah, yeah.
And Dan's another one. Like,
Yeah.
I love Dan's opinions, and him and I don't see eye to eye on this movie either. But I want to hear his spoiler talk as well. So no, I have no negative feel. There are some other channels that will show up, and they seem like they were determined to not like it. Now they're showing up to be like, see, my feelings are validated. Screw this movie. That kind of shit I don't like. But I like hearing someone who's going to really explain in a way that I'm like, I really understand where you're coming from. And I never felt like he was just being negative to be negative to get views. I didn't know that way. So I really like Jeremy John's review.
Cool.
I'll turn the camera off so I can bitch about him.
Yeah.
No. Who's next up here?
Alrighty, after Ryan, we got Lone Wolf and Cub Kung Fu. Thank you so much. Times like these make me wish my channel was superhero-centric. So many thoughts. Loved the film. Felt like a dedication to Justice League Unlimited. Big fan, Coy.
Wow, that's so cool to hear. Pa Coy, you want to step in and talk about how great Coy is? we try to get you a
Such an
cameo.
organic cameo.
Gotta
Gotta
get you a
get you in
cameo
there.
before
All right.
Coy
Gotta
dips.
get you in there.
Now
Before
Dad
I-
sits on. So there's an edge of couch here, by the way. My parents are not sitting on my lap, as I saw many of you asking. There's a couch.
It's so much better if they were.
It is, yeah, that's the super cut. Hold on.
Sorry, Rock.
There it is.
Oh, no.
Now go back, John. There you go.
Perfect. Up. It's showing how
There
the
we go.
sausage is made. This is a camera. That's Roxy's.
Yeah, you're good. And then boom,
Dad's in
there you go.
focus.
There you go. You're focused.
All right, there we go.
So good.
Yeah, what's Dad?
The mic is a crucial aspect.
Well,
yeah.
really quick. I mean, what Coy has told me is that he got into comics because of you. Do you find this statement to actually be true? What did you introduce him to? Or is this something Coy's just saying to be nice? Like, what did you grow up loving, and why does how do you think that relation? How cool is it to see that what Coy is doing for a career now was something you directly influenced? And did you see some type of love for that with the fact that the opposite of your wife's opinion, with like the paw and it's not opposite of the it's not opposite of the opinion, but like
Or
how
what
did you
can't
feel?
you stand about Coy?
Yeah,
I like the first question.
You want the dirt?
Uh-huh.
Don't have that. Sorry.
question? Yeah,
yeah.
So, yeah, the real no. I actually was really big into comics. I have a much smaller collection than him, and most of it's really old now. But it's the old. It's like old newspapers now. Most of it's not bagged and boarded, but I even stole some of my uncle's old Superman and that sort of thing from my grandfather's house, and that's all part of my collection. So, yeah, we had it around the house all the time. We used to go to the comic book store quite often, and so on. So, yeah.
Since I was 5, we've gone to the comic store together.
And so I imagine you grew up on the Christopher Reeve one.
Yes.
What did you think about this one? Did you love it, or would you put it as one of your favorites of the Superman interpretations, or is it not
Oh,
really?
definitely, yeah. For me, it was one of the better movies of the Superman. He and I were talking about our thoughts of Man of Steel, and I had some problems with it and so on. It didn't fit the character quite for me and that sort of thing. It's a spectacle for sure, and I love Henry Cavill, but
What do you think about the fact that he let his father die?
Let's just pivot this conversation here. Yeah,
we talking about dead parents again?
yeah.
At every minute.
Where's the knife, Cole?
Why is the room being closed in right now? What is that gas?
Open the door.
I'm on a break from therapy right now. It's clearly showing.
But the premiere experience, like you got to talk to some of our like comic book heroes. What was that like? Like you raised me on Jim Lee and Frank Whiteley and Dan Jurgens, and we got to meet them all. I've known Jim a while, but that was like cool to introduce you to Jim.
Yeah, Jim was amazing, actually. That was an amazing. He was wild, actually. I wasn't really sure what to expect. Very warm guy, very nice. And but to be honest, Dan Jurgens and the Quietly was like, oh. That's what they look like.
Kevin McGuire pulled us over. Kevin McGuire was like, "Oh, really? What you're doing?" And then he's like, "Oh, this is Frank and Dan." And I was like, "What? Dad!"
Do you still read comics?
I do not.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's true.
Doesn't read as many
I
comics.
do. I don't read as much.
Because we got a couple comments in here saying like a Coy and his dad doing a comic show would be pretty cool.
I just got him into Department of Truth. He is reading a bunch. I gave him some comics from DC. DC gifted me a whole stack for him. They let me pull a bunch of comics from my dad. So he's been reading. But like you read some stuff I brought home the last couple Christmases for you.
Yeah, all of it.
So what did you think of some of the stuff I got you for Christmas?
Wow.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. It's really amazing to see how much the comic book industry has really upped the game, to be honest. I mean, obviously the printing, the artists, and the art is so much better. It's phenomenal. The real problem, I think, for some people is that obviously that pushes them out of the price market. They just can't afford it. So I think digital hopefully will make that easier, but obviously there's something really nice about that tangible thing that you're holding. We walked into the comic book store before we got here. That's why we were late. And I just love the smell of the comic book store.
So odd, changing the time of the show for Coy's schedule. Comic books.
We mapped out the whole way. Then we hit traffic leaving the comic store. I would have been exactly on time. They can vouch. I mapped everything.
That's honestly a good reason compared to what it could have been. Like, I'd rather that than you guys got stuck at breakfast.
We literally mapped it, and then I was like, "Oh no, panic! Back roads." But the Jim Lee moment was something that I really was seeking. Like my mom, this will be my last little bit because I got a boogie. But my mom loves Nicholas Hoult so much, and like she's in the world of movie and celebrity. Like she cares about that side of things. So I really wanted to introduce her to Nick because Nick's such a sweetheart. Like Nick is such a lovely dude. But it's intimidating at a premiere to be like, this is his night. I don't want to be like, this is my mom. But then he was like, oh, tell me about working at the theater, and like they talked about like juror number 2, and they talked about his kids. Like he was super sweet and warm. But my dad is not as interested in like, you know, Nick Hoult or like movie stars. But I really wanted to introduce Jim Lee to my dad because my dad and I would grow up and it'd be like, these are all the comic artists and this is this person. And Jim Lee was one of the ones that I was like 5 and he was showing me like the transition in art, and like I was raised on Jim Lee's work, and then him and Jim getting along so well and them like just bond, and it was like this really beautiful family moment with Jim's wife and Jim,
so sweet.
and it was so great. And then David stole my camera and paparazzi'd my dad. So that just a bunch of Superman selfies with my dad. But like it was really warm and welcoming, so it was really cool to bring the comic history. He grew up showing me why Superman was important, so I got to then introduce him to Superman and Jim Lee, and it was really special.
It's beautiful.
Damn, dude.
It's having both of you here has really made me go, wow, I see how Coy is the product of the upbringing of you two, like the personalities. I'm like, oh, I see both.
The ma and the pa of this entire Superman story.
Justice for Ma Kent.
He's a reflection of where he came from, where he was raised.
Yeah.
Not where he was born.
Yeah.
Because that is irrelevant to his story. His story is the influences that raised him.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think Martha said it herself that that Paul was just mush when it came to Clark. So I think that's the softer side. It wasn't
That's
from
what I
Ma.
detected.
It wasn't from Ma.
And she was making sure everything was run. Like she like got his boots. Like I cleaned your boot. Like she was the one like keeping things on track because he was mush. I loved that. Like the strength of Ma. So I just said like Pa.
From Pa.
Okay, I'm just defending my boy. All right. Well, I got a boogie.
Don't worry, we're going to have John substitute for you. John, I'm just going to stay there. I'm going to flip the camera to you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Guys, thanks for being
This
so
should be
kind.
seamless.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being so kind to my family.
It's gonna be good.
Thank you guys for being here. Thanks, Coy.
Woo!
Great seeing you.
Family Gendro.
Thank you, chat, for being good to my parents. Roxy, hold down the chat.
Where is it that you want me to go so you can get by me? Oh, you're gonna go the other way.
Careful
Awesome.
with all the many wires. Thank
Bye.
you so much.
Have a good visit. Thanks for
Dude,
popping
it's good to see
in.
ya.
Lane,
Thank you guys for all your help.
See you, Coy, homie. Boston's finest, my dude.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys are so freaking cute.
Goodbye. Good to see you.
Everybody in the chat talking about how attractive you guys are. So there was that. It's facts. All right, let's see what's going on with you guys.
Yeah,
Thank
this is
you.
behind the scenes now.
Yeah.
I did not
We're really doing the damn
Prepare to
thing.
be on camera.
What do you mean?
It's okay.
What would you have done differently?
Oh, so many things, Rox. I would have brushed my hair.
Oh, that's
I would
number
have put
one.
on a brand new Superman T-shirt available now at rejectnationshop.com.
Shout out to all the people right
Shout
now.
out
This
to
chat is
all
moving
the
and grooving.
people
Doe
moving and
Eyes,
grooving.
Amosi's, Seattle KO,
There we
AWOL,
go. That's pretty
Alsween,
good.
Pa,
That's pretty good.
Gendro, exactly.
Hey, let's.
Malik.
Wait. Oh, look. Hey, you could get yourself a brand new, real. Well, let's move it into frame here. Oh, look at that! Wow, it's a brand new T-shirt you could procure for yourself. But look. Oh, wait. Hey, we're all here.
Here
we're all
we
back
go.
in action.
One more time. Oh my God.
Everybody's
You're not
feeling
even wearing a
fine.
Superman shirt right now, John. This is so embarrassing.
That's what I was talking about.
That's so
what I was
embarrassing.
talking about, Roxanne.
Also, for the first time in my life, I'm taller than everybody. Ha
it's very Chironi of you.
All right,
Little
John. So
Pillsbury Doughboy.
whenever people come in being like, where's Coy? You just have to say in the chat, I'm the replacement. So let's get back to the supers. And Roxy, when
gonna
you have
say.
to bounce, you just let me know.
I will put a Coy
good,
picture
homie.
in frame. All right, let's go super chats.
Wow,
Let's
I
go
can't believe how
on
long
to
we've been
the
live right
next
now.
There's a lot of,
one.
let me ask you this side question. I got another thought.
What is it?
No, I'm just saying that's what a lot of what's happening here.
Let me ask you
All right,
this.
well, what is it this time?
Whatever. This is a terrible USAN, Roxy.
Well, yes.
I'm going to make you watch Human Centipede 2 by yourself.
Oh my God! I will join
We should
you.
make a
I
bet.
will join you for Human
Whoever
Centipede 2.
loses.
So funny.
That's hysterical.
If it wouldn't be impossible, I would love to do extreme movie reactions. Because Human Centipede 2 is a real challenge. All right, gang.
Can't believe
Austin's
Prepper has
back.
to do that.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
so excited for all things to do with that video. Austin, thank you so much. Growing up on the Justice League and JLU cartoons, I actually welled up during the intro and fighting with the Justice Gang. And it felt like I was transported back into Saturday morning cartoons. Nerdy, I know.
I don't, and again, not to disagree with somebody's feelings. That's awesome that you felt this way, Austin. I didn't get this vibe at all.
Saturday morning cartoon?
Yes,
Really?
at all. At all. People keep saying that it was campy and very Saturday morning cartoon-esque, and it did not feel that way for me. The only moment that felt that way for me was actually a choice that I didn't like that the movie made, which was the 5 Years Time song, which I love, with Mr. Terrific.
Oh, you didn't like that? You didn't like the song choice?
I thought that was not a good song choice there.
Wow, really?
I love that song. I've listened to that song forever. I love that song. There was a phase where I listened to it on repeat. I loved that moment. I thought that the smash of the two of them was jarring and it felt cartoony to me.
I did not actually know that song, so I didn't bother
I think
me.
most people didn't. So
Yeah.
I think that would be helpful. It's just so different to me than that.
Mm.
Yeah, that it didn't work for me. But for the most part, I didn't find this to be Saturday morning cartoony. You meant it as a good thing, Austin. I just didn't find it to be that way.
I feel like Justice League is more Saturday morning cartoon, and that's why I was able to actually enjoy Justice League. I haven't seen Justice League since Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah,
though.
neither have I.
So, but I remember being like, I didn't mind this because it's kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon, and it's fun.
Well, it's nice to have Saturday morning cartoon be a compliment rather than an excuse.
Absolutely.
You know, like,
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why it's like I'm not pushing back because, Austin, if it felt like that for you, that's great. But, John, did it feel like that for you?
Yeah, I mean, it had more of a comic book and by proxy Saturday morning cartoon kind of spirit in that it was, colorful, a bit madcap. You have a lot of one of the things we learn, or I have been privy to watching these DC animated movies, is the way that they're able to balance what seems like it would be ridiculous and silly with stuff that's heavier and higher stakes, and all those things can work together. And that's kind of how this movie felt. Like, yeah, there's serious stuff, there's wacky stuff, but this is a somewhat wacky world. And in that boundary, wacky things can be serious, So, yeah, that was the kind of Saturday morning vibes I got.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. But thank you.
I just felt like Guy Gardner. I think where it doesn't feel like Saturday morning cartoon is the portrayal of like Guy Gardner just feels so much like a James Gunn character
Totally.
depiction to me.
100%.
That I was more like aware of that, so I wasn't really swept up in the
Lois felt super not Saturday morning to me. There was just a lot.
Well, it's not everything. It's just
yeah.
it's one of many flavors that the movie coalesces well.
I hear this probably is the number one thing people are saying about this movie. So just because I didn't feel that way doesn't mean that it wasn't real for people.
Sure.
Interesting.
To match our volume a little bit, John, can you move your mic a little closer to your mouth?
Yes, I'm mainly just trying not to breathe into this.
Totally fine.
But
Who we got
yes.
next on this list, buddy?
All right, let's jump back over to the super screen. After Austin, we got Celeste Marie. Thank you so much for your generosity. I absolutely loved it. It genuinely made me feel so happy, and I think seeing a movie that fills you with joy and hope is really important right now. I'm super excited for the future of the DCU.
Hell yeah. I'm
Absolutely.
so excited for the future of the DCU too. I started DC Movie News right after Man of Steel. Do you know how challenging it is to start something when the first thing you didn't like? And then to feel like, oh my God, I still want to be excited. And lucky for me, I thought that of the DCEU, there were so many movies I absolutely loved.
What was your favorite?
Wonder Woman.
Second favorite.
Why'd you say that?
Because Wonder Woman, I'm like, man, that's a
You
kind of
thought that
an
was a
obvious. I
cop-out,
feel like it's an
yeah.
obvious pick. Yeah.
Why?
That's what a feminist would say.
Yeah.
Why?
That's what a feminist Muslim gay would say.
Is that
For anyone who's just new to the chat and they're like, what fucked up joke is Greg making?
What is this? The Superman movie about acceptance and hope.
I can't believe Greg just said
Trying
that.
to slag off whole groups of marginalized people.
That's so funny that just happened.
I forget that like some people show up late. Like, what?
Guys, he called me that. That was out of the blue.
That was me. That's an original thought Greg had, not from someone attacking us.
Also, a hysterical part about that is, what's not an insult? Being Muslim, being gay, or being a feminist.
Yeah.
So, what is that most people's favorite? Is that why it's an obvious answer?
I feel like outside of nowadays, of course, everyone's like I think at the time when the DCEU was running, it was a very obvious answer.
Really?
Yeah, I think at the time when it was running, yeah. It was
it's
the least
your favorite?
polarizing one.
It's your favorite as well?
I don't know if it counts, but I've said it way before he was even announced. It's the Suicide Squad from James Gunn.
Yeah, it might be my second favorite, honestly.
Yeah.
I liked so many of them. Like I really did. I loved Aquaman too. Not Aquaman 2. I loved Aquaman also. Had to distinguish. John, what was your favorite?
Of the DCEU?
Yeah.
Golly.
I love Birds of Prey.
Birds of Prey, I think when we ranked it, was my favorite.
Really?
Yeah.
That movie did not do well, and for other reasons, I believe, but it was.
Because woke.
But it was also
because women.
Because pandemic.
It was right before the pandemic started. It was like right before it started. Yeah.
I love that movie.
But thank you, Celeste. I'm so excited that you're excited for the future of the DCU.
Absolutely. And next we have Mason Correa. Thank you for joining in. Love you guys. And this movie so much. Wore Superman socks every day this week as free promo.
Oh.
Didn't change them once. What character are you most excited to see again? Keep up the amazing work, you guys, including John, of course. Thank you. I appreciate that. Who we want to see the most? I mean, I feel like...
Your feet stink, bro.
Change your super socks. I feel like everybody wants to see more Hawkgirl, right?
I want to see Lois Lane the most again.
More of. I'm very curious if he can pull off a standalone Mr. Terrific movie or show.
Yeah.
I think that would be really, really cool.
Mr. Terrific was the one I walked out wanting to see more of the instant it ended.
I think I was surprised by the pairing of him and Superman. I was like, I would weirdly watch a movie that's like them paired up, and I've never put that together. My introduction to Mr. Terrific was Arrow, so I didn't really know his backstory. But speaking of what you just said, John, there's a little... you know what? Let me just go get it.
What are you trying to get?
Stall, read the live chat, Roxy, while I go get this thingy here.
Oh, look out
This is
now.
the chaos part of the stream.
Okay. Oh, lights are falling. Action.
It's all good.
Oh, Shazam was... I really liked Shazam also. The first one. Again, not Shazam 2.
Shazam was a lot of
Shazam
fun.
as well.
Shouts out to David F. Sandberg.
Let's see what you guys thought was the favorite. It seems like there's actually a lot of Shazams in here.
Oh, does the Suicide Squad count? Because that might be...
That's what Greg said?
Going back to the... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what he said.
It's either that or
Is it
Birds
birthday
of
thing?
Prey to the previous.
One of your birthday things. I had to return the other. But yeah,
Aw.
that is... but no, the other one is actually coming
Oh my
today.
God. Speaking of socks,
He's always talking about socks here. And I
I'm
remember...
watching Boy Meets World. Please do not disturb.
I remember on Diary of a Real
Wait.
Reject, you pointing out, I was like, I didn't expect Boy Meets World answers here.
Because
So.
Ryder Strong and my absolute
Yeah.
obsession. I love Boy Meets World. I'm truly obsessed. Do you understand that? First of all, also I like these
You're
are
a-
the types
you're-
of socks that I wear.
You're a sock
You
person.
see, I'm a huge sock person. These are unreal. Wait, guys.
These are rendered in Unreal.
Thank you. I would hug you, but we're in an awkward position right now. They both say the same thing. Yeah. These are so dope. Oh my God. My sister's going to be so jealous.
Good.
That's like my thing.
That was the goal. Sibling rivalry.
This is a Lex Luthor
When this boy
scheme.
meets world.
And just going back to the I'm so happy you like that, Roxy.
love
Hopefully you
them.
like the
They're
other thing
amazing.
too.
when you said speaking of, and I was like,
I didn't
want
want to say socks, then it gives away that I got you socks. But
love
with Mason
socks.
just saying that comment, it makes me happy because honestly, I was a little, even though like Rotten Tomatoes is high, it's still in the 80s, I believe. Like maybe,
critic or audience?
Critic, I think it's like low
Yeah.
80s right
Yeah,
now.
I think so too. I'll look.
Audience score is still pretty high, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what it's currently at.
Are we talking this Superman?
Yeah, but like when, like on our behind the scenes that I'll give is that we loved it so much. Like you guys who saw our non-spoiler review out of the theater, like I started tearing up in the first couple minutes, and thanks for clipping that out. I was like, oh, here.
Sorry.
No, don't worry. I was like, still but the but then immediately, of course, it was nothing but vitriol like that we mainly saw directed our way. And so it was a lot of like, I got to avoid social media. And then I got too wrapped up in social media. And then going into this live stream, it's like I've been taking a break from social media because I just need to get away from some of the like negativity. And so to be here, like Coy and I shot so many videos in advance before ever putting our opinion public because we wanted to nurture that love that we were feeling. And honestly, like part of the discourse has been really, a shitty part of this, and it's been kind of like getting to my mentality
It's
a
such a
little
bummer,
bit.
bro. It's such a bummer.
Yeah, it does like take away a lot of the joy from it, but seeing the amount of love that's been coming back in this live stream from you
Yes.
guys has been reinvigorating. So on a very personal level, beyond like super chats and all that shit, on the emotional side, a massive thank you to everyone who's been here to share the love. And if you don't like it, but you've been here and been being respectful, that's also 1,000% welcome. So just, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
I think it's such a fair thing that you're bringing up because, Greg, like sometimes we just need to find our people. And sometimes when we post things on social, like our TikTok review blew up. Or on Twitter, we have like, I think it's like almost 1 million views on Twitter on our
Even though
review
we've
or
been
something.
posting on Twitter a lot, I'm kind of considering not having a Twitter.
I know, because because the people there are so vicious. It's really wild. So
It's weird. Like you can see the exact same post on Twitter for something, for anything. And then I go to YouTube to see the exact same post, and it's like completely different.
response. So, but we have. Last time I checked, it was like 800,000 people had seen our review on Twitter, and the comments were so vicious that I was like, how could this many people think this? Like, why are we being called slurs by this many people for liking a movie? I've only ever received this much hatred for liking something one other time in my life, and it's Lord of the Rings, which on this channel. It ruined the movies for me.
Yeah.
Watching Lord of the Rings for Real Rejects, the first and only time that my experience ruined the movies for me. I loved those movies so much, and people were so upset with the way that I loved them that I was getting tortured online, and it was so odd. So now when I think of Lord of the Rings, when I was watching those, I had like so much love for them, and in that moment, when I think about how like destroyed I was, I feel so sad because it's just like the opposite of what the movies are supposed to be about.
Yeah.
And that's how I felt with Superman as well. We went to see Superman, a movie about love and hope, and teamwork and being part of something together. And then having everybody being like Jew, gay, like whatever, like all the name calling. And I was like, and you guys haven't even seen the movie yet, because we know you hadn't seen the movie yet because we saw it early. So it was really disheartening. But I have to believe, Greg, that's got to be less than 0.001% of people.
I mean, I think especially Twitter, just the voice and vibe of Twitter is specifically attracts. Like everyone I know says Twitter's a cesspool. That's like the common phrase,
Right?
And I think it's 100%. I mean, we see it in YouTube comments, of course, but there's. Twitter especially is a different thing, but we also saw it on our other socials too, I think, for this one.
I kind of have. How do you guys feel about this? I kind of don't believe that you should be allowed to be anonymous on the internet anymore.
No, fascinating. I think, I mean, depending on what you're putting out, especially, it's weird. It's weird how it works, but you get less bothered by. I think you're better at it than me.
To me, it is so goofy. Like, okay, so you guys are calling me the F word, the slur, because I liked a movie. That's goofy.
Yeah.
What a weird take on that.
It's bizarre.
That's bizarre. So like, that's a you problem. That has nothing to do with who I am.
Yeah.
Luckily, but I did feel bad for you because I was trying to get you to like collab on some stuff,
will
and you were
always
like,
collab.
I am off of social
I'll
now.
download it for a second. Collab.
We got so much heat. John, you're not on social as much. Were you seeing this or no?
You mean just the general kind of viciousness of people attacking folks and stuff?
To the three of us on Twitter.
I haven't. I
Oh.
don't go on Twitter.
Yeah.
I have almost no use personally for Twitter. I used to read
Very
Twitter
happy for you.
obsessively,
Yeah.
and it got to be way too much, and so I haven't really seen much.
Twitter's been the most helpful with like keep it up to date with video on demand and for the podcast, for the news. Like I find Twitter extremely reliable for that shit.
Sure.
It's still also
I'm trying to find a way to
best-
get on there without getting completely distracted immediately.
But I do. Yeah, that's me too. That's my problem. It's like I go on there to like, let me go to discussing film. And then immediately I'm like, let me just look at this entire feed now.
Yeah, after 5 minutes of scrolling, I'm like, oh shit, what was I here to do?
Yeah, that's such a bummer, man. It is the best for promotion still because it's text with links. So
Sure, yeah.
but it sucks there. It sucks.
We got 82% on Superman and 94 audience.
That's
by the way.
amazing. That's amazing for
That's what
weekend
we like to
results, baby.
see.
You love to hear it. All right, well, who we got next up here, John?
We got next. It's Keith. Good old Keith. Lois and Clark are great and all, but I want what Jimmy and Eve have. Love story for the ages. Thanks, guys. Boston, stand up.
You don't?
Little question here for the both of you. At the end of the movie, when Eve wraps her legs around Jimmy and he smiles at her, is that Jimmy accepting, like, okay, I'm gonna like give her a chance?
I don't know. I think that she even surprised Jimmy. Like, I think that Jimmy has more admiration and respect for her after he realizes that what she was doing was a little bit smart. So,
And that was intentional, what she was doing? I couldn't tell if like it was an accident.
no, 100%.
Okay, so it was intentional. I was like, all right.
That's
yeah.
what I said to Coy before we started the stream. This is such a bummer, but I'm on social media so much that I knew what she was doing from the second we saw her take her first selfie.
Right.
When she had her phone, I was like, oh my God, she's recording shit. I know what she's doing. Like, I literally clocked it. So, and that was upsetting. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe my brain thinks that way. But I don't know whether he's accepting it, more just thinking like, I have to be true to what I said I would do. Okay, fine.
Spend the weekend with her.
Yeah.
It almost felt like one of those things where it's like he isn't fully like connected with her. He's almost like, I'm kind of humoring you, I guess, but then eventually like gives into it, mixed with like a little bit of obliviousness.
Sure.
She's dope.
Yeah.
She's dope. And
Yeah.
she's a smoke show. And like, I think exactly what you're saying is accurate, John.
Jimmy doesn't seem like he 100% quite he gets that something is happening there and she wants this, but I don't feel like he fully is. I don't know. Yeah, he seems to have like a sprinkling of obliviousness and then is just good-natured enough to be like, yeah, I guess we'll go through with it.
You see, like when people talked about Clark not being like investigative reporter, totally fair criticism, and I could see why you'd want that because that's a big part of Superman and Clark Kent.
I mean, I could do more of that.
But I like that they gave Jimmy the time to do a lot of that.
Yeah,
actually,
absolutely.
instead of just Jimmy, showing up taking photos or some shit. Like,
And
yeah,
economically speaking, like that's a nice way of, taking out an element that people might expect, but using that redistribution of screen time to develop Jimmy to make the Daily Planet feel a little more fleshed out and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I'll trade gladly Clark at the planet for other people at the planet if it means they get to be characters.
Or the movie could have been a little longer.
sure, yeah.
That's what people are.
I think for the first one they wanted to play it safe with runtime. Yeah.
I think that they made the right choices and cut the right things. I honestly love this movie so much I can't even describe it. But I don't think that we could have cut other stuff to have more of him. If we were going to have more of Clark, we would have had to add runtime.
Definitely, and some plot.
Yeah.
Who's next up here, buddy?
Let's go.
Thank
to
you
the next
guys.
one.
Thank you guys again for the super chats and the stream labs as well.
Also, to Boston Stand Up, I hope you mean Boston Brand, a.k.a. Deadman. Great DC character. Celeste Marie is back.
Bye, John. I will run the clock here all day if we have to. So when you have to leave, Roxy, you just let us know.
We'll see how it
It's
goes.
you and me, baby. All right, Celeste Marie. Honestly, I know it wasn't popular, but I enjoyed Brave New World. Thunderbolts is now my favorite Marvel movie. This is now my favorite Superman. And with Fantastic Four and Peacemaker coming, superheroes are really back.
I really did. After watching Thunderbolts, to bounce off this comment, after watching Thunderbolts, I'm like, wow, we're in a good year for comic book movies.
I also like Brave New World.
I know you do.
Yeah. and when I say that, people are like, shill, liar. And it's like, I've gotten so much more disdain for having liked it than I would have if I just went with everybody else and said I didn't like it that much. I just did. I did like it.
Yeah.
I didn't like it as much as I liked Thunderbolts, but I liked it. And I didn't like Thunderbolts as much as I like Superman. But I liked them all.
Well, what I love is how what I love with Thunderbolts is how it took a swing to be something very different than what Marvel's usually doing. And the sensibilities of the psychology just really are like, it was the one movie I think in my entire life where people actually came to me and were like, hey, I'm actually like, okay with you skipping the theaters for this one because I feel like you'd have good commentary on the reaction. And I was like, I see why people said that to me because it totally speaks to like things I'm passionate about. And then to get Superman, which is completely different than Thunderbolts and very different than what the DC's universes have been doing in the past like decade or so. I was like, wow, it's really cool that we're getting like good stuff that's very different.
Absolute vodka. Couldn't have said it better. Myself, Samir. Thank you so much. Proud of you and Greg. Proud of you, Greg and John, for your growth, and not you, Roxy.
To hell with
stagnant.
you. And Coy was here at the time when this super chat came in, so screw you.
No
Coy's the
character
center
arc.
of the thumbnail now, and he's not here.
You're the start of it. You guys are the start of it. I
true.
think it's really sweet.
We are the nucleus, I suppose. We're the
Yeah.
Starsky and Hutch.
Thank you. I mean, I'm pretty proud of the way this live stream's been going. Honestly, like we've had a single shot live stream for so long. Now to have multiple cams, it's like, oh my god, dream come true. We finally fucking did it.
This has been great. Well, and you know, this has given me opportunities midstream to be like, okay, now I can really examine the colors and I can really like mess with the timing of the audio. Yeah.
Who do we
This
got
is
next
great.
up here, buddy?
These are going to be even crazier from now on. All right, let's see. We got Gunther das Hunter. Thank you for joining in. And the rhymes. Isn't LexCorp like corporation? Isn't it LexCorp? Yes, it's Luthor Corp in this movie, right?
Yeah.
And you guys talked about that on one of the podcasts, didn't you? About how
Sometimes it's LexCorp, sometimes it's Luthor Corp.
yeah.
Not Corp.
Corp. And
because you're Green Lantern coring right now.
right.
Yeah, LexCorp.
I think that's why he peed.
He did pee.
Got
he
it.
peed all over.
I had
Peed on you.
the thought that I had. I actually
Yeah,
said
R.
something that I heard James Gunn actually say it later. It was that I felt like they called this one a Luthor Corp because it was an indication of like family legacy, and we don't hear anything about his dad in this movie, but his dad is a big part of his identity and why he is the way he is. And so I thought it was like a smarter choice to call it Luthor Corp when usually it's LexCorp. And then James Gunn actually said that is why he went with that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll read this next one so you don't have to, John.
Hey. We're good.
Stop moving it,
I'm
Greg.
putting it to the top.
You got us the post. I'm in love with John. If he's not married, tell him to reply to my DM. Also, haven't seen Superman yet, but I don't mind being spoiled. Thanks, guys.
Well, I-
Wow.
Thank you to US Goddess.
Very
You
sweet.
Goddess.
I've said it for years.
The
The,
poet.
ladies love John here.
Is it the poet or the post? Poet.
Yeah.
Poet.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, that was poetry to my ears, and we're married now. Actually,
Oh.
as a matter of fact, this is a binding legal contract.
Oh,
and I'm sure my lady companion is gonna love this.
how many sheep are you offering on the table?
Oh man, I got a whole flock of them. We
Oh,
can make
good.
sweaters
She'll be
all
part
day.
of your harem.
That's right.
God is the poet,
That's right.
man.
Actually, I'm absolutely open to having a harem, so we can work that out. I'll be in the DMs forthwith.
A harem sounds exhausting.
It does.
Could you have a harem of men? Is there a harem of men? Is there a different word for that?
Greg, I can't have a man.
Yeah, man. It just sounds like too much work.
A harem.
That's
I
too
haven't
much.
found one that I
Different
like.
word
Is there
for
a-
a harem of men?
What we got?
While a harem specifically refers to a group of women associated with one man, there isn't a single universally accepted term for a group of men associated with one woman.
society we have.
That's crazy.
In anime and manga, the term reverse harem is used to describe the scenario.
That's
Other
nuts.
terms like male harem or gyaku
Wow.
harem are also sometimes used.
That's really crazy.
It's a woman who's getting pregnant by a bunch of different men. So what's going on? Man, that's crazy.
Okay.
Thank you for marrying me, though. I'm very excited.
Yeah. Now that we're here, Roxy's now in the mode of like, let's keep this going.
Well, yeah, I like answering the questions. I don't want to miss out on too many, but also
All right.
Yeah, we're running.
Long John Spears, thank you for jumping. I think you jumped in earlier, so thank you again. Do y'all think there could be more to his parents' message that recontextualizes the whole thing? Bombshell reveal for the sequel. It's like that Simpsons where they keep blowing the dust off the book, and it's like how to cook humans, how to cook for humans, how to cook 40 humans. You know, I wonder. I mean, the tape and the legitimacy of what Lex unearths from the rest of it seems already up to debate. Does it seem like there's any more to that message? Like that they only got so far and they stopped?
I mean, we already spoke about this at length, so I'm interested more in your opinion on this, John. I don't know if there could be more following, but we talked about possibly like Bizarro situation, or if Mr. Terrific was wrong and it was not coded correctly and it was like a fib. What are you hoping for?
See, that's the wrinkle because partly because Mr. Terrific left such an impression, and I believe in the efficacy and legitimacy of his ability.
Right.
I don't know. I think it's a good question to have, and I think it potentially sets up a possibility to tell a story about like what happens when your parents are somewhat role models and maybe somewhat not role models, and how do you grapple with that? And Superman, I feel like we often associate Jor-El and you know, the legacy as being this purely benevolent thing. But maybe if the tape is legitimate, if their message is like, you need to come in and lead these people and subjugate them and all that stuff, I think it would be an interesting thing for him to grapple with as a character. Like, this is where I come from. It just plays more into the nature-nurture debate. And I think his choosing Ma and Pa Kent solidifies, like, I'm not worried that, like, oh, dang, if they get more out of this tape, it's going to change who he is. But, I mean, certainly it seems like something we can come back to and keep going with to at least some extent in a sequel, if not longer.
What I like is the way it's delivered seems like they don't feel like they're saying something evil or bad.
Yeah.
They seem like they're saying it in a way that's, no, this is how you're going to help humanity. This is how you're going to help Earth be better.
Yeah.
And not control or be an authoritarian. Not
jump in
rule.
there.
Yeah. No, this is like, no, here's how you're going to help.
Yeah. This is what it's going to be like in this place, and here's your ability because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would be kind of cool to get a little bit of like Krypton history. Maybe in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, 'cause as I know you brought it up, maybe they will like kind of flesh out a little bit more of like the philosophies behind it. Have you seen the show Invincible?
No.
Okay,
I don't
then
do a lot of animated shows.
Invincible is one that I would highly recommend. But there's
I like Skybound. That's who.
yeah. Well, for those who are familiar with Invincible, I'm like, what if like the Krypton depiction's a little bit more like Viltrum is what I'm saying. Probably not, but that's a little bit what I'm saying. What do we got next, John?
All right. Samir is back. Also, I love Superman and its messages.
Thanks, Samir.
Thanks, Samir.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the super chat, my friend.
Oh my God! And your profile pic is James Gunn and Zack Snyder together, looking
Whoa.
happy.
Unity, unite the league.
And comment if you saw that Family Guy bit. Diego Guevara.
Rick and Morty.
Back again. That's right. It is Rick and
I'm
Morty.
with you. I got you.
Yeah, God. All right, Diego Guevara. Thank you for jumping in both sides of the generosity stream here. Yeah, I'm gonna need Battinson with Corenswet. I don't care. I don't care. That would be pretty crazy. That would be the tones. I would be fascinated to see clash, but it would be really fun to see those two actors together.
Do you think there's a world where it could work?
Yeah. I do think there's a world that it could work. I don't think it is what they're going to do, and it's not what I want them to do. But I do think that it could. I think that they could make any tones work. They're different cities, different characters. So the tonal doesn't bother me. How about you?
I heard a common theory I hear of the way they could fold it in is that Superman takes place actually a little bit later than
what?
the stories the Batman is telling. So then you could just have Robert Pattinson. You could still do Robert Pattinson's Batman, but he could play like a slightly older version. But then I'm like, you can't fold that in then until probably after your trilogy is done, which seems like it would take 20 years to do this trilogy based off of
So
that.
not to have a Batman until then.
Yeah, no, it would be a very long time. But no, I don't. I could see it working. And honestly, if James Gunn announced, I figured it out, I'd be very excited. I'd be apprehensive, but I would also be like, ooh, let's go. I'm hoping.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know.
Seems like it would be a swing, but it would be an exciting. I don't think anyone would be like, "Don't do it."
No,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people, John.
Yeah.
That's actually,
yeah.
but I think it would be an interesting prospect to watch them take the risk.
I just hope I think it would actually sacrifice the quality of the Batman movies.
I've been saying this from day one, but Brendan Sklenar is my next Batman. I just think that he is who they should cast. I think he fits perfectly into this universe. I think that he is an absolute beast of an actor. I think he is Batman. I think he is Bruce Wayne. So that's what I'm holding out hope for.
Love to hear it.
All right. You know what else I love to hear is a super chat from Always Remember back in the chat. If they let me feel the idea of hope emerge automatically from the narrative and put more serious tone with brightness, like Man of Steel did, it'd be more of a banger. Sigh. Maybe Gunn cultists were right. I'm just one of the Snyder cultists.
Nah, man. I don't. Not everyone who doesn't like this movie is a scary Snyder cult person.
Yeah, you're allowed to like those. Those are allowed to be your favorites.
Yeah.
100% what they're saying, and I actually really, really respect you for keeping things so respectful. But I do disagree with everything that you said. the brightness of Man of Steel.
There are some scenes in daylight. Yeah.
No, he's saying put more seriousness with brightness, like Matt.
Man of Steel
Okay.
did.
Now I get-
I didn't find that to be.
I think he's saying like scenes that took place during the day.
The daytime. Yeah. Yeah. There are some scenes on the farm. There are
Yeah.
some scenes on the
The
farm.
Yeah, I guess there are some outdoor scenes.
The-
They do fight in the daylight once.
The Smallville fight, the first flight.
But you are not a Snyder cultist. I think you just like the movies. That's awesome. And I'm bummed you didn't like this for you because I'd always want everybody to like
I
this.
feel like if you were a Snyder cultist, you would be behaving differently while saying similar things.
We know what Snyder cultists sound like.
If
And this
you're-
is coming from people who really loved like Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yeah.
Yeah. And I
Scale's
really
great.
like Zack Snyder in general.
Yeah.
He is a doll. So anyway.
Yeah, good
Would-
dude. Loves creatine. All right. Thank you, always remember, for being so genial. NLSFC 96. When Malik gets shot and a single tear rolls down Superman's cheek, was so moving and shows how much he cares.
So is it Molly or Malik?
I'm going to go
Yeah.
consult IMDb chat. I trust you guys, but...
But agreed. That was so moving. I thought that was so moving. I was so upsetting.
The marketing around this movie has been really smart because they showed that scene and I remember that was such a highlighted thing from a lot of people, like, oh, this person helping Superman up in the
Right.
marketing. And then it happens so early in the movie and I didn't find it as impactful as I thought it would. Like I liked the moment, but I wasn't like impacted by
Because
it.
you didn't know there would be payoff for it.
And then suddenly, because I thought that scene would come in way later in
Right.
the movie when like things are so dire, as opposed to right at the beginning. And then to have that scene happen to bring a tragedy element to it, all because Superman saved this guy and now Lex is punishing him, I thought was a really smart way to heighten. That's when I was really like, man, this Lex guy's evil. Even the way he responds to it when
Yeah.
he's like, oh, I didn't think this would happen so soon. And neither did I as an audience member. I was like, oh shit, he got shot like the second or third time. It happened so fast.
Totally.
Yeah, that scene in general really struck me.
What was the answer, John?
The answer is that everyone's correct. The character is credited on IMDb as Malik Molly Ali.
Ah.
So
Malik
you gotta-
Molly Ali. Okay.
Yeah, sort of crash them two together. Thank you, NLSFC. LT Productions is next. Thank you for chiming in. Clark watching footage of his parents while I'm a punk rocker by the Teddy Bears played is my favorite Superman moment ever now. Perfect ending.
I thought that song was perfectly used.
Yeah, and I mean, for as James Gunn has described it, it's more of a score movie than a soundtrack movie, but the soundtrack elements still felt like nicely chosen. Well done. Striking.
Well, like to use a song that he grew up on. Like that's some of my favorite charming parts about James Gunn's writing is when he's able to have moments like talking about punk rock in bands that might sound like little character nuances or something kind of funny, but then to have like a really big emotional moment come in from something that we thought was just going to be a part of one little scene, I think is really strong and a great way to, because I don't feel like anyone sees something like that coming. And that's some of my favorite parts of it. He does that a lot with his movies. He can surprise you that way.
True enough. Absolutely agree. Would love to watch Super again one of these days.
I've never seen it.
Oh. It's
It's a very different kind of movie.
a very different kind of movie.
It's a dark movie.
It's yeah, but it's fascinating. Robert Preuser, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
chiming in and
Robert.
for the Roxy birthday wish. Happy early birthday, Roxy!
Thank
You'll love to
you.
hear it. The Luthor monkeys / media manipulation is so relevant to today. It's
Facts.
sad.
Facts, dude.
That ending scene with the home footage definitely had me teared up. Loved the ending song. I am deaf, a punk rocker.
Punk rocker
That's
is
what we like to
in.
hear. Hell yeah, you are. You are a punk rocker. Everyone in here is a punk,
yeah.
unless you're
Thanks, Robert.
expressing
Thank you so
tyranny
much,
on
Robert.
people.
Robert, you're here like almost every single live stream. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Alexander.
Oh my God, a big one. Thank you.
Alexander.
Alexander.
You know what? Just due to the time, John, I think in the next 5 minutes we should disable people being able to submit super chats.
I'll get on
So if everyone wants to contribute super chat, thank you. We're more than welcome. But yeah, we're going to disable the ability to do that in
starting
like the
a
next 5 minutes.
stopwatch for 5 minutes. Okay, so Alexander Rivera,
Thank
thank
you.
you so
Thank
much
you for such a generous one.
chiming
Damn.
in. Absolutely. Alexander says, I loved it and I felt good energy in my theater. There was multiple people dying. There was multiple people dying. Multiple people dying laughing throughout the whole movie. Even better, walking out of the theater, overhearing a group of people excited saying that they absolutely loved it.
Oh, that's
it felt
great.
amazing. And yeah, like I haven't gotten to see it again yet, and I'm really excited to take the time, and I hope it can be this weekend, to just be among the people,
Yeah,
and
me
to
too.
be
Me
among
too.
the energy, because it does feel like, for as much ugliness as there is out on the further reaches of the internet, it does feel like at the moment, this is a moment, and like everyone's like, there's a Superman movie coming out. Is it good? I
Yeah.
gotta go see it. And like the excitement and the enthusiasm is palpable in a way it hasn't been in a minute.
I really thought because of the social media experiences that the audience score was going to be like significantly
Me too.
lower.
Me
And it's
too.
been really high.
Yeah,
It's the highest DC.
It stayed high this whole time, and so I'm so happy to hear that you had that. I don't know where you're from, Alexander, but I'd love to also know where you're from, because it's always cool to hear like when it's like Michigan or some random
Yeah.
little state that's like embracing it so much. Because I was like, are we just in some weird film bubble that loves this, or like people loving it? You know,
Delaware loves Superman.
yeah, I have my close friends who lives in Utah. I was so worried he wasn't going to like it. He's like, I don't have a single problem with this movie. I loved it. I loved it so much. I was like, oh, thank God. People do love this movie, and we're not crazy.
Hell yeah.
So thank you, Alexander.
Absolutely. All right. Luca, you're up next. Thank you so much for chiming in. How do you feel about now Supergirl's entrance? I know Greg wasn't feeling it initially since she was not sad looking, but I agreed with Coy that marketing-wise,
That is what I said, yeah.
she's not depressed enough. She's not dour enough. But I agreed with Coy that marketing-wise, no one is excited about a sad, drunk girl.
What he's getting at is in the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow comic, right when you see her drunk, you get an instant sense like, oh, this woman's in so much pain, actually.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite pick up on that when I watched it. It seemed like someone.
That is not what they were going for here. I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
not what they are going to be going for, but I don't think they wanted you to spend time feeling bad for this girl.
Yeah, I think in the instant of, I think in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, that is a massive part of her character, though.
And it might be with this Supergirl.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think it would have distracted from this movie, I think.
It would have, probably, yeah. I forget, John, did you liked the entrance, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I like it's brief, but I like it as a subversion of what you might expect if you don't know the character very well. And
Sure.
just that brief, Millie Alcock flavor that we get was a nice burst of new energy that got me excited for the future in a way that is slightly different from like a Marvel thing, because obviously we've gotten to the point with Marvel where it's like you don't know if what they're teasing you with is going to happen, whereas this is happening for sure, and it's like, cool, I get my little like, here's a tease of the next thing, but it doesn't feel like we just stopped to do a trailer. I was really into it.
Love it. Love to hear it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the super chat.
Absolutely. And Sean Holland, thank you so much for chiming in. You look very lovely in your profile pic here. My theater clapped at the end of the film. It was beautiful. I love seeing humanity and hope in a theater. 7.5 out of 10 for the film. By the way, y'all rock.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Sean.
Sean.
Y'all punk rock.
Honestly, I love. You have no clue how much this is actually affecting my heart. That's the amount of people who are like, my theater loved this. Like, that makes me so fucking happy, because I was so worried after experiencing this week. So thank you for sharing that. Sincerely, thank you.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Sean. And let's move on to Rock's reviews and reactions. Go check them out. I may be alone, but wish we got the Batfleck movie.
Same.
Oh, yeah. I
You're
think we all could
definitely not
agree
alone,
that
yeah.
a Batfleck movie would have been sick.
Boston. I mean, like, I love him so
make
much.
the town with Bruce Wayne.
No, I'm not saying that, obviously. I'm just saying, like, I love Ben Affleck. I loved his Batman. I thought he did such an amazing job. I would have loved to see this.
That
I
is.
would have loved to see it before BVS.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, it is one of the biggest like, oh, what could have been? Because I love the Batman, Robert Pattinson, but it is it is something that we were all like That's perfect. Yeah, Ben Affleck directed. What a unique thing to the actor direct the Batman movie who's playing Batman. It just seemed like a perfect marriage, and yeah, it's really sad that we never got that.
Absolutely. We are in mourning. And I mean, for especially, too, how he has expressed some of his reservations and regrets about how things have gone.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, damn, that could have been a more positive experience for him. But anyway, he found it in the Flash, so there's that. Alexander Rivera is back. Thank you so much for multiple generosities here. Superman saving the squirrel was adorable, and that's I feel like every one of us touched on that moment at some point, or you know,
Loved it.
highlighted that as a lovely thing.
A lot of people say like that scene. I've heard this so many times. Like that whole scene is just a direct response to Zack Snyder, and I'm like, if you choose to see it that way, I think
have
it
to be that.
yeah, I think it's so within the character of what the Justice Gang is doing, the exact opposite approach of what Superman's approach is, and it's telling of Superman's characterizations, and so I don't feel
It
like
actually really reminded me of the Wonder Woman moment where she sees the baby. It's like, it's a baby. And
Yeah.
it's like, it's just showing you like what somebody's soul looks like.
yeah,
Absolutely.
it's character telling. It's not an FU to Zack Snyder. Or
Well,
something.
no, I think if anything, it's mainly, if it's confronting anything, it's just the idea that the Snyder way is the way,
Yeah.
and like saving. Everyone goes to like, oh, he's saving cats from trees. It's super corny, and I'm like, this is a way to do that without specifically doing that one scenario. So you're like, oh yes, Superman cares for all
Yeah.
living beings, and I think it's just a rebuttal of like. The idea that you can't have that and also be cool or have drama or badass stuff or whatever.
True.
But yes, thank you, Alexander. And we got Frankie Antoniacci. Good Italian name there. Hell yeah. I love y'all so much. Just started watching this year. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Frankie.
This movie.
Oh, only 7 months. Wow.
Yeah, that's almost a baby. This movie is perfect and redeemed Superman. David feels so pure and natural in this role. What were your favorite moments from him? Also, Coy, thank you for pushing the comic agenda. We'll make sure he gets that message. He's crying a single tear right now. What were your favorite moments from David Corenswet?
I mean, I've talked about it extensively. It is the Lois exchange scene when he says like when she's saying like you see the beauty in everyone, and he says maybe that's being punk rock. Like that moment, like really, and at the premiere too, when we saw it, the crowd was relatively quiet for most of the movie, and then I heard the whole like so much of the crowd after he said that go. Oh, oh, that's a poignant. Like you hear an audible, like you're like some personal development auditorium all of a sudden, and hearing some Bushman with wisdom spew something like, oh wow, yeah, that's a cool thought.
I could apply that to my life.
Do you have a favorite moment from Corenswet?
I want to list 6, and I'm not sure that I like even feel comfortable ranking one over the other.
Yeah.
That moment for sure is top for me, Greg. The human speech moment, him like trying to push through the kryptonite with Metamorpho is a huge moment. The squirrel moment, it sounds small, but that was just like, oh my God, that is so Superman.
Leaves an impression.
Even the cracks on the building, like him trying to justify, I know that was a little joke, but like he's just always trying to spare people's feelings and thoughts too.
Oh yeah, that post-credit scene.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
brilliant
funny.
moment. That was so funny.
Yeah. So like I don't have a favorite moment. I think David was so perfect. Every moment he was in the role, I just thought was him lifting the baby. Like I loved that moment where he was just unwilling to let go of this baby. Like above him, just brilliant.
I mean, the one last thing I'll add to that is like when he actually barges into Lex's room and he's like, "Where's the dog?" Because the whole time he's just like fucking crypto. And in that moment, you see like, I really care about this dog. I love this dog. And then to end it with the mid-credit scene where they're just looking at the moon and Krypto hugs him, and then like even on one of my favorite moments too is when Krypto's laying on his chest in his room. Like the Krypto really is his home, you know, and like little.
Oh, I did not feel that way.
With what?
I feel like this was like the squirrel situation, kind of. I think he's super annoyed with Krypto. I don't think that this is because Krypto is his favorite and he loves him so much. I think this is that dog is out there alone. He even says at some point, like, I don't even know if I like the dog that much.
He says
Like,
he's not a very good dog.
good dog. He's not a very good dog.
I
Like,
think it's a familial thing. It's like, yeah, this dog drives me up the wall 90% of the time, but he's my family and I love him.
Yeah,
Like,
that's more what I would say. Yeah.
I feel like it's a dog and he needs my help. Like that was how I felt about.
There's that in there
Crypto.
too.
Yeah,
I mean,
I hear what you guys are saying totally, but for me, why I thought it was so beautiful was just because we don't see them like as a besties. This is all so good. We see Crypto be kind of like a crappy dog to him, and still he's like, but the dog's alone and
Well,
needs my help.
and it matches that quality of like, clearly you have an association with this dog, but it's not your dog.
Right.
So it's like you
Right.
tolerate this dog for your cousin, kind of.
Well, I think he starts partnering up with him too in the Ultraman fight. Like he relies on him and whistles him in.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
Yeah, totally. I'm not saying he hates the dog.
He doesn't want to save the dog, all right? But he does because people are watching.
fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, we got a couple familiar people here. But yeah, take it away, John.
Mike Joyce is here. Thank you, Mike, for chiming in. Love to see you. Rachel Brosnahan, how hard do we do that H? Was fantastic as Lois. The only part of her character I didn't like was that she puts a disgusting amount of sugar in her. I did notice this. She does like a very sugary coffee.
I love her talking about this in interviews though, because
Oh, it's being brought up.
well, Lois notoriously is a smoker. It's part of like her shtick, her thing, and as a journalist, and she talked about developing this sugar addiction because what does she do when she's like on the go, like constantly going, trying to figure it out, whatever. And she is a sugar addict. That's why we see her put so much. It's not like I'm distracted and I didn't notice. She has a sugar like habit, which I thought was interesting.
Oh, it's an actual like personal character thing.
Yeah, like a vice. Yeah.
Like a vice. It's like a choice. I like it.
Yeah,
Hell
me too.
It's
All
cool.
right, respect. I really love her in this movie, man. She's great.
She's my favorite part of the movie.
Favorite part of the movie, really?
Oh, you don't know?
I didn't know she was your favorite part.
I'm
of the
like
movie.
completely obsessed with this Lois. Yeah. I think she's amazing. I love Rachel Brosnahan so much. My favorite finale of the last probably 10 years is Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. I love Rachel Brosnahan. I just think she's absolutely brilliant. When she was cast as this was the first time I've ever been excited about Lois Lane as a character.
Did you like her in Superman and Lois? I know it's not a fair comparison. That's a show.
I think she did a really good job. Betsy Tulloch.
Forget. Yeah.
Betsy Tulloch. Betsy. She's so good in the show. But as all of the CW shows suffered from, there's so many episodes that they put her in situations that she does ultimately becomes very damsel-like, and that has been my least favorite quality of Lois. Is not that people don't need help sometimes, because everybody needs help sometimes, but I think that the actress did an amazing job, and I liked the character significantly better than I liked the DCEU Lois. But it still wasn't like this for me.
I'm seeing a lot of like women really connect with this version of Lois a lot too. Like even at the junket, there was all these pop figures, and they're like, you can only take one. So I called Olivia. I was like, we got Mr. Terrific, Superman, everything. And she's like, do they have a Lois Lane? Like, it actually surprised me that even Olivia was like, I want the Lois Lane one.
I just
you know?
love her. I look up
Yeah.
to her so much in this. I like aspire to be like Lois. I walked out of the movie and more so than being like, I aspire to be like Superman. I was like, I really want to be like Lois.
Well, and she has such conviction. I think that's part of what jumps off the screen for people is like Superman is discovering, it has conviction of his own, but is discovering certain things as being tested in different ways, where she is like steadfast in a certain kind of conviction and a certain kind of just formidability of spirit,
Yeah, that debate scene is so brilliant.
It's the most amazing scene.
That's probably my favorite scene
I think
in
it's
the
mine
movie.
too.
Yeah.
I think it's mine too. It's just so
It
good.
doesn't have my favorite moment, but it's my favorite scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also love that she's debating breaking up with him. Like,
Very real.
yeah, like,
Is this working?
is this the right match for me? Like just
Yeah.
because he's all these things, I just
Could I
love
do
her.
better?
No, I don't. I don't think it's that.
And then, and also, oh God, no, we go on tangents about her for so long. Like, I didn't notice it till the second viewing because she is dating Superman and she's very aware of that.
Right.
But when she finally meets like the parents for the first time and she's just looking at Clark laying in his bed, you see this like look, and she's looking around the room and she's smiling at him like, oh, she really sees like who he. I feel like in
And the
that moment,
posters.
yeah, I feel like in that moment that was when she really solidified her feelings. For
Such
him.
a shift. Yeah,
Yeah,
loved that.
That was a beautiful moment. beautiful. Yeah, I'm glad we took time. We haven't talked about Lois much, so I'm glad we took time to have a little tangent about her.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mike. And hey, my wife is back. You got us the poet. Thank you for jumping in the chat once again. I've seen some disrespectful comments toward OG Christopher Reeve. Do you think people need to be a certain age to appreciate or care about the 1978 Superman? Soups.
No.
I think it comes down to individual, not really
Yeah.
age or something.
I don't think you have to be. I think it is easier for the baseline association to be like, oh, that's the old, fogey Superman, and it's probably hokey and campy and blah, blah, blah. And I feel like people probably are, I feel like potentially younger people who haven't grown up with it just being a fact of cinematic life are probably like, I don't need to go back for that necessarily because it's, again, going to be dated or whatever.
Sure.
Christopher Reeve was like a real life Superman, and those people should watch his doc. And
Beautiful
like
documentary.
he's just such an unbelievable human, and he was such an unbelievable Superman that to the first part of this disrespectful comments towards OG Christopher Reeve, that's bizarre to me.
What I don't like is that there's so many. Superman's like a Bond character. Like there's going to be so many iterations. There's going to be more after David Corenswet. I don't feel like we have to tear down another Superman in order to lift up a current one or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to make sure, John, we disabled the ability for more to come in?
They've
Cool.
been disabled for
Thank you.
minutes.
But
now.
we will finish off the rest. And Roxy, whenever you have to bounce, you just let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I would love to go back and rewatch that Superman because he affected the comics. Like his vibe, his take on the character is iconic in its own right. So people should put respect on his name, except for Eminem, I guess. Mani, thank you for chiming in the chat. How did you guys feel about Superman's parents not sending him there to be benevolent, but instead rule over everyone? Did that take a second to adjust to or feel natural? Love what you guys do, and happy birthday, Roxy!
Thank you so much, Monty. Appreciate you.
Thank you. I feel bad because you contributed, obviously, to Super Chat. So I'd love to just
Unpack
I want to bring something new, but I feel like we've really dissected this probably the most out of any subject here.
Yeah.
The only thing in the movie that is kind of unresolved or leaves me with questions of clarity.
That's so weird. I was I was fine with it.
I don't know whether to well, it's because I don't know whether to trust that this is the authentic message or that it hasn't been manipulated. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The one part,
I think it's fair, John.
and I guess here's one thing I can contribute to this is that Jeremy Johns is capsule on the film, and he said it in his review. It's there's no surprises in this movie, and I'm I feel like when this thing happened, everyone was like, "What?"
Yeah, I was shocked by that choice. I was
Again,
in a good way when it happened.
Yeah, again, Jeremy Johns, I watch his videos every fucking week, so that's not a slight against him.
Called out.
I just do disagree with I feel like if there's a single surprise, it is that choice right there.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Wow, and who plays them in the first place? I remember an audible wave of whoa, what is Bradley
Fucking
Cooper
Bradley,
and this lady I recognize whose name I know I've seen you in stuff.
Do you know who that woman is who plays Lara?
Yeah,
Who is she?
she's from what's the show that I watched that Westworld, I think.
That's where she's from.
I haven't looked her up, but that's what it looked like.
God, yeah, I know. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, damn, yeah, you're right. Could not place it.
Absolutely. Angela Sarafyan.
Did we skip?
No, he's just saying the actress's name.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I'm saying yeah.
Okay.
He's like, no, that's pronounced Luca.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I can read. It's not my first time. Alrighty. We got Monty. That's right. Okay. Next up is Luca. Thank you for chiming in.
Thank you, Luca.
Also, do you think it being named Luthor Corp that it can set us up with Lena Luthor, maybe similar how she was in the show as an ally to Supergirl?
I don't know much about Lena. Do you know much about her?
Yeah, I do.
Let's go, Roxanne. Single angle on you.
No, I think that it's an interesting question about it being called Luthor Corp, and maybe that is an angle into Lena, who sometimes works with her brother, sometimes doesn't work with her brother. I think it's always more interesting, like in the Supergirl show, where people judge you for who your family is, but that's not who you are. And we're already kind of seeing that with Lex with with Superman with his parents. And it would be really interesting to see this version of Lena, who maybe she's in business with her brother, maybe she completely disagrees with him, or maybe he's taken over their last name even, and she has changed her name or has really tried to distance herself from him because she doesn't feel the same way he does. But we did just get that version in Supergirl, so. But also we got Lena Luthor on what show was I just watching where Lena Luthor is Harley Quinn, the animated series. Lena Luthor is big bad in this most recent season. Did you watch Harley Quinn?
I saw the first season.
Did you watch Harley Quinn?
I have seen 0 episodes.
Zero. Oh my god, guys, this show's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't pick it back up, but I did love the first.
So
season.
we just saw her evil as crap in Harley Quinn, and we just saw her really good. But like people questioning her in Supergirl, I think they could go either way.
I mean, I feel like Luthor Core is more indicative of the dad, and I would love to see I would actually love to see, like, if the dad's still around. If not, I would love to see more flashbacks with him because that is such a big part of why Lex is the way he is.
You got to start pronouncing that P, or people are gonna shred you.
Corp.
Or it creates more engagement.
Ah,
Dude, I heard the other day, and then we'll move on, because I always notice on Instagram when I go on, Nerdist always has typos in their little infographics. And at first
On
I thought, like,
purpose.
oh, somebody doesn't know how to spell. And then I looked at the comments on one, and everyone was talking about, like, oh, yeah, this is a tried and true technique. It creates engagement. People, and I was like,
It
oh,
started-
damn.
You know where it started?
Where?
Starbucks. That's why they always spell your name wrong when you go to get your drink, because everybody started posting. I don't know if they're the originators, but that is like how people always reference as the OG. Like everybody being like, look, they spelled my name wrong on my cup. Advertisement for Starbucks.
Alrighty.
We should get more things wrong.
Where they
We
spell my name
should.
ROCKSI.
Rock C. Speaking of JM, very easy to spell, only 2 letters. Loved SM. Want deleted scenes / an extended release. 4 hours. Release the Gunn cut.
I wonder how many extended deleted scenes there are.
That's a good question.
I feel like there's probably a lot.
Really, I feel the opposite.
I feel like because of what was at stake here, and James Gunn knowing like this has to be right and this has to be the start of a universe, that there was probably more, like even at the premiere he shouted someone out and he's like, sorry, we cut your whole scene.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
think deleted moments more, I would guess. You think that there's a lot of complete scenes that were cut?
I don't feel like it's like a Snyder cut situation.
Okay.
But I can imagine there's like honestly like 15 minutes. at
Really?
least.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. 15 minutes. I thought you said 15 scenes. 15 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's a lot of moments that must have been cut, but like full scenes, it didn't feel that scattered to me.
I
You
don't
could
know.
be right.
I don't know if they dropped a whole plot line like what happened in the BVS Ultimate Edition, but I imagine that there's probably like 15.
Or like even in F1. We've been here, you know.
Oh, yeah.
there-
People who got, like, entirely
Like the
cut out of
girl
the
from
movie.
Bridgerton who like had a whole love story with.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that movie. I saw it twice.
I loved it
I took
too.
Yeah,
I loved it
I
too.
loved it. Yeah, I had to go on a real IMAX, Universal IMAX.
So you don't watch Bridgerton?
No,
There's 1 second where we see this girl from Bridgerton, like literally as an audience member, and I was like, "What?" And I turned to Jess next to me, and I was like, "What? I love what? That's a huge actress. Like she's
really.
yeah." And so then I looked at it afterwards, and like she was in the movie, and just yeah,
It sucks and shit like that. Shailene Woodley shot scenes for Amazing Spider-Man 2 as Mary Jane.
it's happened to me before.
Oh yeah, very recent one, right?
Yeah,
So,
just yeah, it's a bummer.
yeah.
It's a bummer.
Oh,
it's a
justice
bummer.
for Roxanne.
There's a lot of times they don't even give you a heads up. You know, you just kind of show up. And
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that happens. It is a bummer, but like also they're doing it for the betterment of their movie. I understand.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
This is a very fun question right here. Channel with no name wants to know.
Thank you.
Favorite Mighty Crabjoys song? Also, kindness being the real punk rock sold me on this Superman.
Oh, I'm so happy that line is
Resonating.
resonating so much. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Second favorite shirt of the shirts that we have. Favorite Mighty Crabjoy song? Well, that's impossible to answer, right?
Yeah.
I guess by default it has to be the Mighty Crabjoys theme.
I think they're introduced. Mighty Crabjoys, I think, is introduced in Creature Commandos.
yeah. Someone's wearing their T-shirt,
Yeah.
which I knew.
I don't remember that.
because of my experiences with the show and not due to googling.
I did not. I couldn't. I was when I was working on the shirt. I'm like, what is this band? I can't find this band. And they were like, oh, this is a made up band.
Oh, that's hysterical.
absolutely.
You know? That's
But
funny.
I think the last song or one of the songs that plays is they make a song for them in the movie, and I'm curious to know who the actual people are who played on it.
The only Mighty that I know is Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, so that's why I feel like it was a shout out too with Mighty, but who the hell knows?
Yeah.
That's the impression that I get. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, I guess it was Foxy Shazam and Lulu Saffron. So there you go.
Cool.
Alrighty, thank you for that. Let's see, Monty's back again. Also, Are you guys reading any of the Absolute comics? Coy has mentioned those, and they sound crazy. If so, which ones are you enjoying the most? Right now, Absolute Flash and Wonder Woman are my favorites. Hope you guys have a great day.
I'm not on anything current right now.
I haven't started reading the Absolute comics yet. I have like a big QU on for you guys who don't know, I'm going to really plug a couple of apps right here. Marvel Unlimited and DC Infinite.
You love this. I can't do it, Greg.
Why?
I really can't read them digitally.
Do you have iPad?
No.
I have to do it on my iPad. Yeah.
Oh, I would hate doing it on a phone. But
Yeah.
an
I
iPad would be
I
good.
tried.
I tried on my
I
phone.
tried the phone and it sucks.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. Oh, that makes way more
Like,
sense.
and I had an iPad for a year that I never turned on, and I was
Oh.
like, I have a reason now, and because Olivia's reading books all the time, but it's part of, and so I got the idea from that. But yeah, DC Infinite and Marvel Unlimited, it's a monthly or you pay annual, and you get access to all these fucking like thousands and thousands of comics, pretty much every comic, and all the absolutes as well. And yeah, it's like they zoom in on the panels, or you can just read a full frame, and it really gives you, like, I'm reading Kingdom Come right now, and
What do you mean they zoom in? Like without you clicking specifically?
like no, you have to like, so it moves kind of like and on a full page there might be like multiple
Yeah, of course.
scenes
Yeah,
and stuff,
yeah.
so it'll like zoom in on each part of the panel so you could read clear, and it gets like a really crisp
iPads
close-up.
are like as expensive as computers, dude.
You can get a
Ugh.
cheap ass iPad. I got one that was like a couple $100.
Really?
Yeah, I got an old iPad.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't like gonna use it for something fancy. I was like, I just want to read stuff.
Maybe I should.
But yeah.
Maybe you should.
But seriously, it's an
Roxanne.
easy way to get back into comics and to see the inspirations. And also, I think DC is using more comic inspirations directly right now for their adaptations. And so, if you want to get like some of that novel to live action adaptation vibe, I would totally recommend getting those apps.
Yeah. These
Mister.
Absolute comics look pretty sick, though. The Wonder Woman, she's got like a massive sword. It's all like heavy metal Viking
that's cool.
style. Like, yeah, they seem like really cool takes. Mr. 47, thank you for stoking the fire. If they ever wanted to do injustice, it would be heartbreaking to see this version of Superman become that evil and jaded.
I don't think that's what we're doing.
Do you know the Injustice story?
Yeah, a bit. I mean, do you see Gunn doing that?
I think as an Elseworld, you could do that. I mean, there's some popular comics where there's like Elseworlds of Superman going evil.
You think they'll run that simultaneously?
Maybe I don't know. It depends on. It always depends on how reception is going, and if
Yeah,
they
that's a
need
good
to
point.
pivot their direction. I think. Like, okay, so Henry Cavill was a tease of like a darker, more brooding Superman, and then Zack Snyder was setting up an Injustice like Superman for the future.
Which would have made perfect sense
For that.
For that, yeah.
Yeah, it would be, but that makes sense for Henry Cavill, and it doesn't feel heartbreaking for Henry
Right.
Cavill. This would have the effect that Injustice would need to have if you did do Corenswet. That would feel incredibly heartbreaking, and you would feel like maybe there's a hope we can have you change. You know, so it would be actually more effective, I think, with Corenswet in terms of that emotional resonance. But anytime soon, I don't think so at all. I feel like it would be like a decade at minimum.
Yeah, I'm with you.
yeah. Johnny, what's next on the agenda here?
Alrighty, let's see.
Jay Pardon.
Jay Padron. Salutes from Miami, guys. Love your content. Hell yeah, Miami.
It's one of my favorite cities in the world. I
You've
love
been?
to Miami?
Never been.
Yeah.
Like
never been to
100
Florida.
times. I love Miami so much.
Like shots, cocaine?
Yes,
Hell yeah.
I love Miami.
Mustaches, big white
Scarface
collars.
Dexter.
We own with my great grandparents owned a hotel in Miami, and we.
Did cocaine with your great grandpa.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I love
You
Miami.
took Jello shots off your
Yeah,
great
it's the
grandma's
best
belly.
city.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you, dude?
That's what I think of when I think of Miami. It's
Well,
just people
so you
partying.
clearly haven't been to
I've
Miami.
never been
yeah.
to Miami. I just think of people like partying, and I think
No,
of Scarface
there's so
and
much
Dexter.
culture. There's unbelievable food. It is like so. I mean, there's great parties, but it's so beautiful. Beaches, the humans dancing. Just Miami is the best.
This is the first time I've ever felt like going. You're the first person to make me feel like, yeah, it might actually be cool to go. I've only wanted to go to Florida for Disney World, but I've never been to Florida.
Miami way cooler than Orlando. I love Disney World though.
Damn, I would love to go. But thank you
Thank
for.
you.
I love when people are not from California coming in this stream. I love the unity. Thank you.
Thank you,
And maybe
Jay.
we'll. And if we ever go to Miami, we will let you know. Thank
Miami
you.
Rejects. Let's go. Julian Guerrero. Guerrero. I found Pa Kent to be so heartwarming. Him being so vulnerable and emotional with Clark is so sweet. The dynamic between Ma and Pa Kent felt so real and lived in with such little time with them.
I mean, you saying this comment, I think, is a really cool thing for where we're at with like what they try to promote. At least what I see online with men being more like. There's obviously a lot of stuff of like men should be allowed to cry, men should be more vulnerable, and then having like this vulnerability of men is not demasculating. And I know that there's a lot of people who try to pivot this Superman into being, look how demasculating it is and how weak it is, when really I feel like it's the exact opposite. That if you are afraid to be vulnerable, then it means you're giving into fear. So you actually develop more strength when you are vulnerable, especially if you are afraid to be. It's a testament to strength, not weakness.
I would absolutely agree with that. You got to
But
be able
Roxy
to
thinks
interface
the
with
men like
your
that are
emotions.
pussies, is what she says.
That's right.
A bunch of little soy boys is what she shouts here.
That is what I said.
She wants angry, violent men.
I want violence, man.
But the way how society is making men is why she can't find a guy right now,
it
because
was
they're all just a
you
bunch of
dressed
pansies.
as Homelander at that scene. Oh, thank you, Julian. No, I'm really glad that resonated with you too. I feel like a lot of what people are bringing out of this are not like the typical things you might expect. Andrew Saba.
Thank you,
Thank
Andrew
you,
Saba.
Yeah, Superman worrying about not killing a giant monster that's terrorizing thousands of innocent people is not heroic. Movie was overall light and fun, but I need more than that from my Superman.
And clearly you misunderstand the point of that moment. I appreciate the consideration and the respect, but the idea is that, and I think that's why it was smart to show him as the kaiju as a baby first, to be like, this is not some like crazy monster. And
This is a pawn.
This is an animal who doesn't belong in this environment, and they've put this animal in this environment, so the animal doesn't deserve to just have some type of terrible death or be punished. You know, it's just an animal being an animal.
I agree with that, but even more than that, Lex is not that, and he still doesn't want to punish Lex. That's who Superman is.
Yeah.
This is what I walked away from this, and I feel like this is the whole discussion about what government this is asking about, war this is asking about, whether this moment was okay, whatever. Every life matters to Superman.
Yeah,
If it's living, it matters.
exactly.
And that's like, it's clear as day. It's not confusing what his stance on life is.
Yeah.
Like it all matters to him, whether it's the squirrel or whether it's Lex or whether it's the kaiju or whether it is a baby that is a Metamorpho's baby or whether it is like every single one of them, any person that's living or any alien that's living, he cares about.
Yeah. When you're talking about terrorizing thousands, like Lex is literally destroying Metropolis.
Yeah. Well, and two, I mean, if they hadn't shown you the creature in its infancy, I think you would have maybe more of an argument. But yeah, it has that's an element to the plot that has like a Doctor Who-ishness to me about it, of like, I got to stop this, but also like, I don't got to obliterate this thing. There's probably a mutual solution we could get to.
Yeah.
But thank you, Andrew, for your insight. Reynaldo Torres. Thank you for chiming
Reynaldo.
in, being so generous. We drove.
Ronaldo, do you have parents whose both last name were Torres and then hyphenated their last name so it was Torres? Let me know.
I
Just
so
curious.
hope
That
so.
would be
Or
awesome.
maybe he took his wife's last name, which also happened to be Torres.
That would be that'd just
In
be
all
awesome.
regards, I hope some
Yeah.
genetic tests were done.
That's so great.
Anyway, Reynaldo, thank you for chiming in. We drove from Florida to Los Angeles with our 7-month-old after an eviction.
Oh my God,
sorry,
I'm so
dude.
sorry.
It was tough, but my best friend gave us a place and watched the baby so we could finally see Superman.
Wow.
It gave us hope. Did it also impact you guys personally? That's a really beautiful story. That's
Damn,
really,
dude.
That's. I mean,
That's what
I'm
it's supposed to
sorry
do.
for your predicament, because that sounds really tough to deal with, and uprooting yourself and traveling across the country is not easy. But that's, I mean, the fact that your friend was kind enough to do this and gave you the opportunity to go do something like nice for yourselves and something communal is kind of in the spirit of what the movie's getting at.
Yeah.
You know?
Those are the best artists do, right? They try to make things that make people forget about what's going on in their personal life and like think about what could be better and make you feel positive and happy, and it's for everybody. Like, so I love the beach so much, right? Like the anybody can enjoy, like the beach is for everybody. It's why I love movies so much. It's for everybody, right? There's so few things in life that we get to all experience that make us feel good, even when life is utter shit. Evictions suck, my dude.
I'm with the with my role too. Damn, that's hard, dude.
I got kicked out of my place during the pandemic, and it was like actual hell. And you're like and you have kids, so it's like wondering what the hell you're going to do with your life, and then going to see Superman and feeling like they're good people. I'm happy you got that, but sorry for what you're going through.
Well, that's I think an ideal thing is like, movies do take us away from the details of our lives for a little while, or they can. But I think it's beautiful when you can get that, but also come out with something you want to apply to your life.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
you
totally.
can escape, but also get something out of it to bring to your life.
That's a good
It's
point,
really
John.
beautiful.
Yeah.
And I think that movie, I've made it pretty clear many times, like it has had that effect on me, for sure. Sometimes I have to check a lot of my natural tendencies these days, you know. And this movie has made me more aware of that.
Hondo P.
Basketball Jones.
I got an Ethan Jones, oh baby.
Oh my God, John, you getting my reference just now? Like,
I had the Space Jam soundtrack.
come on now.
I had the Space Jam soundtrack on
That was
CD.
so elite.
Thought Ultraman, and thank you for your generosity, was an Earth 3 variant Lex found via wormholes, and the evil pod message was his, technically real, which explains how it bypassed Terrific's IT crew. But IKD, if that...
I don't know, I think is what they're trying to
but
say.
I don't know if then Lex being a stalker and making a clone, LOL. But I don't know if that makes Lex a stalker making a clone.
I think that they're just giving different options of what the message could be.
Sure.
No, I mean that would have been
It's
a
a cool
fair
headcanon.
theory, but no, I don't feel like they're going to try to undo what it was with this. Did you like the Ultraman element? Did you see that coming?
What part coming?
That it was a Superman clone?
Oh, just the big twist reveal, or that
Yeah.
Ultraman was it? Because I was going to say the trailer we knew about Ultraman, but who it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool because I like anything that kind of like makes us hold up a mirror to ourselves. One of the number one questions I was getting when we left was, is it Henry Cavill? Which I do feel like is a little bit distracting that we don't know from the trailer. I don't think the trailer should have revealed who it was, but when you don't know who it is in the trailer, I feel like it allows people to have crazier thoughts on who it actually was. But I think they made the right choice, and I like the way that they did it. And I think he did an amazing job.
Yeah.
Were you
difficult.
surprised at all?
I would say no. Were you?
It's the one thing I was like, oh, it's probably like him or
Yeah,
a clone of
yeah.
him. So, yeah, like that was one thing I saw coming.
The second they walked into the like early on in Act 1 when they go into the Fortress of Solitude, I'm like, Ultraman has to be a clone.
Yeah.
Well, and in a movie like this, anytime a character is prominently masked, you're like, I bet that's someone we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the problem with everybody thinking that it might be.
I do wish they did a little bit more with leaning into, like, because you're talking about the idea of like a mirror to yourself.
Yeah.
I do wish they did something a little more thematic with that in terms of character for.
Yeah, he didn't seem to care that much.
It was more like, what the hell? Yeah. So, I mean, cool twist, cool fight, but yeah, I wish it is narratively wise. I wish it is a little more.
For sure. Kevin, man devil. Love it. Thank you for
Sorry,
tuning in.
Coy. Coy's not here.
Coy, any clue what or who the character controlling the fairy in the pocket universe was? Seemed out of place. Roxy, rank your Lois Lanes.
There
And
we go.
Greg, what was one scene you could have cut?
Oh, wow. What a question. Sorry, Coy had to leave. He was the latest one and left the earliest.
And we changed the time of the show for him.
Let's skip to Roxy's question, though.
I don't know I mean, it's hard when you say rank your Lois Lanes, what you're talking about in terms of there's been so many animated Lois Lanes and there's been a ton of live action Lois Lanes.
Let's go with a couple. What
So
are your
I
three favorites, Lois Lanes?
I notoriously hate this character. So
Real? Oh, I didn't realize what you were trying to say earlier. Is that you hate the character,
it's like a huge issue for me. Has been Lois Lane.
she's your favorite character in this movie.
Yeah, so giving you my top three, I would say that my favorite is obviously Rachel. After her probably is Bitsy Tulloch, and then after that I don't know my top. It's not fair because the actresses who have played her in past iterations, especially early on iterations, it's nothing against them. They do exactly what the role is calling for. I don't like the way she's written,
Yeah.
not the way she's performed. So yeah, I guess.
Coy's been a massive champion of Lois Lane too, and he's echoed similar feelings to what you're
Really?
talking about. I really feel like when they really dropped, I think Amy Adams was like the biggest missed opportunity. Like Amy Adams,
She was
one
my
of the best
least favorite Lois Lane that
Me
we've
too.
had. But again,
That's a
I
big
don't think
bummer.
because of her. I don't think it was her fault. Like I didn't like the way they wrote Lois Lane. I didn't like what happened with her.
And I
Well,
feel
and
like they should have done a chemistry test with this too. Yeah.
They should have.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it didn't feel like that character was given anything that allowed her to like develop any kind of personality.
Right. Like imagine somebody being like, "That's my favorite character." You'd be like, "What?
What
about
what details about her?
I like that
Yeah.
she figures out who Clark. I like the plot idea that she figures out who Clark is,
Yeah.
and is not naive to that.
Yeah, but then she also makes so many journalist choices that are like she's not figuring things out. At all. And it's like
She
what?
feels very anonymous.
Yeah.
in those
Yeah.
movies for being
Yeah.
such a big actor. Yeah.
But I still think Amy Adams is one of our best actors of our generation.
I
yeah.
love her.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that we love her and that just did not work. But honestly, when she was cast, I didn't think that was the right role for her. And Rachel Brosnahan, I did. Did you guys see Marvelous Ms. Maisel?
I would like to.
I am 2 episodes away from finishing Murderbot. Okay. The first
Season
4
2 is
episodes.
renewed.
First 4 episodes are like okay and they're fun, but they're okay. Once you get to 5, if you ever watch Murderbot on Apple, oh my!
Actually,
God.
John would love it. Yeah. it's
Yo,
so
John would love it from beginning to end.
My favorite Apple show right now, though, is Stick.
You would like the
Stick,
mid episode.
That's on my cue. You is it good?
It's my favorite show on right now.
Okay.
Stick is my absolute favorite show on right now. I've been making. Nobody's listening to me, and I'm getting so annoyed with people. It is the number 1 best show. My dad called me last night, and I was gonna scream at him, but I don't scream at him ever. But he called me. He was just like, "I just found this show called Stick. Have you ever heard of it?" And I was like, "You literally flew out here. I literally sat you down and said you have to be watching this show. I love Owen Wilson in it. It's like the most unbelievable." And I pitched him to. It's like Ted Lasso vibes. And he was like, "Oh, I don't remember that." I was like, "God damn it, nobody listens to me."
So it's like 25 to 30-minute episodes.
No, they're longer, but maybe 40-minute episodes. Let me look. It is like just the absolute
I
best
really
show.
do want to watch that show.
You are going to love
I
it.
love Owen Wilson. It's cool to see him do a
I'll give
show.
a heads up to people though that do want to watch it because I didn't give a heads up to DJ and he was like a little bit upset that I didn't. For parents, it features something that could be a little difficult if you are a parent, especially a newer parent. So just as a heads up to some people.
I feel like I know where you're going with this.
By DJ, do you mean Dwayne Johnson?
Yes. No, DJ Wooldridge, my OSA co-host. How long are the episodes?
In terms of what scene I think could be cut out, if anything, I feel like there should be scenes that could have been longer, or you could have put a scene in, or tweaks. If anything, I would ask for a tweak. I actually wasn't a huge fan of both times I've seen it, and I forgot about it on the first time. When Lex is in Fortress of Solitude and he's very non-reactive to everything happening, I'm like, I understood it as a character choice, but it just didn't look real to me. It definitely feels like it filled it in, and it didn't feel like Nicholas Hoult had zero awareness about where any of that shit would be.
That's tough.
Yeah.
I hear you on that.
Yeah, so I think something about that one moment, both times I watched, I'm like, I don't know what it is about this one moment. It just doesn't feel real.
It did happen very quick too.
Yeah.
The first episode is 45 minutes, then some are 35, then some are 28. It's one of those shows that just
Okay.
kind of makes up its own
Just
time.
whatever the episode needs to be.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, because Murderbot, they're all like 25 minutes long.
Yeah, I mean, some of them feel shorter than that. That show flies.
Yeah. I love I've only got 2 episodes left, but after episode 5, I was like,
Yeah.
wow, this is addicting. Yeah.
Shout out to David Dastmalchian, and he is in everything.
Everything, yeah.
He's so good.
It's the Dust Malchusons.
And I do feel like,
I was in a movie with him too.
which one?
Madison Method, same one that I'm in with Dean Cain.
Oh, fuck yeah, Dean Cain.
Shout out to Dean Cain, y'all.
I feel like
Dean
Alexander
I didn't shoot with either of them.
Skarsgårds, either one of them would be great in the DC universe in some way. I don't know what, but I think they're very different.
Peter Sarsgaard.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody play a robot as well as he is.
He's phenomenal. I think Alexander Skarsgård is really overlooked for how talented he
He's
is.
so good.
Like a lot of people kind of look at like his brother as the one with the acting stuff, and Alexander's like the buff look good. No, he is an amazing actor.
They're both very good.
Yeah, and they're both good looking too.
We should make them fight
Yeah.
to the death. Thank you for the insights.
Anyway,
Kevin.
side tangent about Apple TV.
Let's
and Skarsgård.
fly, kids.
Channel with no name. Also, thank you. This film did something no comic book movie has done. My niece loved the film more than me, and
Wow.
it got her wanting to read Superman comics to see
Amazing.
how it was compared to the film. That's beautiful. That's the goal.
I'm so curious how old your niece is. That's my one main concern for this is that I understand that Gunn does not want to do an origin story. He said, not for this, not for Batman. He's just not interested in it. But if this was my first ever experience with Superman, I didn't have one bit of knowledge. I've never heard of these characters. I didn't know anything about them. I don't think I would have been as invested in the movie.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And yeah, they lace in just like quick text and a couple like the Kryptonian of how he's his weakness is kryptonite. It's like so brief.
Right.
So yeah, I have had that thought too. Or it might make you
But it's
interested. to see-
PG-13, so really, like that means that most people are going to be older watching this, not 5 years old.
I mean, but there's some movies where it's like I know so many people. I remember when The Dark Knight came out. I was talking to so many people who never saw Batman Begins but loved The Dark Knight, and that was the first one they saw. Terminator 2 was a common one too for a lot of
the first
people.
one I
Where
saw.
I don't feel like but Batman's a human who's born here, who I don't think
it's easier to latch on to.
or maybe to understand. Like there's some things about Superman that might be relevant. I don't know. It's hard to not know what you already know. You know, like I can't put myself in the space of like, what if I didn't know that? That usually Jor-El says the other thing. Like, would that
Sure.
have impacted me as much?
Maybe.
It's a good question. I'm glad it got your niece interested in the comics, though. I hope she keeps with them.
Yeah, it's had that effect on me too. Normally, I'm like a research for comics, and then I watch the movie, then I don't really go in, but I'm like, I'm reading even more now.
That's cool.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, we got Spidey Sensei. That's a cool name. 72. Coy is not here.
I love Spidey.
Why is Lex going to Bell Rev? Isn't that where they send villains with meta abilities?
It's so weird. I've always pronounced this Belle Reeve. You know, when you say something in your own head and then just hearing you say that, I don't know.
I think it could be. It's because of the French of it all. I think you can kind of go either way.
Yeah,
if you want
it
to,
happens
depending
all
on
the
your accent.
Like, how do you guys say Falcone? Do you say Falcone or
I
you
say
say
Falcon.
Exactly, John.
I say Falcone.
Yeah, it's just whatever you read.
I do. Maybe it's a form of punishment too, of putting amongst the people that he absolutely hates. In Batman v Superman, he gets imprisoned in Arkham for some reason. You know,
I think it makes perfect sense though if you take somebody who has that kind of power and ability, even though he's why
it's probably it's also like the ultimate prison for someone. He's got a genius intellect, and I think the movie demonstrates that. He's the one who opens up the pocket dimension.
Yeah.
He has a genius intellect, and I think you want to keep someone like that under the best kind of security as well. I feel like it can be chalked up to something as simple as that, honestly.
Yeah, same.
I don't know. We're just trying to fill in for Coy because Coy's not here. But we're just trying our best to be Coy.
I'm trying to remember iterations in which they've done that, but I think it didn't strike me as weird.
Well, and it makes you wonder how many of these other institutions are we going to see? Is this just going to be like the main Supermax prison for any world
Right.
scale villain of any kind? Or, it's still,
Yeah.
the universe is still in the process of laying out its rules and how these familiar things work. So it might not even be that it's only metahumans here.
Just might be a section for metahumans.
Yeah, there's a wing, the M wing. Jonah Sorensen, thank you for chiming
Jonah.
in. You look so affable in your profile pic. Love you guys. Love you. I know we're talking the movie, but I actually want to hear Greg and Coy's thoughts, or perhaps just Greg's thoughts, on Superman comics they've been reading. All-Star, Birthright. Thanks for all you guys do. I think there's been enough of Coy's opinions across the entire internet for you to get his. But Greg.
Yeah, what are you reading right now?
Yeah.
I am reading from Jeff Johns' Superman Brainiac. It's not the origin of Brainiac. It's not the origin. Like there's already Supergirl's established. Him and Lois are together.
You like Jeff Johns?
I haven't read too much Jeff Johns actually, but he spearheaded a lot of DC TV, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes sense why that felt so
And
comic.
Berlanti.
Oh yeah, that's right, Greg Berlanti.
That comic actually inspired the Brainiac, the Superman bound movie that we just watched.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
that comic.
I'm really enjoying that. I would say my favorite one is Birthright. That covers like his origin, and that was the first one that really made me feel like connected to him as like a human being. And it goes, and that one was really has a great Lex origin as well that does dive into the past, and it's a thing where Lex temporarily lived in Smallville, and him and Clark Clark was his only friend, and like so it makes the rivalry, not even the rivalry, but the villain hero aspects to them incredibly personal, and the state like that one out of all the Superman comics I've read, why I loved it so much, it was such a page turner in a way that felt very cinematic. Like I just wanted to keep. It felt like I was in a movie. I felt like I could hear the sounds.
Oh, that's cool.
Whereas All-Star Superman is kind of like heady, and I got to be a little smart when I'm reading it. You don't have to be smart for any of these, but it is one of those. Like I would say the same thing for Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Like I got to activate my brain when I'm reading this. But I think the one with the most heart and it is for all seasons. You see Superman from a bunch of different perspectives, and as much as like there's tonally things about this movie that feel akin to All-Star Superman, and that's been the most referenced one, even from James Gunn himself. I feel like this movie's way more akin in personality to For All Seasons. In terms of, that's the one where Superman felt the most like a human being, where Clark and Superman are one and the same. The art style too, I think, is absolutely beautiful. I'm reading Kingdom Come right now, which takes place in the future, with a Superman who's coming out of retirement, and that one actually deals a lot with like the immigration side of like of the new metahumans they're like enforcing against anti-immigration. I think there's so many great, amazing comics out there for Superman, and so I mean the top ones I would recommend though are All-Star. I would start with Birthright, All-Star Superman, and then I would do For All Seasons. Weirdly, that would be my order that I would do it in. But yeah,
I think you just did Coy so proud.
Really, yeah.
I would say
He's somewhere like geeking out right now.
Sensei Coy is shedding a single tear of joy.
Yeah, and Lex Luthor, Man of Steel. If you want to get one that totally feels like this version of Lex, that's a great rendition too. And you really do get into the literally the monologuing that he's giving in that sounds like it's straight out of there.
Heck yeah. Got some good Rex, gang. Let's go Kalfani Ken Jenkins. Thank you for chiming in. The population so drastically turning on him so fast pulled me out initially.
Have you seen The World?
Have you seen how quickly
have you seen when one thing gets out there?
Have you lived
everyone
in cancel
turns on
culture?
them? Yeah, like have you seen the way the world is? Funny enough, I understand what you're saying. But if we did not live in the world we are in now in the past few years of how social media, one thing gets out there and everyone just flips a dime on like right away, I would not have bought it this like 5 years ago. But the way the world is now, I'm like, this is 1,000% what the world is now.
The media manipulation aspect too, because it's so ingrained in the movie. The whole point is like we're working overtime and we're using like crazy means to literally create this outcome in the public. You know.
But I mean, maybe moving pacing wise, it might have felt weird too. Did it feel jarring to you?
No, it felt so realistic.
Yeah. We're on the same page. We've got a few very generous super chat.
Oh
like
my
this is very unusual.
Aiden.
Thank you so much. We do not take for like even from $5 or $1. Like we know that's a lot of money for a lot of people. So thank you. So when we see something like 50, that's insane to us.
Aiden
So thank
Doherty,
you.
baby.
Thank you.
Let's go with that 50.
Part one.
Damn.
Oh Jesus Christ, man, that's insane.
I bought a physical version of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow because of how passionately Coy talked about it way back in the initial DCU slate reveal. And it sat on my shelf until I saw this movie, and it moved me to finally read it.
Oh, amazing to hear.
That's what we like to hear. Part 2. And it's amazing so far. That's good. Halfway through, and I can't wait for the adaptation next year. Especially love how Bill Key Evely illustrates Light. It's a beautiful book. Love y'all. Happy birthday, Rocks. And I hope I got that name right.
Thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
I have this issue with comic books. I know this is such a bad thing to say out loud, but the same thing that
Too many pictures.
But they're only for kids because they're picture books, man.
You're the one person out here like, this book doesn't have enough words.
No, it's the same problem I have with movies. you guys know I forget things so quickly. I've read so much and I forget so much because then things like start to blur together. So I really need to reread. And you just reminded me, and Coy was so passionate. I was like, oh yeah, I got to repick this up. And now I will again. But for some reason, why is it that television, I like can remember, I was like Westworld or whatever. But with comic books and movies, the way that they are, I don't know what, they blur together the versions to me.
I get that with I've read so many comics and I have forgotten
So much.
99% of what
I just
happens
reread
in them.
All-Star Superman, as you know, and I was like, I don't remember any of this.
Yeah.
Like, none of it. It feels brand new to me every time I pick up a comic that I read before. That's crazy.
I mean, a lot of comics in the past few years have been to be like, oh, this movie's coming out or something, so I should read it. But it only comes in memory when there's a true emotional experience you have associated with it.
Of course, I remember
Yeah.
some things that,
Yeah.
like, whatever it is, or things from when I was young. Like, I read a lot of Betty and Veronica comic books, Archie comic books when I was young. I loved Archie comic books.
But what's really cool about what you're talking about, Aiden, here is how with James going to announce the slate reveal, he's specifically citing comics, and it was refreshing to see because like. As Marvel has been so influential in the movie sphere, it weirdly hasn't been that influential in the comic book sphere. Like it was a big part of like the movies are doing great, but yet the comic sales the comic medium is still not as like prevalent or popular as it ought to be. And just hearing about like so many of you guys coming in here and saying like I'm reading comics again, my niece is reading comics, I decided to buy a comic. That is very cool. Like even this experience got me reading more comics. And yeah, Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, just even on a visual level, is some of the best art I've ever seen. And if you guys like cosmic revenge stories,
Right.
it is an awesome time, and I'm very excited at like Lobo's not in the comic, so I'm curious to see how they put Lobo in the movie. But I could see how Lobo could still fit into the movie. But I'm really happy you had that experience. And thank you for supporting us on this generous of a level. Thank you, Aiden.
Aiden.
Thank you.
All right.
John, how do we
Sean.
feel about doing a little jamming?
Jamming? Aiden.
You don't have to be here for everyone.
I want to be here, but I
Aiden.
want to hear all of them.
Aiden.
we want to make sure we give a little time to each one.
I
All
know.
right.
Oh, of course.
What's like a healthy time to give to each one? 30 to 60?
Depends what they are.
All right, Sean Holland, here we go. Lightning round. Forgot to say thank you to you for contributing and happy birthday to Roxy.
Thank you,
Thank you, Sean.
Greg, you've allowed me to not be afraid to be vulnerable with my
Oh,
feelings.
fuck yeah. I love to hear that.
And to let out a good cry.
Thank you.
And Coy,
Aw.
who is no longer with us, never stopped
Oh my
being
God,
you.
John.
He's dead. Coy.
Coy's parents took him out back and shot him.
Yeah. All those DPC jokes, they had to go out and do a dead
We won't be the dead
children's
ones.
club.
You-
It's DCC out back.
That's a bad club to be a part of, my
That
dude.
is a
That's
very bad club to be a part of. Or Theoden, where you at? Anyway.
Oh my God, don't get me started.
Yeah.
But yes, Coy, never stop being you. Your light is appreciated, and I'm sure he appreciates hearing that.
Okay, my 30 seconds here. The other thing that we were filming the other day when I was saying that, like, one light in the camera.
Yeah.
So there was one time someone took a thumbnail of me when I was crying and they put it on Twitter, and it was like the first time I'd ever been so viciously attacked for crying in videos. And it was like thousands of stuff. And it was a really weird day. And to me, that was the thought I had. I was like, well, I weirdly wasn't as affected by it. I was more like, but I care more about
cried again.
Yeah, I was like, I care more about the people who feel encouraged to be vulnerable more than these people who clearly have an issue being vulnerable.
Anyone who's like, screw you for crying during this movie.
Yeah.
I should maybe go do some stuff.
So thank you,
Totally.
Sean, for saying that, and I hope that continues to carry
Thanks,
on.
Sean.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's, I think, a nice way for us in the position that we're in to be reminded, like, oh, yeah, there's some human value here beyond the fun part
Sure.
and the escape part.
Thank you.
Raccoon Shampoo, good to see you. Thanks for chiming in. My favorite part of my showing was catching a few people humming the Superman theme outside the theater.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
fun.
That's cool.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's been a smart part of the marketing. is the mix of the John Williams tune to make you feel like, oh, we're going to go back to a little bit more of a traditional type of Superman.
Yeah.
We're going back to
So
that really
smart.
worked for me.
to Americana.
And I thought we did it so right, and it didn't feel like a manipulation.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's a tasteful choice, and
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like just recycling.
Thank you, Raccoon Shampoo, for jumping in here. It's been a while. Thank you.
Hundo P. Action-packed, thank you for chiming in. They're not like Viltrumites, they're utilitarians. If you sent your only child to a backwater world full of emotional Neanderthals, you'd want them to rule them rather than serve them too. I guess so.
That's what I was speaking to.
Yeah,
like
you-
they might
Show them the way.
They might think they were like, no, we mean this in a good way.
We mean show them the
you
way.
guys need help.
Give them something to aspire to. Give them a little push forward. That's all.
You think that's a possibility?
I do think it's a possibility. That would be a way of not changing what they like, staying true to what they did, but trying to make it clearer. I think there's only one person who could know that though, and it's Supergirl.
Sure. Of a possibility if
Yeah.
he could know
Yeah,
that. That's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
Or if he does get some weird hologram thing.
Yeah, or that.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. All right. Aiden Doherty is. Oh no, we did that. Thank you.
Action
Thank
packed.
you again.
Without spoiling it, we genuinely might get that answer because a lot of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, there is a whole one of those sections is dedicated fully to the entire time Kryptonite was falling apart, and so
Kryptonite?
Krypton was falling apart.
Wow.
You made a
Greg.
mistake.
Wow.
I know. I hope it creates more engagement.
That's a typo. Action Packed is back. It's the sequel. Thanks again. Let's be real. The L's only exist to die, just like the Waynes. The Kents make Clark into the man that he is. That's why character-centered stories about Superman, like Smallville and My Adventures with Superman, made that change.
Oh, really? That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Kents only exist to die as well.
Yeah,
See,
like in Man of Steel.
like because I hadn't read Superman comics, I'd only seen the Christopher Reeve and Man of Steel.
So you thought that was an always
I
thing?
thought Jonathan Kent always dies, and so when I was reading comics, all three I listed, I'm like, Jonathan Kent's alive in all these. I thought he was supposed to be dead. So when I saw the trailer for this, I'm like, he's probably hugging him because he's sick or something. And he's gonna die.
A lot of people theorized that it was going to be Ma Kent in this movie that died. I think that at some point they probably will kill one of his parents, but I'm so glad that they did not in this movie.
I hope they give no further characterization of Martha and they just offer it. That's my hope.
Fridger, beginning of part 2.
Yeah.
This is huge ass support, guys. What the
I don't know. This is honestly crazily unusual.
Oh, my.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my.
This is overwhelming, and I'm trying not to let it be overwhelming. Thank you. That's why we were
Creative.
trying to give our time to all these.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Creative, very much. Greg said this made him want to be a better person. I cried watching because that's how I felt.
Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you, man. That's so cool to hear.
Greg loves when people cry.
He
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of tears, even if it's me berating them,
I just want to see you
Yeah.
get emotional.
punching you, like physically hurting you.
I cried watching because that's how I felt. But you all have shown me so much about film and comics, Coy especially, may he rest in peace, as a past non-reading Marvel and DC fan. And you all have made me love movies and comics more, and that's incredibly, that's super cool. And I feel like that's one of the best things that an operation like that, like, it's cool to me that we get to come in and celebrate film, and I've described this as like being in film studies class in a more fun context again. And yeah, if you have derived any greater love of art in general, but especially movies and comics, that's what we're here for.
What do you think, Roxy? You've been here the least between John and I. What,
On the planet?
no, I mean, actually, yeah. What movie? Can you recall any movie here that maybe had the most impact on you?
Society of Snow. Of
Oh,
Snow.
really?
that was a
That
heavy one.
like,
Yeah,
I mean-
that was a. I think back on that one. That
Me
was a really
too.
cool bonding experience.
Yeah,
It felt like.
yeah, because I also had no idea what we were getting into.
Yeah.
That movie was gut wrenching,
Yeah.
and like unfortunately, I've recommended it to 100 people
Because it's
I've
really
all
good.
been like,
It's
"F
great.
you," like, give this with a warning label.
This will crunch your heart, but also it's really triumphant in a way.
Yeah, that's one. I'm trying to think of other movies here that really. There's been a few this year. I remember there was another one I watched and I thought, oh, that one's right up there with that for me. I can't think of what it is right now.
Even if it's not like dramatic or sad, but
Oh, what was your question?
Just like what had the most, maybe left an impact on you.
But you always told me if I'm not crying, it's not impactful.
That's what I do say, which I hope leads to tears when I say that.
Recently, I absolutely loved Grand Budapest. As you guys know, I couldn't.
You've been talking about that a lot. Yeah.
I could not get over. The visuals were so impactful to me. Anything that changes how I want to be as an artist, and I was like, ooh, I actually want to tweak the way I'm thinking about the movie that I'm making right now. So that really, really impacted me. And then I think the Chucky franchise is one of the ones that impacted me the most.
That's why I want to bring it back.
I know.
Honestly, just for the emotional aspect.
I kind of never thought that I could feel that way about a horror franchise.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy, but when I was watching the Chucky franchise, I was like, this is my favorite franchise ever. I just thought it was brilliant. Like every single movie, I just had the best time. Sometimes I forget that movies can just be like a great time, not make you cry or feel just like, oh, holy shit, I love this movie.
Yeah.
So those are some of them.
I love when I finally catch a great comedy. I'm just laughing I don't know,
for sure.
Like even Coy and I watching Galaxy Quest. I was like, man, I'm in such a good mood today. Like something like that.
What's the movie that I said the other day that you said you hadn't seen? Was it Princess Bride?
No, I
You've
mean,
seen that?
I saw it when I was a kid.
There was something that I was like,
Might
oh my
be a
God,
good reaction.
you have to watch it. Princess Bride, my second favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, I saw it when I was a kid.
Right after Good Will Hunting. Austin.
Another one I saw as a kid. Yeah, there's a lot of movies I'm like, I need to revisit these. But yeah, thank you. And again, to the first part of your point, saying that makes you want to be a better person. That's my point. Is like I could see logical gaps or something that could be better in a movie, but if you have that emotional takeaway, I'm like, that's what counts more than anything else. So I'm glad you had that.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for being so generous again.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Deadshot from the DC Universe. Thank you for chiming in. Always hits your target. Hello, rejects. Just left the theater, and it was a good film. Definitely a decent start for the DCU, and I can't wait for what's next. 8 out of 10. That's the most
Reasonable,
measured, calm 8 out of 10.
Glad you liked it.
Enthusiastic passing grade. In a very mellow timbre.
But 8 out of 10 is really high.
I know I thought this would be lower. I'm like, it's like a really
6 or 7. You know?
To me, if I think a movie is if I think it's good, it's a 6.5. That's good to me.
Yeah, 5 is truly mid,
right?
And then 6 is this is pretty good.
Yeah.
And 7's this is good. And then 8, 9 is really good. Yeah. And then 10 is perfect.
Yeah, for sure.
What is this for you guys?
I think just on the emotional level, it's like a 9 out of 10 for me. On a film level, I would say 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm somewhere between 8 and 9. Yeah. I want that second viewing to really give me a better idea. But yeah.
What about you?
I'm exactly with you guys on that. Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah. We had 2 different points, but yeah.
I'm exactly with you guys.
Exactly
right
with
now,
the
I stand
8
with
to
you,
9
and I would like to see it again.
Yeah. Need to solidify that. Need to double check.
Ditto. I agree with everyone. I'm very agreeable.
Francisco Valdez, thank you for chiming into the chat. It'll be cool to see Zod carry out what Kal-El was sent to do. It'll be like Goku and Vegeta.
I'm here to impregnate women. Let's go. Where's
give me
my hair?
Concubines. I wonder, if the message is authentically as Lex, portrays it, then that would be a nice setup for a Zod.
Well, in Man of Steel, Zod shows up and he's like, I'm gonna recreate Krypton here.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what Jor-El is telling him to do. But there's something that feels so much more icky about what Jor-El is telling him to do.
Yeah.
Well, because it's less overt than come and terraform this, Krypton style. Whereas, it's infiltrate their world and become their god. It's way different.
Are you guys Goku people?
I did not grow up on Dragon Ball Z.
I was watching Gundam Wing while most people were watching Dragon Ball Z, so I mostly know. Anytime I would catch them doing the last time on, it was just people going,
and people doing the punches.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Did you grow up on Dragon Ball Z?
No.
That'd be surprising.
Watching the whole series here on the channel. Get ready. All right. Chris Retzliff, thank you for chiming in. I like Jor-El saying spread your seed to save the Kryptonian race rather than injecting a baby with a codex. Sounds more fun, at least.
It would be more fun for Superman, I suppose.
We need a road trip comedy where Superman flies around the world, just like having
A baby in every
relations.
state.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll
yeah.
start with America.
Every state, every country.
The beginning of the sentence, if you just finish it, I like Jor-El saying, "Spread your seed to save Kryptonian race." Period. Like you like
I
it.
like it.
You like?
I think
I
he's
like
got
that.
the right idea. I wish I was Kal-El, you know what I'm saying?
I dig that.
That's crazy. This was one of my least takeaways the first time I saw this movie, but it has been the most prevalent subject in this live stream.
Yeah, that really was one of your least takeaways.
I mean, I wasn't too hung. I liked it as a plot maneuver and where it's setting the plot and the effect, but I wasn't like, what the like. I didn't have like a mindfuckery experience about it.
Oh, I felt ew. Like that's how
I didn't know what a
felt.
harem was.
Yeah,
I asked my
that's-
wife after the president of Baravia said it, and I was like, "What is this?"
What's the name of the?
it
It's
is-
Baravia and where? What's the other place called?
I don't know the other
Okay.
place.
I'll find it out eventually.
'Kay.
But before that happens, Calfani Ken Jenkins is back and wants to know: Clone comes back as Bizarro Superman,
Or we just get Bizarro Superman.
or we just get Bizarro Superman? Well, because it seemed like the clone, by the end of it, was choosing its own nature to some degree, or its nurture.
Yeah.
So I feel like just to come back and be like, he's back again, but he's committed to being evil now, or something, would be kind of weird.
I mean, but yeah, and Bizarro is an actual like character,
Yeah.
He's actually owned
like a
from another
personality
world,
and
yeah.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And like depth and heartbreak and stuff, and so I think like I think you wouldn't want. He's not a clone Bizarro.
Do you think
yeah.
All Stars version, or what do you think?
I think something akin to All Star, and I think Superman and Lois did a pretty damn good rendition of Bizarro. Actually, do you remember that arc at all? I barely remember it honestly. I just remember thinking this is a really good rendition of Bizarro.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm like,
But no, I don't feel like it should be a clone. I feel like that actually takes
Superman
away
and
the
Lois.
effect of.
oh no, I remember it. I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaks
God
backwards.
damn, it takes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The whole
Totally. Yep,
Because
yep.
everything's backwards in Bizarro World.
But I do like the All Star Superman version of him, which I don't think is in the animated movie John watched, but I do like that movie. The comic.
I really
In
like
which-
the version of
which one?
in All Star Superman.
No, I don't think we get Bizarro in
No, there's a lot to cut out of the movie.
Yeah. To fit it into an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Action-packed is
Back,
back.
added action packed.
Hell
is
yeah.
back.
Thank you so much.
Action-packed.
Very
Yes, he's
generous.
back. Action packed is back.
All right. There's a ton of Clark in this, but people don't know that Clark actually has 3 personalities. The bumbling oaf, Metropolis Clark, the calm hero with a smile, Superman, and
this
the
is
real...
4.
This is almost 5 now. Okay, let's see. The bumbling oaf, Metropolis Clark, the calm hero with a smile, Superman, and the real Clark who marries
No,
Lois
no.
and just wants to help everyone.
Y'all are
Small-
missing it.
Okay,
The bumbling oaf Metropolis Clark.
Oh, that's one
Yeah.
That's
person.
one.
Oh,
the
and the-
calm hero with a smile, Superman, and the real Clark who marries Lois and just wants to help everyone, Smallville Clark.
you're right.
I kind of don't agree with this. And I don't disagree because it's a fair way of looking at it. But to me, like in this movie, what I liked is she knows he's Superman. And so I feel like Clark is just kind of who he is when he's faking it. Other than that, he's Superman, not the hero, but like Clark is the persona. But I know a lot of people don't feel that way.
Well, I think the general thing is that people go like Kill Bill Volume 2. has a
I
reason-
misspoke on that. I didn't phrase that right. Superman's the hero. Clark is the everything else is he's Clark, even though she knows that he is Superman.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 versions of Clark. I think there's there's Clark
Yeah,
Kent.
no, I'm wrong.
There's Clark Kent, the actual just Clark Kent, the guy who grew up in Smallville, and then there's the Clark Kent investigator disguise that he puts on to really differentiate himself from Superman, so people don't suspect he's Superman.
Yeah.
And then there's Superman.
Yeah, I take it back.
Yeah.
I'm totally wrong. There are 3.
Two Clarks and a Superman,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's totally right.
who is also Clark.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's what I. So when people say they
action
want,
packed are solid. You're right.
when people are saying they want more Clark Kent, I think that's what they're saying is they want more of like the guy who's putting up an act, like the one who shows up with the crazy hair and the glasses and seems a little unconfident. And
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
He's very much into Superman's day-to-day. You don't get much of Clark Kent's day-to-day.
The fake Clark Kent, but there's a very real Clark Kent. But people have been like, no, that's Kal-El. I'm like, no, Kal-El is an identity he doesn't actually know.
Yeah.
Clark Kent is the identity he knows because that's what he grew up as.
Absolutely. Also, Jarhanpur is the other nation Baravia is in
Jarhanpur,
conflict
okay.
with.
But I appreciate that the dissection discussion. Thank you, Action Pact, and for a very generous
Sorry
super
for
chat.
calling you wrong. You were right. I was wrong. I'm smart. You're dumb. I'm big. You're small. And there's nothing you can do about it. Name the movie. What?
Role models? No.
Oh, yeah, of course I would be quoting role models, but it's not. It's actually Matilda.
Oh, I haven't seen it in
Never,
forever.
Never seen it.
Shouts out to Mara Wilson. All right.
It's been on my react list for a very long time.
Greg, that's like you have to see Matilda.
I will one day.
Matil.
There's a
All
lot
right.
of things we're filming.
I'm so scared about this next comment.
Hippo Nipple to Coy's parents. Thank you for creating Coy
We're
and
just
for taking
getting-
him out as
and
well.
destroying Coy.
We are just getting to when
Destroy your
Coy's parents were
creation.
here. Oh my God, I do have to go.
No, it's. I mean, I can check how many more there are, but you know,
Roxy, you can leave it every time.
you can leave anytime.
Thank you. I have to pee so
Go
bad.
pee.
so I
You
can
might
take
go
a
pee.
break. Yeah, you can.
I'll
Jump
be
out
back,
and jump
and,
back
and
in.
I'm gonna call Graham and see what
Yeah.
my actuals.
No, seriously, if you have to go, it's okay. You're way past your
BRB,
required
but
time.
shout
gone
out
above
to
and
every.
beyond.
I'll read all of your names so that I see everybody.
Gone above and beyond. It took almost an hour to get here. It's you're doing
You're
great.
42 minutes.
You're
this time,
good
dude.
for the
You're
day.
great.
All
I
right.
was
You're
trying to give
good
you more
for the
cars
day.
rounding up to give you a compliment. Jeez.
You drove 10 hours to be. You flew in, took a boat.
We'll just keep that mic there so that way people know
So that way
there's
there's-
supposed to be a person
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
That'd be funny. Yeah, I might drink your coffee.
Deadshot. Thank you for chiming in here. Definitely need more Luthor to fully get him. Still a good performance by Holt, but I for sure need more. Also, Mr. Terrific was the best in it. Mr. Terrific was definitely like the standout supporting cast character who I was like, give me more of him right now.
Do you feel like there's? I've heard this sentiment about Lex quite a bit. Do you agree with this? I guess I kind of feel like you hear his philosophy, right? But you don't know why that philosophy is there.
You don't.
Outside of knowing like why he hates, like you know why he hates Superman, but how did that why come to be?
Yeah.
And that comes with backstory.
It makes me wonder, because I know he's well documented as saying, I don't want to do all the origins and stuff like that. It makes me wonder, though, if you could still explore that stuff later via some thematic element or whatever. Like, I feel like we could jump into the past and see what has led to this point, especially because we don't know. Lex Luthor is a character who will persist throughout this universe, who will appear multiple times, who will have character arcs and changes, I would imagine, because he's so important to DC, to Superman. So it's weird. I can get a kind of like leave him wanting more vibe out of this, but at the same time, I didn't leave the first screening being like, I don't feel like I know this guy. Like, I left maybe with the idea of like, I would happily take more
Sure.
of the meat from that bone. And I think a big part of like the Dan Murrell review, his complaints were like, yeah, because we haven't done the origin stuff, we don't have the emotional attachment to some of the things we already know to be true.
That's fair.
It's like I feel like they have room to elaborate, but I didn't feel like it was anemic at the same time either.
That's fair.
I guess I'm in the middle on that one.
I mean, a lot of people love it. But
Yeah.
thank you for the question in the super chat, my friend.
It's definitely one of the elements that has been more debated I've seen. Some people really love the Lex take, and some people think it's a little slight, but I liked it.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see it on a second viewing, though. Action-packed. Bigger hater, Gunn's Lex or Raimi's Brock?
Oh my God, I think Raimi's Brock. Like, if I'm gonna say hater, I would say Raimi's Brock because he's just like a super petty like. There's no real reason.
Yeah.
He's just a little bitch about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole job thing, but like he feels like a hater, whereas Lex Luthor feels like he's on a whole other level of like vindictive hatred,
Yeah.
like, you know, determination to destroy this.
There's at
person.
least aspects about Lex you can admire of like his resilience and his genius. But
The thing, he is a hater, but he's got so much logic to go off of that I feel like you could argue his non-haterness if you wanted to.
I mean, yeah, you can see how with Lex, like, yeah, I get it. If the Superman could change at any moment, he could turn on people at any moment.
Yeah.
Whereas like Raimi's Brock is like, when you say a hater, like a general hater, I'm like, it sounds like, yeah, Raimi's Brock
He's a
for
petty
sure.
asshole.
We'll get to Michelle's when Roxy's back.
Okay. Malik B. Saw the movie today. Thank you for chiming in. It was so awesome.
Yes.
So happy that I was able to make it to the live stream. You guys are amazing. Hey, it's a Red Letter Day. You got the movie in. You're here with us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Malik. Thank you.
Absolutely.
It is truly awesome to see how many people are actually loving it. You have no clue. I have never checked Rotten Tomatoes so much in hopes that like please don't spike down. Please don't have like the biggest dip ever. You know?
Absolutely.
It has been really refreshing. I'm so happy to hear you say that.
Hundo P. And B, that must stand for the best, because that's what you are. Lindsay, thank you so much for chiming in as well. What was the funniest part of the movie to y'all? What was the funniest part?
It is the Gary line. that is why we made the shirt.
Yeah.
Show them the shirt.
Gary is a name. Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's go.
If you guys haven't seen our new
Jumping
Gary
back over
shirt,
here.
I've been waiting to plug it on the
Nope.
community page because I don't want to
All right.
spoil it yet.
Get it in there. Look at that. Hey, hello. My name is Gary.
Just like the delivery from Alan Tudyk, and he's like, "I would like a real name." Four's a real name. So is Gary.
So is Gary.
It gets such a huge laugh both times I've seen it, and it is undoubtedly the funniest line to me.
Yeah.
Like I see a lot of people laugh their asses off at the super shit one when he's like getting pissed off about it, and like people laugh a lot when he can't figure out the recorder with Lois. Like there's humor to be had there, but the one that is like is just a straight up joke that just fucking lands for me. It is that I think like the timing, and it doesn't feel like out of place humor, but it is a hilarious joke.
Yeah, it's perfectly in character.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean,
Four's the name. So is Gary. And
So
I love the post credit scene humor too of when he is. By the way, you're doing an excellent job. Oh, generally, like all throughout this, you're doing a great job on the cutting around.
oh, thank you. As I accidentally cut to Roxy's empty chair.
No, but even like I've seen you in like in conversation with Roxy, and the way you've been able to cut back and forth has been great.
Oh, thanks.
That joke is easily my favorite joke. It also makes you like him, Gary, more. Like it makes you like that. You remember the character more.
Yeah.
From that moment, and you think of him as a character, and it says so much about who the personality is of this robot. I think that it's one of those jokes that that makes you see this character as a three-dimensional character all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Whereas before it does feel like a programming and stuff, and like there's humor and personality, but that moment you're like, that's a three-dimensional character now.
You have sentience.
Yeah.
I
love that moment so much.
The whole we don't have emotions thing. Clearly, there's something in there.
Yeah, just that Dillis. So is Gary. Like,
sounds
you won't
so
even.
miffed.
He's so upset that he won't consider like giving him a real name.
Yeah, it's like you can see a human expression. through that
Yeah,
line,
like you're
for
not
sure.
respecting my wishes.
Yeah, you're not dignifying me.
It is the funniest moment.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it again though, to also get finer moments of humor and see, what else jumps out at me in that regard. Raccoon Shampoo, thank you for jumping in again, since they actually seem pretty chill. James Gunn should get Zack Snyder to cameo in the DCU. I think that would be very cool. I wonder what the reaction to that would be. People's minds would melt.
I feel like it would finally put this whole thing to rest.
I think it would. I think there's a certain group of people who will never let it rest, but I think for a good amount of people, it probably would. More so than a Rick and Morty animated bit.
I heard about the letter exchange with Henry Cavill and David Corenswet, but I didn't know until last night that Henry Cavill sent the letter first.
Oh, that's cool.
And to me, that is like an acceptance, and I'm sure that's cathartic for him of like, I need to do this to let go.
I need to let go.
'Cause I'm sure he had some letting go to do. I still think Henry Cavill was done really dirty.
Yeah.
And like he was like tossed around like a prostitute in fucking Warner Brothers, Like I thought he was done really dirty in the way that all went down. Yeah. And so I could see why no pun intended, the injustice is felt around him. And I feel like that's really good for him that he was able to send the letter.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more. Let's see. Paul McGarry is a real name. Thanks for chiming in. I had an amazing relationship with my dad. He passed away from brain cancer in 2016. I'm very sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry, man.
And any father and son scenes even commercials kill me.
Well, I mean,
Scenes,
brain
songs.
cancers.
I keep
That
running.
seriously, yeah.
Deep.
Well, we talked.
That's what my mom died from. I feel you, my dude. What are you guys talking about?
Well, we talked prior. We were the couple things we covered really quick were why the Gary line delivery says so much about the character and why it's the funniest scene to me, and the funniest line, and Henry Cavill that he was done dirty by Warner Brothers the way that all went down, and yeah, but we left one. So let's read the first one from Michelle.
Let's go
But
real
what
quick.
happened with brain cancer?
We will. We just read that, so we're gonna go back to that.
we'll
But
go
yeah.
back to
What
Palmagary.
about? Sorry.
Michelle says, "Happy birthday, Roxy!" Got a little
Thanks,
party
dude.
face, a little cake. Wishing you an awesome one.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
The most
Michelle, you
awesome
rock.
one.
Thanks, babe.
All right, and now we are going back up. Once I reorient the mouse here. All right, Paul McGarry.
They're still here.
for a little bit.
As much as we can.
I missed our appointment, so I'm seeing what I can do about that.
Oh
Anyway.
shit! Sorry.
It's not your fault. I wanted to be with the people.
The people.
I'm with you. I wanted some Superman love. I'm so tired. I manage our social media.
Yeah. You see it more than all of us.
Yeah. But yeah, Paul McGarry said, I had an amazing relationship with my dad. He passed away from brain cancer in 2016. And any father and son scenes, songs, even commercials kill me.
Yeah, 100%. I so feel you on that. Like, and also for those of you guys who don't know, brain cancer is just the absolute worst. They don't make it worse than that. So I feel you on that. And not to one up you, but my mom passed in 2011, so you had a couple more years.
Depends how old Paul
But
is.
how old are you?
But how old were you? Because maybe you beat me. This is my sister and I. This is our darkest humor. If you have one dead parent, you're a VP of DPC. But if you have two dead ones, then you're the president of the DPC. But if you were a kid when your parents like there's teenager and there's kid, and you can outrank other people. So you might outrank me, Paul. I don't know.
So what if you're the child of like a polyamorous relationship
Aha!
where you've got several parents
Ooh,
and you've
what's
lost
above president?
all of them?
God.
King.
King. Well, now that we've
Great question. Good follow-up.
successfully done a set in the gallows,
Yep.
seriously, thank you for sharing and for being with us today, and for I hope you're getting some joy and some hope out of this stuff, and I hope there was some catharsis to those scenes, especially with Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
That's like less than a decade, so thank you for sharing that.
Torrance
math,
Kilcoin.
man.
What a cool
I mean,
name.
so it feels pretty fresh
Yeah,
still,
I
isn't it?
hear you.
Yeah. Torrance Kilcoin with the cool ass name. Thanks for chiming in. The dueling close-ups of Superman and Lex at the end. Lex melting into tears. Superman with a slight grin on his face. It fades. What is that to you?
Kind of talked about that.
What do you mean?
We talked about it.
Well, not
Superman
the,
has a crying
but they
fetish.
didn't talk about the dueling of the fact that like Superman has a very different look on his face than he won in that moment. But
Yeah.
I think
Got the moral, intellectual victory.
Yeah.
I think the slight grin on his face, but the slight grin fading says a lot about Superman. That there's like, sure he won, but I don't feel like he's as happy as maybe.
Oh, we talked about Jimmy's grin. We didn't talk about Superman's grin. Yeah.
And that's his
Rank
most,
the grin.
It's a very like classical Superman.
Chagrin.
That moment is like his arms are folded. His chest is popped up, and he has this like grin. It's the most like classic Superman look that he has in that moment.
Good beating evil is Superman's grinning face.
Yeah.
Aha.
And yet, seeing the internal pain and vulnerability of this person in the rare glimpse probably has an effect on him too.
And also the entire city was like taken out.
Yeah.
So it's probably like, oh shit, there's a lot of work we have to do.
Yeah.
It's crazy how it just hit me right now. Like the Batman and Superman, both of those endings are their main staple cities. End with them getting fucking wrecked. And
100 other superhero movies
but they're like
where their cities
their
are.
titular city, their main city.
It happens even in the DCEU where the cities are destroyed. Remember when they had to like
Metropolis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Metropolis just gets fucked up a lot, huh?
Yeah,
Well, in the
it also
beginning
happens in
of,
Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
Happens in Mission Impossible. We seeing cities get destroyed left and right all the time.
But the
But
post
the movie's ending off with like the massive destruction.
Yeah.
But the post-credits scene in this movie made me think that maybe the sequel will deal with having to like repair Metropolis and consequences of that. The way how I imagine Batman's dealing with that, like Penguin deals with that.
How far after was that scene?
What scene?
The post-credit scene.
There's actually 10 minutes of black after the credits.
No, I
and
mean,
then they play the scene.
do you know what I mean?
I don't know what you
How
mean.
far after the events of the
in
movie?
timeline,
Yeah.
How far away?
Oh, that seems like it was happening a little bit after like the train, after Lois and him kissed in the train station.
It seemed pretty soon out. It seemed
Yeah.
like the
Within
immediate
days,
aftermath.
you guys
yeah,
feel.
days.
Okay.
I thought it was like that day.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere within the
It was a fair
confines of the
question.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fair.
All right. Thank you, Torrance.
It was not a stupid question.
Leave your comments on how stupid Roxy. No. Logan Misiak, thank you for chiming into the chat. Instead of making Superman parents evil, they should have had Pa Kent finish the second half of the message so it would be complete on both sides. I don't know.
Clark, we raised you to have a harem.
Clark, what is this one girlfriend bullshit?
We sent you to Metropolis to impregnate people.
With those
Logan.
loose city girls.
This makes absolutely no sense. Maybe you mean it as a joke.
I don't know.
How is that? How
Chime
could
back
that?
in.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I've wanted to see an alt universe Superman where Pa Kent is like very abusive.
yeah, but
and
he's the
then-
second half of the message.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means. I feel like he was the second half of the message in his own way.
Yeah, instead of him coming in and being like, I'll pick up where this left off, yes, and.
yeah.
You know, I feel like he is spiritually the completion of his lineage
Yeah.
and the nature nurture cycle.
Angela Vance, a moment of
Angela.
silence.
Wait,
Thank you, Angela
hang
Vance.
hang on. Moment of silence. There we go. All right. Mike K. What is it about superhero movies? Thank you, by the way. That brings out the worst in people. That's a really great
What
question.
a great question, guy.
Because obviously they should do the opposite of that. I don't know. I think there's a certain element of like fandom. I think is an interesting thing, and especially in the superhero realm, I think there is something perhaps to be said for the way in which the evolution has gone down. Because, like, we have Superman 78, that's one of the, you know, like kind of top tier, like, oh, this is a great example of how to do this. And people certainly love Batman 89 and stuff, but I feel like there has been a thing that these have had to contend with and overcome where it's like, these are for kids, they're silly, they're wacky. You know, I feel like there's been a certain perhaps amount of looking down upon this media that we are also adapting into cinema. We're elevating this by making it a movie or something like that. And so I guess within that, you know, fandoms get very protective and fandoms, you know, kind of crystallize and can feel like they're on the outside of something and they get very protective of the thing that it is. So I don't know. I feel like it might have something to do with that.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, especially with these characters, you have adaptations where there's a weird interplay between, like, you kind of need to do the definitive thing before you start messing with the thing. And we've kind of gone in reverse with a lot of these where it's like, we've waited a long time for a definitive version of such and such and such. And, you know, then people get very, I think, territorial when it finally happens, or maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know.
Yeah, they're so invested.
I mean, Superman's very specific towards like Snyder, especially of that occurring. But yeah, in terms of movie fandoms, like superhero genre is definitely still the biggest fandom around.
I don't know. I've never received hate the way I did for Lord of the Rings. This didn't hold a
Lord of the Rings is an ugly ass fandom.
yeah.
A lot,
So
yeah.
that's not a
Fair.
superhero thing. So I do think, like, going to what John was saying, it's
Yeah.
like when there is source material or there's something like people are so obsessive with something. It's
Yeah.
not superhero necessarily. It's more like the fandom aspect.
Oh man, like I mean, you had a Lord of the Rings, I had a Rings of Power. The amount of people who were like, John shouldn't be with Greg. Greg should just leave. Like the amount of people, it was on Twitter a lot. Like I was fucking like, anytime John didn't like something in it, I got blamed.
Bro, I'm like, we both had similar complaints.
Yeah,
I find it very odd though, because
Silly.
like here people are upset that we liked it because they dislike it. Even if they haven't seen it, they dislike this take, right? Supposedly. The craziest, most vicious thing about Lord of the Rings
Is that you
is
liked
that I loved it, but I loved this. And they loved it. we both loved it, and they were vicious. I've never seen that before, so I can't say it's the superhero movies that brings out the worst in people. That brought out. I've never seen two people love something and one group of people be so upset about how somebody loved something. That was like mind blowing.
I think there's something also to be said for like the nature of canon, because Lord of the Rings, especially the other writings, and even the main 3 books that everyone thinks of are like presented like histories, and so I think that further incentivizes people to like really hold on to the nitty gritty of the facts and the canon and the figures and all that stuff. And you know, canon has become a word that we all use now, partly because of comic book stuff.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
people who have read this forever, like there is a legitimacy to that, but I think people do act out sometimes in ugly ways because they feel like they've done the homework. This movie's not doing the homework or something like that. And I mean, yeah, it's weird how you can love something, but people are like, but you don't understand it the way I do, so you don't love it right, you know?
Totally.
Yeah. But why are we wrong for liking this? Tell us below.
Well, I mean, a lot of times the gatekeeping of everything is good, and if you don't like one thing, like I remember it was like Theoden was the first thing you expressed of like not liking a character or something.
I like the way they did him. I thought that he was a bad guy.
Yeah, so like that opinion is not
One he
the
has.
shared opinion of people. So that like even though you love the movie and you like how they did it, but you had a different perspective of him, people have gatekeep opinions weirdly and perspectives, and you have to like everything. We saw especially Lord of the Rings. I've noticed that too.
Yeah.
Like
It was
it's
crazy.
awful.
Well, it's hard because a lot of times people are also coming at you having already completely digested the
Seen it,
thing,
yeah.
and you're doing it for the first time.
Right. And then by the end, I was like, oh, he's awesome. And everybody was like, you're not allowed to like him now. And it's like, all right.
Yeah, you're back. You're
Let me
backpedaling.
get there.
Yeah.
Allow me to arrive there.
Yeah.
Thank you. But no, it's cool. We should all just chill, I guess. Diego Guevara is back. Thank you so much. No idea Roxy was Jewish and not at all try to be disrespectful. Oh, this is to the previous,
Yeah.
to the early comment. No idea Roxy was Jewish, not at all trying to be disrespectful to her or to Jewish people, just bad governments, as you said.
Yeah, I didn't think you were. This is exactly what I thought you were doing, Diego. I appreciate you clarifying, but you're great. Nothing to do with, you didn't do anything wrong.
I'm going to take down all the nasty tweets we just sent about you.
I will say, as a complete just little side note, it is insane to me how many people know me and don't know that I'm Jewish, which is what, like, it is my bio. I wear a star on my neck. I talk about being Jewish all the time because do you guys know how many people tell me that I'm the only Jewish person that they've ever met? Like, so many
Really?
people.
Wow.
Only Jewish person they watch, only Jewish person they ever met. So I really try very hard to, like, let it be known so that I can change your candle thing, so I can change one person's mind. When my mom met her college roommate, they checked her for horns. You know, like that's very
Jesus
real. That's
Christ.
very real of like our lifetime. In the last little bit, people who've never met a Jew, they demonize in a way because they don't know. You didn't do that, Diego. You're awesome. But so I go above and beyond to say in every conversation that I'm Jewish, and still people don't know, which is interesting because I feel like you guys, like, not that you guys make fun of it, but you'll joke about, like, I mention it not too often, but like I'll shoehorn it in conversations where it's not relevant. It's like,
Yeah.
what? Why'd you just say you were
We actually had to
Jewish?
stop Roxy from coming in dressed as a rabbi.
Exactly.
With a
Exactly.
fake beard and a big hat. And
Yeah,
all
they
that
were like,
stuff,
it's a
yeah.
little much at this point.
Like,
Do what
we
you
get
want.
it.
Yeah.
All right.
But interesting to hear. Thanks, Diego.
There's a mezuzah above every studio door in this place now.
I put them all in there. Yeah.
Ari69 dudes, thank you for being here as well. Watched Superman yesterday, way better than I expected it to be. People who are hating on this movie over showing basic human empathy is insane. I agree.
Yeah, that is wild.
It's an audacious thing. It's punk.
Yeah.
Punk upsets people.
Like, don't you know you're the villain when you do that, or do you not now?
The amount of like out of context things people have done with this movie of like, we'll take a screenshot, we'll take a little line, and we'll manipulate. They did it. I mean, Supergirl's an obvious one, but they do a lot of shots of David Corenswet to try to be like, see.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you need context.
They've also done a lot with Rachel Brosnahan flying.
Oh,
Like,
on the ship.
Yeah. Like, that's so embarrassing that you would need her to fly it. It's like,
She's.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I mean, like we have someone who's not like in the movie sphere like us, but they were helping us build stuff and working on the AC, and they were like, "Oh, you guys saw Superman? I feel like no one likes it." And, like they don't even follow this stuff.
Yeah.
But that like even to him like the word he's like every time I look online people don't like it.
Yeah.
And, so it is cool when that's why I'm so relieved seeing all this and seeing the audience score still be way up there.
All right, I'm here for 5 more minutes. Hit me with your best shots.
All righty, let's go. Rubby bands, thank you so much. Hey, Coy, if you could check your starts with ends with I ends with. Oh, if you could check
Instagram.
your starts with I ends with Graham, I sent you something important to me. I'll have to let him know. Thank you for that.
Coy does not run his own social
Yeah.
media anymore. Someone else does. So maybe they will check it and maybe they will respond.
Yeah,
I won't give away who it is, but yeah.
Oh, people don't know?
I don't know if people know. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Find out next time. Amar Amawi. Hope I'm getting that right. And shouts out across the pond. Hey, Rejects, I liked the movie. It was fun, but I think we could have had a better plot as a reverse kingdom type movie where Superman is the Boy Scout and other heroes are all effed up, giving Superman an arc.
I can sometimes do this too, where I watch a movie that I like, but it's just not the movie that I wanted to see. This just sounds like you felt like you wanted to see a different movie,
Yeah.
which is like you're totally allowed to have wanted to see a different movie. Honestly, I felt that way when I was watching Man of Steel, where I was like, I wish that we just did something else, the thing that I wanted us to do.
Yeah.
But that's fair that you wanted that. I wouldn't have liked that as much.
I think there's some element of that. It's just not completely writ large. Like, I feel like the Justice Gang is there to kind of present a contrast to how Superman deals with things
Agreed.
versus how any other powered metahuman.
I mean, I think in the movie he's having an identity crisis and then he comes to an acceptance of himself by the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or at least more so.
But, this movie could be cool as well. Not a bad idea. I feel ya. Raccoon Shampoo back again. Thank you so much. I wonder if the Black Hole spit Ultraman out on Earth 3 to become the version from the comics. The Crime Syndicate would be cool event film villains.
I don't know too much about it, but I feel like there's that's a really great theory because like they obviously don't kill him. And he could survive going through a black hole. So it does give the possibility of him coming back. So yeah, like I've heard stuff about this.
I
and
agree.
I think that's a really good call out, and I appreciate you bringing that up here.
I haven't heard anybody say that, and I think that that's very, very plausible.
Hell yeah. Malik B, thank you for chiming back in again. I am also excited to see Millie Alcock as Kara. Loved her in House of the Dragon, Hot D, and seeing her in this movie made me smile. She's going to be great. I agree. She left a massive impression on Hot D. So
She was incredible in that show.
Agreed.
And yeah, I'm excited that people will get to know two different, to be two iconic characters. It's really cool.
and then get Emma Darcy to play her grown up.
And James Gunn specifically saw her in House of the Dragon and was like, I want her.
Yeah.
You would have to imagine that's
Yeah.
what happened.
All right. Ismail Hamzawi, thank you
Oh,
for
shit.
chiming in.
Sorry.
Do you think Luthor will come back? Is it a good idea? He's got to come back. He's got to come back. He's involved in so many things, and there are a lot of, at least as of what I've seen, which is not quite as extensive as you, but I feel like there are a lot of crossover events and things like that,
Yeah.
too, where Lex Luthor figures in heavily.
This is just the start of Lex.
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no way. There's no way he doesn't come back.
Yeah.
Like the way we've wanted. Like we didn't get to have it with any of the Jokers of how Joker could keep coming back. We will have this with Lex though. Lex will be a prevalent villain. I don't know if he'll be the main villain in the second one, but he'll be kind of like Kingpin for Daredevil.
Yeah. He's got to be. He's his arch nemesis. You can't get rid of the
I'm
arch
excited
nemesis.
I'm excited to watch a villain grow.
Enough said, New York. I think this is going to be a big yes. Thank you for joining us and for contributing. Does this tone fit Batman's fantastical villains? I feel like, of course, it does. I feel like this tone lends itself more to the fantastical villains than the Batman.
Does he mean Batman the character, or does he mean
the Batman.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's talking about the world established. I think the thing that people are getting wrong is that they think that this tone will be the tone of every DC movie going forward. And like I've heard that sentiment expressed a lot. And it's probably because Marvel had kind of like a samey thing going on for a while.
Unified tone.
Yeah, unified tone. So they could do like their crossover films. But I don't feel like that's going to be the case. So, and I think because of this point, this is why we shouldn't have Robert Pattinson be in the DCU. So that way you could have more of this fantastical villains.
Yeah, and James Gunn has been out here literally saying the different films will be tonally different.
Yeah.
I wouldn't describe a lot of Batman's villains as fantastical.
Not
Maybe-
a lot, but
Maybe I
there-
don't know that word's definition the way I think I do.
Well, like Riddler's very realistic. Joker, you can do realistic, but then you got like a Clayface, you got a Mr. Freeze, you got a
Freeze,
killer,
Ivy.
you got a killer.
You guys
Croc.
find Mr. Freeze to be fantastical?
Definitely, it's not a realistic character. A guy in this like freeze tube gun thing that he walks around with.
Yeah.
Fantastical to me, like
It's more
there's like a
sci-fi.
goofier-
Clayface, they are actually
Clayface,
making.
yeah,
Yeah.
Clayface is more fantastical. Mr. Freeze, like he's like a really tragic story,
Yeah.
and then like is a real man who does something. You know, like
Poison Ivy is very supernatural.
yeah. I guess I just I find Superman's villains oftentimes to be a little more fantastical.
They fit more that category, but I guess they're saying like the Batman would be here's everything we can do that's realistic, and then but we need it. But like Mr. Freeze would still enter the realm of like science fiction.
See, I feel like this movie's tone perfectly allows within the shared corner of this universe for anything fantastical or grounded if you want to do that. You know.
Yeah,
sure.
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I feel like this nicely sets up a spectrum of possibility. Nick Alexander, Nick can't say no. Thank you for joining us. Superman ruled, rejects rule, Boston rules. Love ya.
Oh my God! On Love Island, there's these characters, Nick and Alandria, and everybody wanted them to get together all season, and they finally did, and they're called Nick Alandria, and your name is Nick Alexander. It's
Hey.
very similar.
Amazing.
And by Boston, I'm going to
Amazing.
assume you meant Boston brand. Dead
Amazing.
man. Dante Woodbeck.
Thank you, Nick Alexander.
Thank you,
Nick
Thank you,
Alexander.
Nick, very
Thank you.
much.
Nick Landria for sure.
I am getting very hungry and thirsty. I don't know where my water is.
You need me to fly you a water?
No, it's okay. Let's keep it going, John.
Dante Woodbeck, thank you so much. Coy is my Superman dream cast. All right, Sega. We'll have to let him know that. He's probably ripped enough. He's just got to get a little taller.
Crazy to have him in at the center of the thumbnail, and he's here for like so much. Not here for so much of it.
So
we
he
should
left
get
at 2.
We should get a new thumbnail for this that's just Coy's parents.
It's 4:30.
We've been streaming for 4 hours.
almost 5, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, I do have to go, but I do see one question coming up, and then I'll leave.
Roxy, Mike Joyce, thank you again for chiming in. What would be your dream DCU role? Go.
I have so many. I would love to be Black Canary.
Yeah.
I think that would be really like so much fun for me and realistic. It's not realistic that I'm cast as Black Canary. If I was cast as somebody in the DC,
Plausible.
that would be more plausible than some of the other people.
Sure.
But I like, you know, I can do a pretty good like Harley voice. That would be super fun. But playing Poison Ivy has like been a lifelong. That would be the most insane, exciting. So those are some of the biggies.
That would be incredible.
Heck yeah.
You could
It's
pull it
very
off.
possible that I'll be cast as Black Canary, is what I'm saying. That is what I've heard.
Leave, Roxy.
Cheetah.
Leave
On that
now.
note, thank you, Mike, for that. Thank you guys for all the DC love, and
Thanks for being here for so much longer than you
go
planned
back
on,
and
man.
I'm going to listen to all these. So even if you mention anything about me, I'll try to respond to the comments. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Roxy. Seriously, thank
My
you for being here for
socks.
so long. Thank you.
Hey.
Thanks for my socks, homie.
All righty, gang.
Do you need me to get you water?
That would be amazing.
Oh my God! Fly that water in while we talk to LD.
Can you grab any sparkling water? Any? I don't know if both offices are open, but any sparkling water would be incredible.
If they're not open, take my keys.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I did open them. Anyway, LD, I saw it. 6 out of 10. Matt Reeves should take over DC. Have a very dreary, lengthy. I mean, I like the Batman.
I know you set up these scenes here on OBS.
I'm going to put a picture of Roxy in the middle.
Okay,
A
sure.
static image of Roxy.
Whatever you want to do. Let's fill that center up.
Yes.
Matt Reeves should take over DC. I feel like there's a realm where he could maybe take over Elseworld side of DC. Thank you so much, Roxy. And again, thank you for being here for so much longer than you planned on. Thank you.
I'm so good, but thank you. No, I got 2 drinks here. I got 2 drinks. I'm so drinked up.
I have bread and avocado in here. Yeah.
Yeah, the gate's open.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Thank you again. Seriously, thank you.
All righty. Heck yeah.
Well, he's not going to take over DC, but appreciate your super chat, LD.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's next up here, John?
Alrighty, next up.
We don't end a stream without answering every super chat. This was a 2-hour scheduled stream. I had no idea what time it was.
Yeah.
0 idea.
It's okay, time flies.
Oh my! I thought we're like, oh, it might be like 3 o'clock. I was like, oh shit.
All right, Brian Garcia, thank you so much for being here and chiming in. Brian asks, or says, hi guys, first time sending in a super chat. Thank you so much for being here, first timer. I've never crushed harder on Lois Lane than in Superman. I assume this version shows how well she was written and how well Brosnahan acted. The relationship dynamic was perfect.
Agree so much.
Hondo P.
Their chemistry is just so off the charts in this movie.
Hondo P. Agree.
Like I've heard people say they wanted more scenes with them, like it was kind of a disappointment. But when you get those scenes, they are of quality.
Absolutely agree. All righty. Oh, whoop. Gonna move that out of the frame. All right. Hey,
And
guys.
guess what, guys? This is not the last Superman video. We got 2 more.
We got so much more to talk about.
We got 2 more. We got the ranking. We haven't. I'm so glad no one asked a question in the super chat. We got a whole ranking of the Superman movies. Coy and I did yesterday. That goes up tomorrow. And ranking the super suits was the first one we shot, and that goes up last.
Oh, it's okay. It's gonna be the best one. All right, Brian Garcia. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again. LD. Thank you again for chiming in. Doctor Strange plus Star-Lord equals this Superman. MDCU thumbs down.
Aw.
Even though you gave it a 6 out of 10, which isn't that bad, but it seems like you don't like the. You seems like your rating of this universe is lower than.
I mean,
6 out of
I
10.
feel like 6 out of 10 is. I think if it was just like another installment in an already established universe, that would be fine. Like I gave Ironheart like a 6 out of 10.
Sure.
Because I was like, it's just fine enough for me to push it over. I mean, actually, in retrospect, I'd probably give it like a 5 out of 10. But if it was like, if Iron Man was 6 out of 10, I'd be like, I don't really care about the future of Marvel.
Sure.
Because think about it like this: like Incredible Hulk was not well received.
Yeah.
It was not well. I loved it the first time I saw it, but it wasn't like gloriously praised the way Iron Man was.
Yeah.
Same with Thor. Same with Captain America. And especially Iron Man 2. Like a lot of those movies have come around with a way more love. But at the time, it was like Iron Man was like the pinnacle standard of like, this is the best fucking thing in the world ever. And that's because it was the first one. It gave a lot of faith for what you could do. The first one matters more than anything else. So if your first one is a 6 out of 10, of course it would leave you feeling dejected. If it was the second or third one, very different narrative.
Yeah, 100%. Could not have said it better. The Cali Kid, thank you for chiming in the chat as well. My mom beat me to seeing Superman. She saw it Thursday and got popcorn bucket combo with 2 cups. She loved it. I got tickets for IMAX 3D on Sunday. Well, I mean that's really cool because it's just not the kind of story I'm used to hearing about, especially a movie like this. So shouts out to your mom.
Yeah.
And I would be curious to know what her taste in comics and comic movies is. But I hope you enjoy it too. And this seems like a very appealing movie to see in 3D as well as, obviously IMAX.
Then unlike, it's cool that like we're hearing so many people. This really seems like it's a Superman for like a lot of different. Like,
For all seasons.
For all seasons. It seems like it's a Superman for like a lot of different ages. Man, we still have 600 people here after all this hours. That's
619. Yeah.
That's so unusual for us.
Holding steady in the 600s.
Yeah. So sorry, what was the okay? No, we're here. We're seeing a lot of different people from different ages who are like going to watch this movie. Where I don't really feel that way with a lot of other different properties out there that I won't speak of.
It feels like
it seems like there's like people who are senior citizens to like teenagers who are going,
Well, and that's a really beautiful thing, I think, because for so many people grew up on this, and we're getting to the point where soon there will not be people who were born before there was a Superman.
Yeah.
So like this has been part of so many people's lives, and that's really cool and rare, I think, for especially a top like if you say comic books, Superman's probably one of the first people you might think about. So yeah, like the generational aspect of this is really lovely, I think, to see. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Cali Kid, shouts out to your mom. N. Coons or Ncoons For Coy, this movie's message, thank you, by the way, is real Christianity, not some angry person on Twitter with a verse in their bio. Faith-based movies aren't it. This was. And hey, I mean, like, in a sense, yeah, I think you can argue that this movie is fighting for, you know, a lot of Christ-like ideals anyway. In terms of, you know, helping your neighbor and, you know, trying to do the best that you can to leave the world a little better than you found it, and, you know, to not take any excuse not to act, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And I mean,
No, I mean, I like that. Like, yeah, that's the thing is, like, I grew up Catholic and Catholic. I was born again Christian. I'm not someone who, like, considers myself either of those anymore, but I have no qualms with like Christians or Catholics or anything like that, especially if I seem like if you're someone out there who claims to be Christian and then you are like spewing so much fucking hate at people, I'm like, this is so anti-Christian of you, you know?
Yeah,
like this is you know, like to hate anybody, even if yeah, it's just that's what I mean. Is like there's a lot, as much as we live in like Christian America often seems to be a really ugly place towards people who they find different or don't live the life that they like. The idea of being Christian is you're supposed to accept every fucking person.
yeah,
you know?
you're not supposed to homogenize the world in your own image. And I feel like, yeah, like religions get a bad rap, and it is a tricky part of humanity. But I think any religious belief that gets you, you know, reflecting on yourself and reflecting on what you can do in the world and trying to move and act better towards yourself, towards everyone, is beautiful.
Absolutely.
You know? And there are a lot of schools of thought that can do that, and religion is one. It just is in the unfortunate position to have been galvanized for a lot of nefarious purposes, and now we have this cultural association. But yeah, and I mean, as much as Superman is sort of a mappable Moses allegory, it's also, you know, yeah, there are a lot of Christ-like ideals that I think the character strives to bring. LD, thank you so much for chiming back in. Anyone notice Daily Planet was set in the 70s/80s? Do you mean that, like, the building itself?
Like
kind
it got
of
established then? Did not notice that.
Oh, no, I don't know. Yeah. I was going to say,
It's weird because the vibe of the movie's not 70s or 80s at all. It feels more like 40s, 50s retro sci-fi, the way Metropolis looks.
yeah, and even
The
the
second you see Hammer Baravia, you know, like a lot of it feels like that.
like old school Atomic Age stuff or something
That's
like that.
the word for it, Atomic Age, yeah.
And yeah, even the Daily Planet building there and looks like it's, you know, historical.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to pull in more details of that variety. Ron H, thank you for chiming in. What do you guys think are the chances of eventually getting a super ultra preview director's edition of the film where Gunn put back almost 3 hours of extra story content footage? LOL. Has he confirmed that there is almost 3 hours of it? I know a lot more movies than you would imagine rough cut at like 5 hours and then get pared down. So like I could imagine there being a lot more here. And given the way the movie moves to some degree, I can imagine that. But I'm also not totally sure if there's like a whole other movie's worth of content for him to draw from.
I mean, he's really big on. He's not known for releasing extended cuts, and he's really big on like trimming. Like the term is like trimming down fat, no fat at all.
It seems like he wants to trim that in the script phase.
And it's like he's like that with all his movies. No fat. He loves to keep it that way, and I think that's why his movies are often super duper engaging. So no, the odds of like a very long version. No, but I definitely think there's like 15 to 20 minutes of deleted scenes.
Yeah.
Or even like or even like scenes that are there that are probably longer and lines are cut.
Yeah, totally.
Although I can't recall, like normally in trailers, a lot of times we see movies where I'm like, oh, this moment in the trailer is not in the movie. This moment in the trailer is not in the movie.
Yeah.
And I don't recall anything. I've scrubbed the footage so many times for all the videos we've been doing. I don't recall like seeing anything in there where I'm like, oh, this moment's not in the trailer.
Yeah, like maybe shots are swapped out for like a different take or something like that. Because I know he said like, oh, that shot that the big controversial flying shot is not even the same take we used in the movie or whatever.
But that shot is definitely in the movie.
The shot's definitely in the movie.
Yeah.
It might be a different look, different take, but it's there. But yeah, I would be curious to see any auxiliary footage that they have for sure. Ismail Hamzawi is back. Thank you so much.
For everyone here, please leave a like. That would mean a lot.
Leave a like this late in the stream, especially. Superman is already my favorite DC character before this movie, but for those who like a serious, violent, and dark Batman, how do you think they'll feel about this movie since it's kind of the opposite?
I don't know if it's gonna be like. I mean, I don't think this tone is for everybody now.
No.
Definitely not. I completely am not surprised by the critics who I love. Like, there are some people where I'm surprised by how high of a rating they gave. Like, I was actually surprised by Cosmonaut Variety Hour.
Yeah.
Of like, you know, he seemed like he didn't love it, but he liked it. And he gave it a pretty high rating. I think he gave it like an 8 out of 10 or something. Yeah. It was like pretty high. And I was like, that's kind of surprising. I didn't actually expect this from Cosmonaut Variety Hour for some reason. And then there's other people where I thought it would be like more embraced, but it wasn't. But I'm not surprised at all by this, because I think we're kind of used to that a little bit more. And frankly, the trailers don't convey the tone the movie actually is. Yeah. Like, the trailers are great trailers, but the trailers definitely make it feel like it's probably going to be a little more serious, you know?
Yeah, totally.
I really thought that I didn't realize, like, it looked fun, but it felt like it might be more serious.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this does anything that prohibits you from having a dark and violent Batman. I think even dark can come with colors, and flavors, you know. And again, he has said that the movies are all going to be tonally different for whatever suits each project. So a dark Batman seems totally possible.
And there's definitely scenes that are, you take seriously, you know.
Yeah, and it seems like Batman especially. I mean, they've got the if the Batman stays in Elseworld, you'll have that flavor for at least 2 more movies anyway.
For sure.
Raccoon Shampoo, once again, thank you so much. My dad has historically been a Superman hater, so I'm actually glad he's been the one defending the movie from my critiques. It's a good sign. That's very fun. And when anybody can have fun debating the things they don't see eye to eye on, I think that's a joyous part. As much as everybody, I think, wants to share an agreement, it's a joyous part to debate lightheartedly.
There's so many people in this stream, this entire time we've been live, who bring up their parents. Their parents' opinions or their connection to their parents.
It's a family movie without being for kids.
I think kids could totally watch this.
But it's not for kids, you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference
all
between...
All kids know what a harem is.
Yeah, all kids want one. But yeah, like, it's definitely, it's without hampering itself. It's absolutely like a, for the most part, family movie, which is really cool.
For anyone who's just popping in, Coy had to leave a few hours ago, and Roxy left about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, so you just got.
We're finishing out the stream, and then we got a couple of stream labs to go through as well.
Yeah, Lindsay, thank you so much for chiming in. The friend I was with didn't like it and thought Lex was the worst part. I don't get it. Lex was one of the highlights for me. Also, happy birthday, Roxy. And Roxy says, what is it? Roxy says, thank you. It's funny. So you guys went and watched Man of Steel.
What?
Or BVS, sorry. That's the one with Lex Luthor. It was a joke. I tried to make a joke, but it's been 5 hours.
Yeah, and you've been here longer than me.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I loved Lex in this, and I'm excited to see his performance a second time. I thought Nicholas Hoult really took hold of it. But again, this is a kind of a movie where I feel like the differing opinions is weird. Sometimes you hear differing opinions, and even though you respect people's perspectives, you're like, I don't see that at all. And in this movie, I can kind of see the I like this or I don't like this for a lot of things.
Yeah.
And it's weird. It's one of those movies where I'm like, that's okay. Like, if you don't like half this stuff, but you liked this half of stuff, like, that's cool. I get it, you know?
I was surprised by what the common thing I am hearing, though, with people is that they wanted more to understand Lex better.
Yeah.
That seems to be the common thing here.
Or more actual, like, character intimacy.
And I could see how he's like formidable, but do I find him scary? No, no,
not necessarily. And I mean, too, again, as a if you know stuff about Superman, you're like, well, he's going to triumph over Lex Luthor.
For sure. Yeah.
But yeah, Lindsay, thank you so much. Sci-Fi Extremist, hey buddy, and thank you for
Thank you, Sci-Fi
chiming into
Extremist.
so many. We answer questions from our Royal Rejects on the reaction review videos, and you are constantly chiming into those too. So thank you so much for all your support. With family today, so can't watch live, but wanted to say quick how much you guys mean to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, seriously, dude. I love watching movies alongside you with your reactions as well as the pod. Superman is hands down my favorite comic book film, by the way. No question.
Well, we got a lot more pod stuff coming in.
Oh, yeah. Get ready.
Got
and
it.
more live streams now that this is moving.
Got an interview with Brandon Davis coming up on Friday, and a couple more podcasts with Coy, and a podcast with Roxy. I don't know, somehow we were just doing them suddenly, just spontaneously too. It's not like, hey, we should do this, got a plan. It just shit just started like coming to mind that we want to do. So thank you for popping in here, and thank you for being a Royal Reject, and thanks for constantly supporting us, man. Thank you. And the fact this is one of your favorites, because like, we gave like crazy high praise to this movie, so to see how many people are actually echoing the same sentiment makes me really happy, especially after the fucking week it's been.
It's nice to be in this part of the week, this part of the cycle, this conversation, and to have so much joy, even when disagreeing.
Yeah. And even when you're streaming for 5 hours.
Even when you're running on fumes. Hope your family's doing well, though, if you happen to watch this back at any point. Aiden Doherty again. Jesus, thank you so much for being so generous today.
God damn, thank you, man.
I am in Alaska.
Thank you. Holy shit, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, thank you.
Damn. All right. Saw the Amazon early screening and also saw it yesterday again. I loved it, and so did my screening. Round of applause both times at the end. And yesterday, people were yelling for Jimmy to tell Eve yes when she asked to hang out.
Oh, wow, really?
That's funny. That's cool. Even out in Alaska, man, I'm glad people were showing out.
God, I'm so drawn to the idea of being in an opening weekend in a state that's not California, or specifically Los Angeles, too.
Yeah.
Because Los Angeles were like movie cinema city. So
we're jaded. It's like every rock concert in LA, nobody moves.
And everyone's a fucking critic when you walk out, you know, like everyone. It's just so common. It's rare I see people who go to like the opening night or not fucking like being a reviewer. It's just part of it's part of the community here. It's part of the vibe here, the culture of Los Angeles. It's really common, and it's not a bad thing. It'd just be kind of refreshing if you're like somewhere like Alaska, where I would not expect a crowd like that, from my limited knowledge of Alaska, and to hear that is really awesome. I've never had that experience of being outside of LA and going to an opening night. I've never had that, and I would love to actually experience that, and especially something crazy like that. So thank you. I've never been to Alaska, but you've been so generous this entire stream, man. Thank you, Aiden. Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And oh my God, we'll have to do a refresh, but I think we've reached the top of the super chats. Thank you, Stephanie Horton,
it's the end.
for this adorable little doggy. That's a very cute.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Was that a corgi? Hell yeah! All right. Well, groovy. We're gonna refresh the Streamlabs and do the last round of questions, and then we release you into the world to go see Superman 10 more times.
So from my end here, I will count. Yeah, I'm getting really hungry.
I mean, you could just eat on camera. You want me to go grab you
1, 2,
some?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10 more.
10 more.
Then we'll look at we'll actually pop into the live. We'll pop into the live stream for a bit, and yeah.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so we're on July 12th. Yes.
Kevin Meek is there. Yeah.
All righty.
With a very generous one too. Thank you.
Kevin. Oh, let me readjust me over here. Anyway, while I read this, Kevin Meek, thank you so much. Let me scroll to you as well so that we got you on screen. There we go. Yeah. Kevin Meek, just a thought. But I think the major thing that sets this movie and Superman apart from the rest are Ma and Pa Kent. Seeing Clark at home will be a major part of building the DCU. They were that important, in my opinion, and my favorite part of the movie. Absolutely. I mean, they're really lovely, and again, like I wasn't expecting necessarily the way that they characterized, especially Ma, but I really loved that because again, it felt like a flavor and a choice, and then you also have all the heartfelt, aspects of the fact that they are his mentors. Both of them are his mentors, and his examples for just how to be and how to move in this world that is foreign to his lineage. So
Well, I think a lot of the experience of them is seen through the eyes of Lois Lane, actually.
sure, yeah.
Even though she's not there for that scene with him and Jonathan, but when she does go on the farm, I think it is a dawn of realization. It's a dawn of justice. It's a realization of like, oh, this is who he really is, and she's seeing that. And so I like that they, like you get a tease of them early on, but I like that you actually don't really spend time with them till much later in the movie. And then the ending moment still has a really profound effect too when looking at all the footage, because you're kind of working backwards. You're seeing Superman at first. Like this movie starts off with Superman, and then you get to know Clark Kent the more the movie goes on, to the point where he's just stripped down to his like pure humanity by the end, and he's a perfect like marriage of both Superman and Clark.
100p. That's a really
There's
lovely way to put that.
symbiosis. Yeah,
symbiote.
just took me 5 hours to figure out the movie.
It's okay. It's
No, yeah.
okay. That's how we.
And
like
then the
to
next
do.
question from Kevin Meek.
Alrighty, let's scroll it up. Oh yeah, there we go, Kevin. All right, just showing support. Oh my goodness, you guys have been kicking ass, keeping up with all the content you put out together and individually has been cool.
Thank you.
I see all the hard work and use it for fuel myself. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Kevin Meek.
So much,
You've
Kevin.
been an amazing supporter for us for such a long time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. It's a very kind donation. Thank you.
Chris C., one of 3. I just wanted to show some appreciation for you guys. I really identify with the sentiment Greg put forward in a recent video of always having to put effort in to go against instinctual negativity. This channel and all of the rejects have given me a positive outlet to experience fandoms and love for film and TV. Superman was always a character that bored me because he is such a Boy Scout, but having listened to your opinions these past few months, I've begun to remember how much I loved him as a kid, like Coy. I was apprehensive to believe his optimism leading up, saying the film will inspire hope, but he was right.
Boom, boom, boom.
Absolutely. Love what all of you represent. Do you? Parasite, Brainiac, Zod, Metalo, or Doomsday in the future at all, or something new?
I mean, we haven't had Brainiac.
Brainiac would be sick, and that's one that, like, the movies I have yet to really.
Yeah, that's my mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would be good to do Doomsday properly, for sure. That'd be really cool. Zod has been done a lot, but Brainiac we haven't yet had. Parasite would be an amazing addition to. But I'm feeling more of I feel like Parasite's more of a medium probability, not a high probability.
I feel like Parasite would probably be like maybe not a main villain, but like pop up somewhere somehow.
And then Brainiac, I think, would be a really high probability, considering the tech side, the alien collector side, the Woman of Tomorrow, setting up more of like the space faring elements in the DC universe.
Bring us Brainiac 5.
Zod might just. I feel like we could take a little bit of break from Zod.
Yeah, I feel like we should build up to that.
I mean, Metallo, if I'm not mistaken, James Gunn has praised him as being one of his favorite Superman villains, and he's got like tech-based kryptonite powers, and it could challenge Superman in a very like creative way.
Yeah.
But Doomsday, you probably have to save Doomsday to probably do the death of Superman. You know,
Yeah.
can't just do the second or third movie. I feel like you'd have to probably do it a little bit later.
That's got to be a culminative. I
Definitely.
don't know if they'll have phases, but something akin to like an Avengers movie.
I'm really feeling Brainiac though. I think Brainiac has been a big calling for him, and I think there's all the seeds they've planted and threads they're weaving, and then even where Supergirl goes, Brainiac just seems like a perfect villain to
Yeah.
introduce. He seems like an absolutely perfect villain.
I would be very excited for some Brainiac in these movies, and like a perfect
Yeah.
like this is the big bad of the movie character.
And to hear all the positive comments too of how they're actually like the open-mindedness of it, I really do appreciate that. And I've been trying to stay a little bit less with comments because I'm seeing how it's affecting my mentality.
Yeah.
So to see some of the when you guys are saying specific things that I've said, that I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I actually said that. That means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And two, I mean, just to have the reminder of like, oh yeah, you can be a Boy Scout and also have like drama and problems
Sure.
and conflicts and all sorts of stuff. Like, it's been cool to see people come back to appreciation of like, oh yeah, like this can be an interesting character.
Definitely.
Snoop Frog. Snoop Froggy Frog, I see you with the 2 G's. Love it. Thank you for chiming in here. The Absolute run has been a big hit. Would you guys like to see James Gunn or future directors pull from those comics in the near future for the DCU? Or would you think that they would work better for like an Elseworlds or animated project? I haven't read these, but I have been shown a lot of art, and Coy has described them to me a number of times now, and I don't know exactly if it would fit directly into the main timeline here, but as an alternate Elseworlds take, I think it'd be really, really cool, especially having just seen Warworld, which, you know, in the animated movie form takes you to, like, there's this, like, heavy metal 2000s style world where, like, Batman's got long hair and he's just, like, you know, got arm wraps on. It's very, like, tangible and grimy, and it's, you know, like, vibes like that I think are really cool, and, like, the Wonder Woman from Absolute looks really sick. So I would love to see them do it, but do you have an opinion on that?
I think it would 1,000% have to be an Elseworld. I mean, especially if you want to stay true to the Absolute comics. Like, the origins of them are so different, and like, especially with, I mean, they could travel to the world or something like that. But you know, I suppose they could evolve, or if they really want to separate the Batman, they could do the adaptation of Batman, of where he's more of like a blue collar, tech heavy vibe. Yeah, I think you could do that, but I think it would have to be an Elseworlds.
Because so much time thinking of whether you could, you didn't think of whether you should.
I mean, there's some characters who you could get away with more, I imagine, of just doing Absolute and adapting that into the main timeline. But I think with a character even like Batman, I feel like that'd be a little too much to ask for audiences. I think it would have to be an Elseworld.
Yeah, especially, like, it's weird. Even if you're not depicting the origin, I feel like having your main continuity Batman be so different would be kind of jarring for people in a way that would be, I don't know. I think it would be a more encroaching argument.
For sure.
All right, Daco, thank you so much for joining us. How do you think the DCU will handle Batman? I don't think they'll top Pattinson, and most fans seem to want him now. Anyone they cast will be compared. I think they'll wait to see how Superman performs, and if it does well, they might merge the two. I don't think it's impossible for them to merge, but also I do kind of feel like they probably want to introduce like a definitive DCU Batman so that they can, James and company can like put their stamp on this. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we were sharing our opinion much earlier, and at some point, maybe at the 3-hour mark.
Scrub back a few hours and find out.
But I think this Batman, they cited Brave and the Bold for a very specific reason. Like, that means that Batman's been around for a while. James Gunn has hinted that Batman's already been around. He's been Superman for 3 years in Metropolis, but Batman might have been around longer at this point. And I imagine for the timelines to merge, that Batman may have already been around longer. Maybe Superman and Batman have already met. And I think if they're going to do the connective universe, I think it would be that they already have some type of knowledge of each other. I mean, the Justice Gang all knows who Clark Kent all know who Superman is. I wouldn't be surprised if this new Batman knows who Clark Kent is already. And
if he's the world's greatest detective, he'll already have a contingency plan.
Sure, yeah. Even if there's a 1% chance, John.
Absolute certainty.
But yeah, I think this Batman, though, will still be. I don't think it'll be the same tone as Superman, but I think it can live more. I think it might. I mean, like, look at Burton's the first one. Like, that's a rather serious gothic take on Batman, but it's very much a comic, and it's very much like a cartoon come to life. But I wouldn't call it like the tone of the Superman movie. So I think if there's one version that has proven you can do a comic book, vibrant, but darker thing, I think Tim Burton proved that already decades ago that it's possible. So imagine what they could do now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think, too, it's like the tone of the world can be slightly different than the tenor of like how Batman himself behaves. Like, you could have this character who is like a person with a darker, grittier, more serious demeanor and outlook in a world that is a bit more fantastical than he is, and you could probably derive some interesting, because Batman's world is steeped in characters who are all insane and criminally so. You know, it's like you could have a bit of the Gunn tone, but you could also rectify it with some kind of contrast with a dark, you know, leaning
Definitely.
Batman himself. So, I don't
Yeah.
know. I think you've got a lot of options there in terms of how to handle them. You can merge the tones anyway. Clybourne Davis, thank you so much for chiming into
Thank
the
you.
chat. Glad y'all loved it. I thought it was great. A little fast paced for me, but like a comic book come to life. If the sequel takes its time and dives deeper into the characters, I would appreciate this one even more. What are your number one hopes for a follow up?
Number one hopes for a follow up. Damn, good question. I think James Gunn. Weirdly, I feel like James Gunn would actually be willing to let another director take over, which would be pretty interesting. But we saw 3 Guardians movies, and the 3 Guardians movies feel different from one another. Like there's enough similarities in tone and vibe that you could feel the unity of it.
Yeah.
But they're also very different in so many ways. Especially part 3, I think. So I feel like James Gunn would take notes to heart on what he could do better and what notes he agrees with. So if anything, I just want to see an improvement in the filmmaking quality. Like we've talked about, like wanting Brainiac in there. I would like to see a little bit more of Clark Kent being investigative. But if anything, I would like to see something that does feel evolve into something that still has like the whimsy, but also maybe a little bit more serious. That's kind of what he did with the Guardians movies. Like still maintain the whimsy, but went a little bit more serious and parental. You know?
Well, yeah, I think whimsy is a nice place to start because it jumps everybody up into the world in a way that's appealing and fun, and then you can start adding more and more pathos on top of that as you go.
Yeah,
because too that is literally an example of something maturing. Something starts out bouncier, more fun, and then it is tempered over time by experience and themes and whatever else. So.
Sure.
I guess my number one hopes for a follow-up are just that we get like a Spotlight type movie at the Daily Planet.
For sure.
That's what I want. And Daredevil as a courtroom drama. Anon, thank you so much for chiming in as well. I have to call Coy out. Good thing he was here to hear this. For spreading James Gunn lies. JK. But on a review, he said Gunn's from Mississippi and seemingly got his states mixed up because Gunn's actually from St. Louis, Missouri. Different MISS state. I know because I'm also from here and our families work together. Oh, that's very cool. I would love to hear more about your familial connections there. And what kind of work y'all do together.
That's really cool, man.
But yeah, we will be sure to roast Coy the next time we see him and call him a big idiot.
I hope one day you get to meet him. He's we've had the opportunity to like snap a couple photos with him.
James Gunn.
James Gunn. Yeah, he's been really.
Coy. I hope you get to meet Coy.
I mean, James Gunn's in the home state. But I honestly, like, I talked with James Gunn for a little bit, but right before we even did the interview. And everyone tells me he's like the nicest guy, and I have found him to be like he's as nice as everyone has made him out to be.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Even at that little screening that we went to, I just went up to say thanks, and I didn't expect him to talk to me at all, and he did.
Yeah,
so,
that's cool.
Never lose your nerd. I liked it, but I didn't love it. We love that you chimed in though. The tone just wasn't my favorite, and I just thought it was too goofy for me. Superman literally lost every fight and didn't seem to be the most powerful being on Earth, and my wife hated that. Love you guys as always. I feel like it's hard to win in terms of whether if Superman's boring if he's the most powerful guy on Earth, or if he's not, then like what's the point? This isn't Superman.
He won the fight breaking out of the pocket dimension. He won the fight against Ultraman. Lex's goon showed up. He beat all them up.
Yeah.
I feel like Superman won.
I feel like he did win. He took some hits, but he also gave some hits.
Yeah, and he was going up against Engineer and Ultraman at once, and he managed to like outwit them and beat them. He technically beat Lex with the help of the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I don't even think he lost the Kaiju fight. Like he wasn't losing against the Kaiju. It's just the Justice Gang showed up and he was just trying to capture the Kaiju, but it wasn't losing the fight.
Yeah,
Kaiju wasn't kicking his ass.
Yeah, he was trying to fight. He was trying to maintain that in a way where he wouldn't have to literally obliterate this thing.
Yeah,
he's literally trying to fight this thing while also like looking out for it. So
yeah,
but that's fair. Hey, if you saw it differently, that's part of the joy of the prism of art.
Yeah, I appreciate that we can respectfully disagree. And the last one of the day, someone who's been giving us a lot in the super chats.
Always remember.
John, please read the last one.
Always remember, wow, I just woke up and they've been talking with us for 5 to 6 hours. That's literally longer than Zack Snyder's Justice League. Amazing! We did it. We made it. We're here.
Yeah.
Gang.
What a day.
Thank you for capping us off by acknowledging this immense amount of time we've been here. Also, quick thank you to Oscar Solis and Sean Holton for these lovely super stickers.
Oh, thank you.
straggling in
Didn't
here
see that coming. Thank
at
you.
the end. Yeah, just got a couple little last
Thank you
ones.
so much.
Gonna do one more round of refreshes just to make sure we've got all the things.
Thank you. We did it, guys.
We actually do have one more stream left.
Oh, we do?
Yep. Here we go, Sean Holton. Loved it. Thank you, Sean. Took me a minute to get over the tonal whiplash in the first act, but once it settled in, I was just completely invested. I was actually rooting for Soups to get back up, and as a 40-year-old rock star, that was a special feeling. Damn. You are a 40-year-old rock star? That's crazy. That's
I mean,
awesome.
and that's part of the charm. Like even with Metamorpho and stuff, like the fact that people take more chances.
Yeah.
Justice Gang, Metamorpho, other individuals, the people who Baravia was going up against, people will take more chances because they're inspired by Superman. I think it's such a great effect beyond just Superman doing it all himself, you know? Yeah. So I'm happy to hear that, man. And yeah, I get it. I've said it a few times. It took me like a while to adjust to the first act.
Yeah. Same.
But afterwards, it was after the scene in the apartment with the debate where I was pretty much settled in. But thank you, man. Thank you for being our last one of the day. Thank you for everyone who's contributed.
Absolutely.
I hope the chat's
Thank
still
you,
being
guys.
very respectful.
We are all respected in this chat, all right?
Yeah, I think, I hope so. Kind of scared to dive in. But thank you so much.
It's okay. At least you don't have to worry about getting spoiled.
We learned that Superman has a bladder. Never knew.
Oh, well, I guess so. Yeah, that's one piece of canon we can now confirm. Super P.
Yeah, that's another thing too. With fighting against Ultraman, he needed the help of Krypto as well because, like, Superman is fighting against Lex, who has the control of Ultraman and is programming him with like 1 billion moves. It's a little bit difficult, so he needs the help. But yeah, thank you guys who have been here in this entire stream. This is like a very epically long stream of ours. It was so much generosity here. We don't like to end streams without answering every question that comes in from the super chats and Streamlabs. We didn't expect to have so many. We didn't expect to have so many before we even went live. Yeah. So thank you for overwhelming us in the most positive ways. If you weren't able to contribute, dude, that's totally okay. And we're just happy that you're able to be here.
Thanks for your eyeballs and your enthusiasm.
And to be part of the community side where it's like mainly positive, I feel like we are very, very fortunate. I feel like that's really good for the soul. And I'd rather be there, like obviously there's ways where you think like, it seems like if you like kind of rage bait, it could be easier to get views and shit. But for the mentality and the soul, don't get me wrong, sometimes being positive is the thing that actually gets the views. But beyond like views and you ignore all that, it's really the emotional community vibe that we're just very, very grateful to have. I want to thank Coy for being able to pop in here when he was with his family. Roxy for staying way longer than she was planned for. Like, it's a big discussion of how long she could stay. It was originally just going to be 2 o'clock. The fact that she stayed here till 4:30, major thanks to her.
Hell yeah.
Special thanks to people at Multi-House, Joe and Josh.
Oh, Jeff.
Jeff,
Yeah,
sorry, Jeff for
at
helping.
PZL. Big shouts out.
For helping set up the stream. John was here very, very, very late last night, and then here very, very early, setting everything up, and he did an amazing job holding down this stream with any tech errors that were coming up, and the way you're able to like handle directing, cutting back and forth. Doing this stream was a giant group effort. And John was like really the main like spearhead behind so much of the way we were able to do this. And I was trying to keep it on track to end by 2:30, and that was a big failure on my end. But hey, this was fun. Don't forget to leave a like on your way out. Thank you, Kenton. I see you in the chat saying that. Don't forget to leave a like on the way out. Thank you again for being here, John. Any last words you want to say before we head out?
No, just thank you guys for the enthusiasm. This is for a 5-hour live stream. This has been really fun, and it's flown, even though it takes a toll on your body. So thank you guys for keeping us juiced up with your energy.